this stud.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we? Oh. Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, right?
Been stabbed.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
You let me lie there and watched me die. I needed help, but you didn't try. You watched me die. You watched me die. I needed help, but you didn't try. I couldn't move as I'd been stabbed, but instead of him, it was me you grabbed. I'd been stabbed, I'd been stabbed, but instead of him, it was me you grabbed. You ignored my cry that I can't breathe, but instead it him you did believe. I can't breathe, I can't breathe, but instead it him you did believe.
Henry was 18 years old. He had his whole life ahead of him when he encountered Vikram Digwa, a man openly carrying a large knife on the streets of Britain.
You took your chains and bounded me. The only reason you took the knee. You bounded me. You bounded me. The only reason you took the knee. For another, they kneeled worldwide, but for me, they've now all shied. They kneeled worldwide. They kneeled worldwide, but for me, they've now all shied. You ignored my cry that I couldn't breathe. Instead, my killer, you did believe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Instead, my killer, you did believe.
With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed. In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard.
What's the crack? It's your boy Terry Yak, back at it again. We're going to be covering the second part of the rape gang inquiry. Again, just to give you guys a sentiment check over in England. But it's basically all over the news because it's a white man doing it. But a Scottish man basically tried to take justice into his own hands. Went around with a knife. And yeah, things are not looking too well on this side of the pond, but we're going to get into why through this show as well. So I would say as well to everybody's buckle up. This is not going to be a pretty show, but let me catch up and chat. We got Shante saying gays, days, and Feriac. It's Feriac today. Appreciate you, Shante, of course. The typical sure up you tick. Happy Father's Day as well. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Don't forget to smash that like button. Dante also says, I'm with my dad at the moment for Father's Day. I'll be back in a little while. Have fun, everyone. No worries, Shante. Like I said, this one is going to be a brutal one, to say the least. Anybody who checked last stream will know it's real. Um, and yeah, man, it's shocking, horrific, monstrous would all be understatements. You know what I mean? And like we hear this thing of, like diversity is our strength. Like where would we be without multiculturalism? Like all these like slogans and all this kind of shit. Um, but they can never really point to anything. It's always just like a slogan that they just drill into the masses, get them to regurgitate, get them to repeat. But I mean, like there's been so many of them. My body, my choice. But you're killing a baby. You know what I mean? No counter. You're a misogynist. You're a bigot. You know. Um, and like I said, like from my point of view, my perspective, I just can't see this ending or resolving in a peaceful, calm, cool, or collected way. A lot of people. This is the ironic thing. I get called a Nazi for saying this, but I'm at that point. I don't give a fuck at this stage. Call me a Nazi all you want. I do not care. But there is going to be statues of Adolf Hitler in Germany and all this kind of shit. And if you think you've seen racism in modern day, give it about, I'd say, 4 years at max, maybe 10 years. Cause like we'll get into. You know what I mean? It's gonna be honestly, man, I've been looking into the whole World War II thing, and even just ignoring what we're about to go through on this stream, I'm giving myself as much time as possible before I have to start reading this shit again, because it is tough to fucking read. And I know as well, everyone in chat, it's tough to fucking listen to. And that's why I say, like, I'm gonna do what you shouldn't be doing as a streamer. So yeah, and recommending if you do kind of get uncomfortable, or if it's too much to take for you, Rex is currently streaming on his platform if you want. I'm more so doing this just for kind of like receipts and for the record that I covered the literally every single word in this inquiry. The same reason why I do the Theology Thursdays, why I read the Bible, so I can literally say I've read every single word of the Bible. We also got Jack and Chad as well. I'm tired of these tornado warnings. What can I say, man? I'm tired of these rapes. I feel you, man. I feel you. And welcome in, Jack. Welcome in. But like I said, even if this wasn't a phenomenon, right? Let's say there wasn't this. What way could you describe it? This systematic destruction of nations of the West, at least of Europe, because I genuinely believe that America is going to be okay. Because like a very unique thing about America is it has literally, at least on the sides, it's got the walls like ocean walls. It's got like water walls, So all you really have to do is just make sure the Mexicans and the Canadians don't get too out of whack, and you should be okay. The whole Monroe Doctrine, all that kind of good stuff. So, and again, you have Trump, and the whole like, and what Trump created through the MAGA movement and through like, lighting that, nationalism fire for the American peoples and all this kind of stuff. And even just like, again, it's baffling to see people say, well, what has Trump actually done? And it's like, take a look at Britain. Like people don't appreciate, the like what they have and what's been achieved, or what, not even what's been achieved, but like what's been avoided. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if Kamala was in office. And like you see, again, quote, quote, right wingers who like go along with this all, well, I'm gonna vote for the Democrats to punish Trump because not deporting enough people. So you're gonna put the people who will open back up the borders and make the situation even fucking worse? I don't know, make it make sense. But I think Andrew, like that clip of Andrew that we have where it's like gratitude. I think that's a key aspect here. And again, I'm victim of this myself. You know, like I'm not a perfect individual, you know? None of us are. But even if we were like even if like Britain was like America, you know, they had their Trump in office and they were getting their shit done, same thing in Germany, same thing in France. This whole thing that I've been looking at World War II, bro, and like going through the receipts and all this kind of shit, it's like the amount of lies, the sheer amount of lies that have been told about that war is going to be catastrophic. You know, it's going to be like, and what I mean by that is the whole like with the Germans especially, you know, and it's kind of crazy when you kind of like think about that the British would rather side with the Bolsheviks in Russia than side with Germany out of a pure like envious, like they were that envious of Germany they'd rather side with the communists. It's so crazy. You know, like even just like going in through my mind again, like I was sitting here going through the shit kind of going like, so we all think like the final solution was wipe out the Jews. Like there's so many things that like this is so many things that I go through and I'm like, and it's more so for me. Maybe you guys in chat let me know if you guys were like, oh no, of course, you know, like the final solution was, you know, immigration, not actually wiping them out. But I feel so fucking stupid for even believing that shit. You know what I mean? Because just the sheer logistics. Why? you, and especially like because we all see the clips of like, you know, Adolf, like, you know, fucking shouting through the mic, "Da stehen, dann steigen, dann Juden," and all this kind of shit. So, oh, he's probably saying like, you know, let's wipe out the Jews, right? But even if that was what he was saying, which it's not, I highly recommend just check. Well, they've removed a lot of the AI translations to it, but look up what he's actually saying. You know, but if he was in that mindset of let's just fucking find a solution, y'all wipe him out and all this kind of shit, why the fuck would he round them up in camps? Why not just, as soon as they find, you know, Anne Frank in the attic, just bang, bang, bang? You know? The way, like, think about, like, because the Germans are efficient as fuck. You know? I don't know if you guys have met a lot of Germans, but they're fucking efficient as fuck. Their trains run on time, all this kind of shit. Like, very, like, you know, practical, efficient, reasonable people. Like that's like how you would describe a German? Like the whole thing of like they don't have time for comedy, you know? It's a typical like punchline to any jokes about the Germans. But just from a logistics things, like if they're going to do something, they'll do it like as efficient as possible. Like why even bring them to the camps? You just want to wipe them out, you know? And this is kind of hinted at in the Nuremberg film, you know? And then of course, key scene where the British guy comes back. The American kind of says, well, I actually don't have a legal argument to prove that this document, like this whole like final solution, this, you know, miraculous document, they never ever show you, but they say, well, he was guilty in the Nuremberg trial. Like there was no actual counter to it because in the actual document it says emigration. That's the solution, is emigration, not just like genocide them. You know what I mean? And then like basically the Americans kind of like, oh fuck. And he sits down, and then the British guy goes, I have a few questions, mate. Oh, governor. And his whole thing is just like emotional manipulation. And you're like, fucking British, man. But that's why I say you got to get yourself outside the Marxist box. Because if you're thinking it's capitalism versus communism or free markets versus socialism, like you're stuck in a false binary, and you're basically being duped by the Marxists. Because there is a third way, comrades. There is a third way, but like I said, just that alone, and that's like, you know, peeling off that plaster would be one thing. But now that you have basically fucking how would you describe it? You have like a massive bonfire already where you're basically piling nuclear energy into fueling it. There ain't nothing stopping this train now, bro. There ain't nothing stopping this train now. And it's not gonna go pretty, to say the least. To say the least. So again, I'll do the whole thing of like, I'm not a Nazi meme and all this kind of shit. But at this stage, I really don't give a fuck, because that's another thing in terms of like the right wing as well, where there's a lot of people who are self-censoring. Like they're self-censoring about this shit, and you're kind of going, I don't know, bro. Propaganda, one hell of a drug. It is one hell of a drug, because like I said, man, I bought into all this shit. And then I'm like another thing as well is like, just look into the Bolsheviks, especially during World War One, right? And the communists in Russia, essentially. Look into what they were doing. Like during the war, when they're fighting an enemy, look at what they're doing to their own people. And then, like I said, like ask yourself this question of, okay, the Germans are efficient, and we're told that they just wanted to kill all the Jews. Why did they bring them to a camp and have them work there? And then why weren't any of the Jews killed until Russia started invading Germany? You know? Food for thought. You know? But like I said, we've been told a shit ton of lies. And one of them, in terms of the British front, has been the whole rape gang inquiry. Now again, I would pull up the Piers Morgan clip where he's had guests come on and say no, this is not happening. This is fake news. This is conspiracy theory to Cenk Uyghur or Mehdi Hassan or any of them. Like, don't believe your lying eyes, kind of like thing. And then like Piers, you know, holding their water and saying it's ludicrous to suggest. It's ludicrous. It's just false, you know. And you're kind of you're looking at that and you're kind of going, Piers, like you're literally signing your own fucking death warrant. Like, how do you think this is going to go? Do you genuinely believe that you can just keep, you know, what would be like shaming people, or like do you really think that you can just keep calling someone racist when they keep showing you the evidence? Like, do you think you can keep that shtick up? I mean, man, it's hey, I guess we have curry now or some shit like that. That's like I was saying with the whole like multiculturalism is our strength and all this kind of shit. So, okay, like what benefits have we gotten from this? Oh, sure. Look at the food that we have now. That's their thinking. That's the best argument that they can come up with. Like this whole thing of like the evidence lies with the claimer, not the claimee. You know, you're making the claim that diversity is our strength. You better have a good argument for this. Oh, we have curry. Or we have more choice of cuisine. What? We're going to give up our homeland. We're going to give up the culture. We're going to give up Colosseum, the symposium for curry. I don't know, bruh. Curry ain't that great. Not gonna lie. It's but this is the whole thing that I'm saying, like the whole like never black pill and all this kind of shit. Like there is it is going to change direction, and you already seen it in terms of Australia. I believe it's called the Orange Party, something like that, isn't it? One sec. Let me make sure. Is it orange? Oh, the Orange Wave. It's called. Um, Pauline Hanson, One Nation called. Sorry. Ah, just looked up the Wikipedia. Pauline Hanson's One Nation, commonly known as One Nation, is a far-right populist political party in Australia. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck. You know? Common sense is now far-right. But that's what you're going to see emerge in Australia. In Europe, you have like the AFD. In Germany, you have... What the fuck's their name in France? I just refuse to learn French names and all this kind of shit. Like just based on principle. Based on principle alone. You know what I mean? But you're seeing the likes of Restore in Britain. And like this whole thing with Britain especially, like reform is like to reform, it's like the deportations is like the extreme measure that we need. You know? But like what people haven't realized, and I don't know if they've gotten to that point yet, is that like deportations is the moderate. Like that should be the moderate position on this. Like the what would you call it? A reasonable position would be death penalty. Because as we're about to get into, like death penalty would be a reasonable response to this kind of shit. And then there's like we're saying with in terms of Scotland, like that's the extreme solution. But if you're not giving us a moderate solution, if the moderate solution is far right, because bear in mind, like the problems that reform has, like, that's one thing. But the mere fact that they're suggesting to deport these people, that's like seen as a far right position. So can you imagine what the reasonable position and then the extreme position are going to be labeled as or caused as? Like I said, Belfast, Scotland, you know. At what point do we realize, or do we come together and we kind of like say, it's like, are these motherfuckers like intentionally trying to stir this up or trying to push us into this position? That's something that typically goes through my mind. Like, was this the plan all along? Because the whole like don't attribute to malice, which could be ignorance. I'm not really believing the whole ignorance plea anymore. Like, I'm not gonna accept this whole I was just doing my job, or I was just, you know, because like the only response you can say is, well, we were just pandering to our voters. Well, then, in terms of like doing your job as a politician, should be to represent the people. You know, to keep the people safe. Let's see how these politicians kept these people safe, apparently. Continuing on from where we left off, and again, if you want to see the first part, it's on the previous stream on Chat and Chill. But this is Kate's testimony. And Kate is an alias. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence, sexual abuse, and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born. primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her two brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined. So this is a common trend that we've seen as well. So this is clearly a failure of the parents, in this case specifically, like the sibling as well, right? But it's at every fucking level, which is the extreme horrendousness of this, like what's taking place essentially. It was determined that she could not return to the parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, with her adoptive parents providing the love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with older families within the church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble and, despite suffering from low self-esteem, was well regarded by teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure, and self-worth. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about her future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. And again, every fucking level to this. Parents, the foster centers, the women's protection agencies, the police, the fucking like any kind of like the schools themselves, like every single fucking aspect is called out in this report, right? She found these lessons upsetting as, up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, though it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior. She lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationships with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after a while she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she could stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home. But as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground, her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns orally and vaginally raping her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anyone what happened. So violent was the assault, Kate's clothes were left bloodstained. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and a taxi driver stopped to ask if she was okay, given her disheveled appearance or disheveled appearance and visible distress. She replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her blood-stained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted to hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions, but Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, and she continued to keep the assault hidden. Professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. And it just goes to show like the knock-on effects. Fucking crazy, man. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. She was instructed to come to a house in the local town centre. She was taken inside and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making clear she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, or otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. This is the thing. Like, my advice, again, to anyone in chat is that if you ever get a blackmail threat, just two simple words: do it. Don't give a fuck. Do it. But again, that's me being put in the position Kate was in. Holy fuck, this is tragic. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. He introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them as well to sexual abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectation was used as a method of control. Kate gradually became more open with her counselors, though she still did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to the initial assault as the event, and they soon worked out that she had been raped, though they did not suspect ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicions that she, Kate's father, and the social service professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken to a sexual assault and rape center for further counseling. The SARC therapist encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but was too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisals from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing them with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room. Before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said the incident had not happened. Oh my god, man. Oh my fucking god. And these cunts are the ones that are policing the streets. Holy shit, man. Still just 12 years old and already deeply traumatized, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers were placing on her, and she said that she believed they wanted her to stay, that the rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time, because she felt that she was not being believed or taken seriously. Police report recorded the incident as withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men. Oh my god. 12. Oh my god, man. Satanic pedophiles. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory, folks. Despite just being 13 years old. This is crazy. Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, sexual abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payment. This included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights. You heard that correctly, cop nights, and red rooms. She was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a scheduled location late at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, man. Welcome in, Pseudo. Happy Father's Day to the dads. Happy Smoke Brisket Day from me. Like I said, man, this is gonna be a brutal stream. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, and appreciate you for the $5 in Ko-Fi. Let me set the donut bar. This is going to be tough to listen to say the least, chap. But holy fucking shit. So no, I'm far right. I'm a Nazi, okay? Apparently. But if I hear that, like, and I have evidence that a 13-year-old is being raped and trafficked, and like, and I have evidence on her phone of these adult men engaging in sexual with a 13-year-old, I would lock up the adults. Now, again, I'm a far right Nazi apparently, so and then, like I said there as well, we're going to get into this as well later on in this. Cop nights. There were cops actively perpetrating these rapes. And like I said on the deduction spas, we like to highlight the good work that detectives do in interrogations, all this kind of shit, but it's not a one-way street. We got to call this sick fucking shit out as well. And not only do I want any motherfucker that done any of this shit given the death bounty. No matter what fucking skin color you are, no matter what fucking religion you claim to be, no matter what your fucking background is, I don't give two fucks. Death bounty. I also want the death bounty for all the fucking social workers, for all the fucking police officers, for every single one of these motherfuckers. Just to be clear. Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. Oh my god, man. I thought this was going to be mentioned later, but and like this whole thing of like not talking to, like, oh my god, man. And like, just in case you're wondering why police were like, oh, like, we'll arrest you if any little details false that you tell us, we'll arrest you. And then you wonder, like, why they done that is because police were fucking involved in it, man. They were perpetrating these rapes as well. At one point, Kate tried to escape, but was caught. The gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as a punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partially naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrists, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what happened on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. though she did not report that she'd been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt she could not turn to them for help, fearing she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protection plan by the local authority. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing details about the sexual abuse she'd been suffering, but once again, she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. Soon after, Kate alleges that she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff were concerned she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abusers and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe that she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. This misinterpretation of Kate's situation had a profound impact on how professionals responded to her in the following months and years. Because they believed her behavior was voluntary, subsequent incidents, such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men, were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these events were not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced or controlled, professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, or non-compliance. This perspective, Kate alleges, influenced decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely, safeguarding meetings did not lead to a protective action, and disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant the professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and escalate. On one occasion around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, DSL, a PCSO, a police officer, her social worker, the school nurse, and her head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressured her for names and details about the individuals involved in the abuse. At that time, due to fear, coercion, and the threat she felt she was under, she did not feel safe or able to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaking and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. By indicators of fear and coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. They told her that they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside. Unbelievable, man. Well, it makes sense because, there's actual police officers raping her as well. So, what do you do at this stage? It's like walking into a dentist's office and saying, "Doc, I got a cavity on my tooth." Okay, open your mouth, let me take a look. And it's like, what do you mean you have a cavity on your tooth? It's just one big cavity. My thoughts exactly, Pseudo. Every nation needs to follow the ways of Poland. Like I said, man, it's going to be 10 times worse. 10 times more violent. How on earth can people be this sick? I'd imagine at least some of them had children of their own too. Oh, bro, you should check out the last stream. At every level, there's been failures. There's been failures from the parents. There's been failures from the foster care places, the administration of those administrations, the police, as we've seen here, the politicians. Crazy, man. It's literally fucking crazy. They accused her of snitching, telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooden location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed they had been taken there for another job. The men then subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence, while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what she happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to police and insisted that it was her fault. The message was delivered consistently and became a central part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or to others if she ever disclosed anything again. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do jobs. She alleges that she was raped in the car on the way back to the city. On the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in this state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended and she was taken to the hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, so like bear in mind everything that we've read up to this, like she's been 17 or 16 or younger. She joined the local college. This transition created a significant change in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability as individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed in the edge of care services under the age of 18. Stayed at the care home 2 nights a week as respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. Police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risks for her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this, and they insisted she be returned home. Staff from the care home travelled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. Holy fuck. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through a mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He travelled to meet her in person the next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated that he believed he could assist, but explained that due to her age, he would need to liaise with my allocated social worker before taking any formal action. I think that should be Kate's allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deteriorating mental health, led to a significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken again by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to police after her sectioning. Before Kate was due to start university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officers and attempted to explain she was not safe, that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come and collect her. What the fuck? The officers then were transported to a police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who should have kept her safe, and overwhelmed and distressed, again attempted to take her own life. Soon after she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as she thought it would become a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. Kate's injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed bruisings and other marks that reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding intervention took place, and exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus, filmed and forced to rewatch the footage. This was the most extreme and prolonged incident she had experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with national guidance. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive, conclusive grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism, confirming she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. The grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that are often associated with child sexual exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion, and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white British or from Gypsy, Roma, and traveller backgrounds. As she got older, she was trafficked more widely. The primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse or to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told that her Christian faith offered her no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some men as having dignity and higher moral standing. Kate has participated in this inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood and that meaningful change can be achieved. The systems that should have protected Kate did not recognize the risks she was facing, did not respond effectively when concerns were raised, and in some cases she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. Powerful testimony source from beyond our hearing, see Appendix 1. And we catch up in chat. Having a daughter myself, it's even all more infuriating. 100%, man. 100%. And this is like you guys like don't even know what I was like when I was growing up. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be like the first dude by saying, yeah, let's burn fucking England down to the ground. You know, let's like I would fantasize about like stealing the crown jewels. Like, that's how much I hated Britain. You know what I mean? Like, think of like the whole Jewsburg phenomenon. Like, I was the exact same, but with the British instead of the Jews. You get what I'm saying? Now, again, grew out of that, started looking at both sides of the story, all this kind of stuff. But this shit breaks my heart. It breaks my fucking heart, man. Like, as an Irishman. And like I said, man, it's going on everywhere. That's the fucking tragedy. Like, how many Irish girls has this happened to? How many German girls has this happened to? How many French girls has this happened to? We need a lot of strength. Because, like I was saying, man, this whole, like, there is evil in the world. There is fucking evil in the world. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. I was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanize me, including statements implying that God had abandoned me or would reject me because of what had been done to me. But yeah, that's the thing, man. At every level, family, school, social workers, administrators, all that kind of shit, police, politicians, every fucking level. And in other testimonies, this was on uh the last streams where we went over this in the last streams. Like there was a father where it's like he was trying to stop his daughter from being trafficked and all this kind of shit. And the social services like painted him as the villain. Father was painted as a misogynist. How dare you try to control your daughter? Imagine that, like you're trying to protect your daughter and you get called like a misogynist and that you're actually just trying to control her. Unbelievable, man. Unfucking believable. Whistleblower testimonies. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the rape gangs were systematically silenced, discredited, and punished. On occasion, and just one thing about that, like Kate's story, it's like, bro, like what's the expression? The Hamlet quote. Me think the lady doth protest too much. The fact that she's referencing like all these other things that we've seen from like completely like unrelated testimonies. You know what I mean? Other girls from like different parts of the countries, or in fucking in Scotland or in Wales, like, and all this kind of shit. It's the same shit that she's mentioning, and she does not know these other fucking victims, and they're saying the same thing. And it's like common trends of like a broken home or a broken family, raped or like sexually abused as a kid, all this kind of shit. It's crazy, man. It is crazy that this is like that this has even happened, let alone this has been covered up. On occasion, their careers and reputations were also tarnished. Social care professionals, campaigners, and public activists who raised evidence of still ongoing grooming, trafficking, financial abuse of children in care, and institutional cover-ups faced suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, acid freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions, and career-ending isolation. So, like, think of what they done to Tommy Robinson. Evidence of still ongoing grooming, right? Faced suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, acid freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions, and career-ending isolation. You're a far-right Nazi. You're an Islamophobe. You're a piece of shit. You're a racist. Unbelievable, man. Authorities assured them that full investigations had taken place when none had occurred and records were destroyed. Senior officers and elected members acknowledged concerns as credible yet took no remedial action. The state did not merely ignore whistleblowers, it punished them to protect the gangs and its own reputation. We wished to correct for that, so we invited these whistleblowers to our inquiry. Below are some of their testimonies. We heard the testimonies from the victims. Let's hear from the actual whistleblowers and what happened to them when they actually tried to. Because this is the thing, all right? There were actually good people. Like we spoke about in one of the victims' fathers, we heard what happened to him when he tried to speak up about this. He was painted as the villain. There were social workers that seen this and tried to speak up. And they were just fucking systematically targeted by the system. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care services and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism towards children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. She was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event, responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Senior officers later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. He was informed that shredders had been purchased at the units and that the records may have been destroyed. Despite this, the disclosure deemed reviewed without her having been interviewed. She describes repeated safeguarding failures witnessed while she was interim co-manager of semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention. Evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, and unlawful housing practices. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. She concludes that the local council prioritized reputational and financial considerations over child safety, leaving ongoing risks unaddressed. Unbelievable, man. I know this is obviously the truth, but it's almost unbelievable. They say the truth is stranger than fiction, so I guess the truth is also more sick and grotesque than fiction. But this is the thing that, like, again, I don't like doing these streams, but it has to be done. We have to realize, like, what evil is actually out there and how bad of a situation it is. Like, at the start of the stream, when I was talking about the whole thing of, like, bro, like, this is, you're going to end up with statues fucking Adolf Hitler in Germany. You might even have them in fucking England. Because that's, and again, it just came out there the other day. Like, dude went up in Scotland and just was running around with a knife. Gosh, dude, to be clear, looking for Muslims. Because, as we've seen, like, this is systemic. Like, we hear about, like, oh no, the systemic racism. Well, there is systemic racism against white people in Britain. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how crazy it is. That's how fucking crazy it is, bro. And this is where like, the whole, like, conspiracy brain part of me is kind of going, like, is this the reason why the left kept like doing this whole thing of, like, there's systemic racism. And then they start, like, trying to point to black people, knowing that we deny. And then we say, well, there is no such thing as systemic racism, just as an inadvertent way to silence these people, to get us to not look into this. I don't know. It's food for thought, at least. But let's focus on what we can prove. Cavan Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Cavan compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards. These showed that police, councils, and MPs knew about organised grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News. Now, just to put this in perspective, Like Sky News is like, think of like CNN. Think like in terms of like how well known or how, you know, quote unquote respected or whatever. Like Sky News is like the main fucking news channel. Right? It was misrepresented, which led to a defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. And this is the whole thing of like Pierce Morgan. I know Andrew goes on Pierce Morgan, all this kind of shit. But like Pierce Morgan is trying to bait Tommy Robinson into an interview, try and make him say something that which then he'll get sued. That's what they do. Make no mistake about this. Sky News will intentionally misrepresent what you're saying, so then you end up with a defamation case and bankrupt. And I remember I was asking this question months and months ago. And I just stopped asking the question this because it was just, everybody was like, Teriyaki, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist. They wouldn't even engage, they wouldn't even entertain the question. The question is, what do you do when the system that is supposed to protect you is being used against you, is being weaponized against you? What do you do? And people don't want to engage with it. It's too uncomfortable. It's too much of an uncomfortable thought. But what you get is what happened in Scotland, what happened in Belfast, and that's just the beginning, so to speak. I don't want it, just to be clear again, I don't want it to have to go down this route. But imagine Belfast but 10,000 times worse, 10,000 times more violent. That's where we're going. That's where the train is going. Tommy Robinson, speaking of which, national activist. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after the exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. So think of the testimony from Kate and all this kind of stuff. Hundreds of accounts similar to this shit. And that's just the people he's interviewed. When he formed the English Defence League and spoke publicly, South Yorkshire police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and dawn raids on his family homes. He reportedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes, and threats that forced repeated relocations. The state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs as more dangerous than the gangs themselves. This is why I played the Henry Novak clip at the start of the stream as well. The police are more afraid. The police are more afraid of the accusation, just the accusation of racism, than actual grooming gangs, than actual gangs, than actual violence. Make it make sense. Make it make fucking sense. At least in America, we have the Second Amendment, but I'm not sure if enough people would have what it takes if it came to it. No, like I said this at the start of the stream as well, Pseudo. America's going to be fine. America's like the fucking greatest nation we've ever seen on this planet. You know? You have Donald Trump, and already like you have like dodged all this shit that's happening in Europe. You know? Trump just got there in time and was able to right the ship, so to speak. You know what I mean? And like I was saying, like the sheer, you know, craziness now that you have fucking like right wingers saying, well, this is not good enough. We need to punish Donald Trump. Let's vote in Democrats. Democrats want what's going on in Britain. Because make no mistake, this hasn't been solved yet. This is just like, this is what's happening, not what has happened. This is happening. You get what I'm saying? So please, to the Americans, use this as an example. This is what it could be like. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded with targeted legal action that in effect silenced him. In May 2018, he live streamed outside Leeds Crown Court while defendants in a major grooming gang trial were entering the building. He was immediately arrested for breaching the peace and charged with contempt of court for violating reporting restrictions that protected the defendants. He was sentenced to 13 months in prison on the same day. On the same day. So when they're saying like fabricating charges and all this kind of shit, it's like, well, technically, yeah, like, you know, on this subsection, yeah, like you've broken the thing. But on the very same day, he was sentenced. Now think about Henry Novak and the Sheik guy. Well, we had to wait, you know, 5-6 months before that went to trial. But Tommy Robinson violating a reporting restriction, same day, sentenced to 13 months. Just think about that. Think about that when you hear Piers Morgan talking all this shit on Tommy Robinson. And back to my question, what do you do when the system that is supposed to protect you has been weaponized against you? What are you supposed to do? I'm all ears. I'm all ears. I'm a solutions orientated kind of guy. Talk solutions. What the fuck do you do? I get it. I just know Trump won't be president forever, so I'm thinking ahead. Rubio. Like it's not just Trump that I'm talking about, Pseudo. You have the whole like MAGA movement, all this kind of stuff, and like I said, like you have Europe as like that example, but don't forget, like to point that out to all these crazy motherfuckers who were claiming to be right wing, but say, oh no, we're going to vote Democrat to punish MAGA or to punish Trump. Oh, so you want us to end up like Europe? You know what I mean? Here, believe it or not, even Google AI admits grooming gangs are severe and legit problem in the UK. Yeah, now. Wait, is it still on the Wikipedia? Grooming gangs England wiki. Wait, did they change it? Right, we can go back in the histories. No. Let me go back, see how far this goes back. So I want to go through the history to show you like what Wikipedia was showing. Yeah, this is 2014. What does this say? Yeah, no, it's not that one then. View history. Let's see, all this. 17th of June. Yeah. So the like it was basically in like the oldest one apparently now is 17th of June 2025. But like if you went back previous to that, it used to be called it was a far right conspiracy theory. Can I find out Wikipedia? Was it Muslim rape gang far right conspiracy? Because I'm pretty sure I looked at this like recently, you know. What date was that edit? Yeah. Okay. All right. So if I go, and then I go to view history, and then scroll down to 8th of October. Yeah, so like see here, just see the amount of fucking edits that they're doing. Alright, so if we go, I think it's here. I should refer to it as. No, and then we do. It's not showing the old one. I just keep showing the same one. But if I show you this, alright, it basically claimed that this was far right moral panic. It was a mere conspiracy or far right lie. And then I asked it, okay, when did that occur? Oh, 2024. Right? Oh, sorry, it's 2024. But if we look at the edit history here. Oh, fuck. Do history, right? And we scroll down and we go, what's the oldest? Show me the oldest. Right, 21st of June, 2025. 17th of June, 2025. Oh, one sec, let me zoom in. It doesn't show any edits past that date, so they basically just deleted the article. That's the oldest edit, is when they changed it. Right. What if we do this? Does this go back for? Sorry for taking the break from the stream, but let me see where this goes back. Oh, now. Oh, I got you now, motherfuckers. I got y'all now, motherfuckers. Yeah, let's do one of these and then do newest. Then we go down to got me 500. I knew I wasn't hallucinating about this shit. All right. Go 2025. Okay, so this is just talking about that. No, it's not showing it. But just to point out, it's coming up on the Google. But in the Wikipedia, it's, oh no, that never existed, apparently. You know what I mean? See how they fucking, they, like, this is the thing as well, like, I noticed after my, like, trans debates, all of a sudden, the date is now changed on Wikipedia. So when it mentions Lupron, all that's been changed now. You know? Crazy. Well, I didn't think they'd ever admit it. Propagandapedia. Yup. The point is, they at least know they can't hide anymore thanks to most independent journals, etc. 100%. I know 100% they all how they all work. When they can't hide it anymore, they delete the evidence of when they were singing a different tune. 100%, man. 100%. Because that Wikipedia article was, this is just a far right, like we read on the thing there. This is the far right conspiracy. This is fear mongering. This is Islamophobia and all this kind of shit. Absolute bastards, man. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded, oh, sorry, no, we were, 13 months in prison on the same day. Right? Same here, Pseudo. Same here. I remember raging at the fucking Wikipedia article. And now it doesn't go back. It only tracks it for the last year, apparently. Oh, we never reported on it back then, or we didn't have an article for it back then. Did as fuck. Although released after 2 months on appeal, the case was reheard in July 2019 and was resentenced to 9 months imprisonment. For violating reporting restrictions. He appealed it, was let out, and then the court reheard it and resentenced him. I thought you couldn't be tried. This is crazy. This sentence combined 6 months for the Leeds offence with 3 months for breaking an earlier suspended contempt order related to a similar incident in Canterbury Crown Court 2017. Oh my god, man. The timing and nature of these prosecutions to many suggest clear retaliation. Robinson had been one of the most high-profile voices highlighting the grooming gang scandal at a time when authorities in Rotherham, Rochdale, and elsewhere were still denying its existence or suppressing evidence. Instead of investigating the gangs he identified, the state focused its resources on imprisoning the man who had drawn public attention to them. The contempt charges ensured that his reporting on ongoing trials was criminalized while the grooming networks continued to operate. There was a prima facie, I think that's prima facie case that repeated use of the courts against Robinson was not about fair justice, but about punishing one of the individuals who forced the grooming gang scandal into the open long before official institutions were willing to act. Like, that's the key thing here. That's like the whole like massive thing about this is that, like, if it wasn't for Tommy willing to do all this shit, would we even be hearing about this now? And going back to my question, like, what do you do when the system that's supposed to protect you, when the system that's supposed to stand for justice stands for injustice and has been weaponized against the nation? Do you have to be willing to go to prison? That's just the question. I'm just asking questions. I'm going to use the Tucker Carlson defense from now on, folks, okay? I'm just asking questions. You know? Sounds like double jeopardy. It is what it is. Fred is a father and information technology specialist, IT specialist, with approximately 6 years' experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. His eldest daughter recognized the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. This experience prompted him to join an online child protection team. For around 2 years, Fred worked as a decoy, posing as a child online to identify adults seeking to groom and sexually exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing sexual communications, which had a severe psychological impact and eventually led him to step back from decoy duties. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus. And again, like I said this at the start of the stream as well, but like anybody in chat, like Sue and all that stuff, if this is too much, like I said, you got Rex Reexamination is doing stream at the moment. There's also the Wilsons are on the whatever podcast as well. Like, again, this is more so just so like kind of like the Theology Thursdays one where it's like, listen, I've read the whole fucking thing and I can prove that I've read the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? But holy fuck, it is difficult to get through. So if you're having any psychological impact, the last thing I want for you guys to fucking like get any impact from me going through this. Because like I said, man, shit going down in Scotland, shit going down in Belfast. Gotta stay safe. Gotta stay safe. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus to developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification, and forensic evidence gathering. His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He has collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted in the identification, tracking, and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child sexual predators. These cases have resulted in arrests, prosecutions, and convictions. At least 4 cases involved attempted child trafficking. He's also identified and provided technical data leading to the shutdown of approximately 30 deep web servers hosting large volumes of child sexual abuse material. My man Fred. Fred has observed that many offenders are repeat perpetrators. And this is why I say, like, death penalty. Death penalty. Okay? Again, a lot of you who've been following me for a while or have seen me on VK would know, like, I used to be, against the death penalty. And can't remember which debate it was, or if it was a VK specifically. But like basically, like I was saying, it's like I even said Easy. It's like, Easy, I'm against the death penalty. He's like, yeah, and I'm like, I'm not anymore. I'm not anymore. Because The only pedophile that doesn't reoffend is the dead pedophile. Simple as. With some convicted multiple times. In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender, and current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent. With some individuals receiving only community orders despite strong evidence. All right. And just to show you, I can't find the article. But in Ireland, basically, it was there maybe a month ago. Pedophile gets a suspended sentence from the judge, and you're like, wait, what? It's crazy. The whole, like, you might hear, like, you know, we're being ruled by, like, with the whole Alex Jones voice, like, we're being ruled by satanic pedophiles, and it's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Give it time, and it will all come out. Fred believes that online grooming could be substantially reduced or eliminated through existing technology and artificial intelligence. Such systems could detect grooming behaviors in real time based on established models. A recurring pattern in the cases Fred has supported is that the vast majority of suspects initiate contact with decoys, suggesting they are actively targeting multiple children. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor linked to a mosque and teaching center at 2 universities. Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information, was submitted to the police. Despite this, the individual appeared to leave Britain shortly after, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. Fred expressed concern about the lack of apparent action in the case despite strong evidence, and noted subsequent cyber attacks on the system originating from the Middle East. Fred has faced direct personal threats, including a life threat from a serious repeat offender with prior convictions for abduction, torture, and rape. Fred provided this testimony to highlight the scale of online grooming, technological opportunities for prevention, and systemic gaps that allow perpetrators to continue offending. Shout out to Fred. Demographics and culture. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds form the core of the rape gangs nationwide. They operated under an honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working class girls, as property available for sexual use because these girls had no male protectors who could retaliate. The men began by showering the girls with attention, gifts, alcohol, and drugs. This then escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transported victims across towns, shared them with friends and family, and sometimes forced conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages. Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw. British girls were not permitted such a defense. This religiously framed exploitation was repeated in every major town and city and beyond. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organized group-based child sexual exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gangs. However, the number of convictions amount only to a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court records or reports, their names have consistently been Muslim in character. According to the 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion. The remainder have no faith recorded. Researcher Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018 with updates in subsequent analysis, drawing from published court outcomes. His examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctively Muslim names, which was a figure echoed in related analysis far exceeding the Muslim proportion at around 6% of the general population of Britain. So let's just, use a nice and easy number of 90%. 90% of the child sexual abuse, right? Or child sexual exploitation. I think it's like that's the official thing, like child sexual exploitation, CSE, right? 90% when the population is 6%. Right? And you could even argue that that's the Muslim proportion. So I'm pretty sure that 6% is including the females. But let's take it at the 6%, right? What happens when the population's 30%? You would expect to see 5 times the amount. Because if 90% of it is that'd be an increase. Right, quick maths. All right, multiply by 5, multiply 9 by 5. Well, sorry, technically you'd have 450% increase. You'd have a 450% increase. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like this whole thing of why do people fear being called racist? What are they willing to give up? Because they're going to be called racist anyways. Like name calling. Like all of this has happened because of name calling. It's ridiculous. The majority of these convicted groups consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 or more members. The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators is on display in major prosecutions and official reviews from locations such as Rochdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating that the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group. So it's not just Pakistani, but it seems to be a broader characteristic of Muslims in general. So we have 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford, 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle, 2 Turkish men in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham, a large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from a diverse Muslim backgrounds: Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings, sentencing records, official inquiries such as those into Rotherham, Rochdale, and others, and public reporting on concluded cases. Recent developments, including ongoing reviews and data audits, for example, national audits and reopened historic cases, continue to examine the scale, characteristics, and patterns of such offending. Now, again, I fucking should have. I don't know if it was. I'm pretty sure it was the. It wasn't a VK. It was when I debated. Fuck. What was his name? Trench. When I debated Trench on Speakeasy's channel. When we had the Iran debate. When what the fuck's the British dude's name? Fuck, I'll try find that on the grift break. But the British dude came on, and I made a point is that like where I brought this up, and he said, "Nah, mate, it's like 80% or like 70 to 80% of all the sexual CSE, it's white British, mate." Right? And how he's pulling that? No, he said it was 85%. And even Piers Morgan has said it as well. They say it's 85% is white British perpetrating the child abuse, not the Muslims. And where they get that figure from is on the government website. It'll say 28% is white British. Then it'll say something like what is it, like 2% is like black, 1% is like South or Asian, and then like from that they'll say, well, like we get like, because 28%, and then it'll be like unreported, right? And then they'll basically balance that and say, 3 off the 30% or so, 31% is like the non-whites. Ergo, the rest of it must be the whites. Like 5 or 6 months ago. Yeah. And what the fuck's his name? What the fuck? Haku. That's his name, Haku. And Haku had a whole fucking like rage fit about it. Like he literally like fucking storms off the show. But what like Piers Morgan and Haku don't realize is like that 85% figure is taken from statistics where 66% of the total CSE, there's no recordings on the background, ethnicity, and all this kind of shit. So take a guess why they're not reporting the ethnicity. Clear from the Henry Novak and from this report why they're not reporting those ethnicities. Because the evidence will be overwhelming. And this is like full total, by the way. But try to dig that out on the grift break. So it might go a little bit long for the grift break, but with regard to the scale of the crimes, this is reflected in conviction records, police data from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian/Pakistani heritage men in certain group-based cases, while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity nationwide. Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared with the classic multi-offender grooming model in larger operations. The term Asian is frequently being applied in media, official statements, and public disclosure to describe the perpetrators in grooming gang cases across Britain. This broad labeling can be misleading. However, because Britain hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations, such as Hindus and Sikhs from India, Buddhists from Japan, Christians from the Philippines, and Vietnam. These populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offences. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than perpetrators in the grooming gang cases that have come to light. Dr. Ella Hill, a survivor of the Rotherham grooming gangs and now a qualified doctor has courageously shared her experiences and reflections in multiple public forums, including testimony to the 2022 J Inquiry, a July 2020 podcast interview, and a 2018 article in The Independent. Her report is entirely consistent with the evidence that we heard at the Rape Gang Inquiry. Following years of repeated sexual violence, severe beatings, and attempted murder by her abusers, her family members were forced to change their surnames and relocate to another part of the country so that she could complete her schooling and later pursue and obtain a medical degree. In her accounts, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. She was explicitly told during the rapes that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. She explained that she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend to groups of Muslim men. She was repeatedly taken to various houses and flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her home, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. She survived these attacks but was left with extensive lacerations and bruisings. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police presenting medical evidence of her injuries, yet each time she was told there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted. Dr. Hill has emphasized that the verbal abuse she endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag, a white whore, a white cunt, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserved punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. Her abusers, she said, operated according to what she termed grooming gang ideology, under which they believed their crimes were religiously justified. In fuller detail, in her submission incorporated into Associate Professor Lisa Oakley's evidence to the 2020 J Inquiry, Dr. Hill stated, "I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show them, Muslims, respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and they stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash. They're all whores. They are lower than shit under your shoe. They don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes down below their knees. White girls show the curves of their body, so they're asking for it." Pieces of shit, man. "They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir, meaning non-Muslim, girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. Only sex with a Muslim woman counts as adultery. If you're not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times I was told that the Quran says, if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers." So again, just remember that aspect when they talk about white supremacy and all this kind of shit. "They believed it was their duty to punish us as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. This is what they were taught by their mothers. And again, this whole aspect of like we never seem to have or hold account the female pedophiles, the females or the women that enable this shit, that protect these perpetrators. They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil and they deserve worse punishment. I was told that in Islam, if a girl or woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or husband, then that means she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was then taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods at age 11. And this whole aspect of anybody who thought like that, queers for Palestine was a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. Because when your average person thinks of queer, they think, oh, that means gay. That's not queer. Queer, like gay is like the what's now like the what would be the term? Gay is like the spearhead. That's what they hide under. But queer is not just homosexual, it's any non-normal sexual habit. So it starts with the gay, but then they do the whole furry thing for bestiality. They also want necrophilia, and they also want pedophilia. So when you see queers for Palestine, that means that the pedophiles are siding with Muslims because Muslims have no issue with having sex with an 11-year-old. It's a religion for pedophiles, essentially. So that's what queers to Palestine means. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of thawing. The Arabic is mufakha, which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children according to some Islamic scriptures. You have to lie down on your back with your legs straight together, and they straddle you and fuck between your legs. Or fuck between your thighs. Oh my god, man. Like, is the death penalty even enough at this stage? Food for thought. I was beaten, strangled, suffocated, and my head held under water, tortured, kicked, and raped over 100 times. I was told if you don't scream when you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape, so you should be stoned to death. I was told, wait, what? So you're stoned if you don't scream. What kind of backwards ass shit is this, bro? I was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad. Oh my fucking god, man. Oh my god, man. And we have to listen to this whole thing of like, Israel's mistreating these people. Oh my god, man. This shit makes me want to support the Greater Israel Project. Some Muslim girls know to scream, but white girls don't, so that's their fault then because they're not Muslim. When I did wear a headscarf to try protect myself from being raped, I was told to get it off, and they raped me again. I now know that all these so-called ways to protect yourself from being raped are rape myths used to excuse perpetrators' criminals' behavior. So earlier on when they're saying, oh, Muslim girls, don't show any curves, it's all bullshit. Because even when you do, don't show any curves and all this kind of stuff. This is crazy. He threatened to kill my parents if my parents tried to stop me seeing them. I was intimidated with guns and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. When I tried to escape, I was told that I had offended their honor, so they had to spill my blood. They did this as an honor attack. Honor killings. All the sexual abuse that I experienced was linked to spiritual abuse or religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools of control to force me to conform to their will. I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. They used their religious moral authority and self-proclaimed elitism to control me through the use of scripture, forced confession, censorship of decision-making, and requirement of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming, and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioning obedience. I experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying, physical, emotional, and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like I was arguing with God. To me, I was actually like I was arguing with the devil. You can say that again. They used their so-called religious moral authority to do the most horrific immoral acts imaginable. The entirely typical experience of survivors known as Sarah and Anna, both of whom were helped by the Christian Legal Center, provided further illustration of the religious elements reported in some grooming gang cases. And we're going to pick it up from there. Like I said, I really need to use the bathroom, and I need to take a break from reading this shit. Holy fucking shit, man. This keeps getting worse. But let me put up the curtains. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me cannot brogue, wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terrier. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. Now with me, little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 night. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country-fied god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinpee, fill me pot.
And we're back, folks. Appreciate you, Pseudo, for the $6 on the Ko-Fi. He also says, sorry, checked in to see the Wilsons on whatever. As much as I love them, I still have a hard time watching the same 10 insufferable 304s over and over. Well, hey, like I said, man, it's hardly any better over here. Like I said, man, I understand this shit is hard to listen to. Like I said, this is more so for just like I said, like the as little of a service as I can give to this. Like just to kind of and to say as well, like that, like I've literally read every single word in this report and done a stream of it, and I have receipts off it, all this kind of stuff as well. So it's mainly just for like record purposes and all this kind of stuff. So if I think like Rex is now doing a stream with Rev as well. So like I said, no pressure to stay and all this kind of stuff. It's mainly just like I said to have the receipts. To have the fucking receipts. I also have that clip with Haku after this as well, just to kind of point out like the sheer problem when you have an Irishman telling a Britishman, an Englishman, I should say, at this, and you'll hear his response where he's like, he's basically doing the whole, you're a racist. You know what I mean? But we'll get into it. Currently on a page 112 out of 219. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah endured a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at the age of 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with Valium, beaten, and raped. At one point, her abuser presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared that they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under Sharia procedure simply by stating, I divorce you 3 times. And she was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continued downstairs, she was raped by her new husband. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, he required her to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was compelled to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu and Punjabi. She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. Sarah made several unsuccessful attempts to escape. On one occasion, after she reported her kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer who switched off the tape recorder and instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned that this officer was imprisoned for child sex offences. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2002. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a Sharia marriage. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. Parents received a fostering allowance from the state. Unbelievable. Anna described her situation as one of domestic slavery, in which she was treated like a maid and repeatedly sexually abused by dozens of men. In Britain, reports from the Metropolitan Police in London alone have indicated an average of 1,125 sexual assaults per year involving unlicensed taxi drivers. A significant portion of the offenders in these cases have been identified as Muslim. A further form of sexual exploitation associated with certain Muslim communities across Britain is marriage trafficking. The Forced Marriage Unit, the FMU, handled 801 cases in 2024 alone concerning girls and women resident in the country who were forced into marriage with men, providing direct support in 229 of those instances. Among the 280 cases where the focus country was recorded in 2023, The 6 countries accounting for the highest numbers were Pakistani 45%, Bangladeshi 13%, Afghanistan 7%, India 3%, and Somalia 3%, and Nigeria 2%. Of those 6, all except India and Nigeria have overwhelmingly Muslim populations. Earlier Home Office figures from 2009 showed that 90% of forced marriage victims in Britain were Muslim. In more recent years, however, the FMU has ceased collecting or publishing data on religion of those involved, a shift that echoes patterns of avoidance seen during the grooming gang investigations. The government is actively trying to run away from responsibility here and accountability. An FMU report stated, "Forced marriage is not a problem specific to one country, religion, or culture. The FMU does not record data on religion. No major faith in the UK advocates forced marriage." Unbelievable. Freely given consent is a prerequisite of Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh marriages. Is a fuck. Although forced marriage occurs in various communities and is not unique to Muslims, statistics show a clear overrepresentation of Muslims among those involved in forced marriage cases. It is also inaccurate to claim that Islam mandates a woman's consent for marriage. Similar patterns of sexual offenses disproportionately involving Muslim men have been reported in other Western countries with significant Muslim immigrant populations. In the Netherlands, considerable media coverage is focused on so-called lover boys, who are predominantly Moroccan Muslim men. These individuals first seduce Dutch girls, often teenagers, and then coerce them into prostitution in order to profit from their earnings. According to a 2001 report by the Amsterdam-based child rights organization, approximately 5,000 ordinary Dutch schoolgirls aged 13 to 14 from typical family backgrounds have been lured into prostitution by lover boys. The documentary film Lover Boys, directed by Julia Rook, follows the work of Ibrahim, a Dutch-Moroccan social worker supporting both the perpetrators and their victims. Unbelievable. In Sweden, a 2021 academic study examining Swedish rape offenders concluded that nearly half of the convicted individuals were born outside Sweden, with immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa being markedly overrepresented among them. In Australia, 9 Lebanese Muslim men were convicted in 2002 of gang raping white girls. Contemporary media reports at the time indicated that police were aware of over 60 male victims linked to the group, although the convictions related to the rapes of 7 girls. Police seized a mobile phone message from one of the perpetrators that read, "When you're feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up." When you're feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up. Statistics. Offender data from the 2017 Quilliam Foundation analysis, together with recent independent investigations, reveal a consistent, disproportionate involvement of Muslim men, overwhelmingly of Pakistani heritage, in group-based CSE. The 250,000 figure is not a precise count. No such count exists because British state has failed to record it. But we may regard it as a conservative estimate that accounts for the organized, repeated nature of the abuse, many girls raped hundreds of times by multiple perpetrators, and decades of institutional concealment. Analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child sexual exploitation from 2005 to 2017 found that 84%, so 222 offenders, were South Asian, with the vast majority Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% black. Additional context from expert commentary includes statements by Dr. Taj Hargey, in an imam at the Oxford Islamic congregation, who observed that virtually every individual in these grooming gangs appears to be Muslim, estimating that 95% of those involved are of Muslim faith. And again, I'm going to repeat that 95% of those are involved of Muslim faith. That is coming from an imam. That is coming from an imam himself. Okay? I'm going to be playing a video of a British dude that's going to deny this and try to say that it's actually white dudes that are the perpetrators. As previously stated, Peter McLaughlin's research indicates that approximately 87% of rape gang convictions were of people with distinctively Muslim names. These figures stand in marked contrast to the much smaller proportion of Pakistani or Muslim communities within the overall population of modern Britain. Muslims are approximately 6.5% and Pakistanis are around 2.1%, according to the most recent census data. Multiple examinations, including police data from various forces, national audits, and independent reviews, have documented this overrepresentation in group-based offending of this nature, even as some earlier official narratives emphasized no single community profile or sought to downplay ethnic patterns. The number of reported rapes in the United Kingdom has risen substantially since 1997, when the era of large-scale mass immigration into the country commenced under Blair. Official police record, and again, Tony Blair was a conservative. He was the leader of the Conservative Party. Right? Official police recorded crime for England and Wales indicate that rape offences stood at approximately 8,593 in the year 2000, a figure closely aligned with levels observed in the late 1990s, prior to major changes in recording practices. By the year ending March 2025, police recorded that rape offences had increased to over 70,000, according to figures published by the Office for National Statistics, reflecting a rise of exceeding 800%. So just again, this whole thing of diversity is our strength. We welcome everybody. We welcome migrants. Just think back to all those fucking posters that you see at those rallies, at those socialist rallies. Refugees welcome. Diversity is our strength. Multiculturalism. All those women that are, let's welcome the world. Open the borders. Those feminists. Are essentially advocating to increase the rape statistics by over 800%. Let that penny drop for a second. After accounting for population growth of around 15% during the intervening years. And this is when I say it's like, what happens if that population of like 6% of the Muslims, not even just the Pakistani. The Pakistani is only like 2%. They're 80% of it. What happens if that goes up to 10? You know what I mean? Multiply that by 5. That'd be a 4,000 increase in the rapes. In stark contrast, Poland, which maintained relatively low levels of immigration throughout the same period, has experienced a decline in reported rapes. Polish National Police data showed 2,399 recorded rape offences in 2000, falling to 1,127 by 2023, a reduction of more than 50%, with a stable population of approximately 38 million. This equates to a per capita rate of around 3 rapes per 100,000. residents in recent years, compared with over 100 per 100,000 in the United Kingdom. So 3 versus 100. So what we can extrapolate from that is that these mass immigration policies, multiculturalism, the diversity is our strength, is 33 times. Remember that 4,000 figure I was talking about? 3,300% increase in rapes. That's what these feminists are advocating for. What these socialists are advocating for. But hey, I'm a racist Nazi. Unbelievable. These comparative patterns draw from official sources, highlight divergent trends between the two nations. References include the Office for National Statistics Bulletin on sexual offences in England and Wales for the year ending March 2025. The Home Office Historical Police recorded crime tables and Eurostat police recorded offences data alongside Polish national statistics compiled via Statistia for the period covering 2000 to 2023. Per capita calculations further underscore the scale of disparity when relative population sizes are considered. These figures indicate that rape gangs are a specific ethno-religious phenomenon, with Muslims, especially Pakistani Muslims, significantly overrepresented. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, it's tough to listen to, but makes me grateful to live in America. 100%, bro. 100%. Okay, got to be at work at 6 a.m. Got to be ready for bed. I'll catch you in the next stream. I'm home for 100%. Appreciate you stopping by, Pseudo. But yeah, this is just remember that figure of 3 per 100,000 in Poland versus 100 per 100,000 in Britain. And that's if you keep the same like weighting or same kind of like percentage figures. All right. Meaning that you're keeping the same ratio from Pakistani Muslims to white British to all this thing. Now, bear in mind that with birth rates, you're technically in a population decline from the white British side, at least. Which means the white British figure is only going to go down, and you're only going to increase the likes. You're only going to increase the rates of like Pakistani Muslim. So it's actually more than what I'm saying in terms of that 3,300% increase. But that's what they're advocating for. That's their outcome. Now, do they realize that's what they're... No. But when you point it out, what did they call you? Racist, Nazi, Islamophobe, misogynist. They accuse you of being the misogynist. Unbelievable, man. The influence of Islam. Muslim treatment of non-Muslims worldwide. Britain is not a unique case. This sort of thing goes on anywhere that either welcomes mass immigration from Muslim countries or contains long-established Muslim populations. There is a consistent pattern of sexual violence directed against non-Muslim minorities in settings where Muslims form the majority. Across Britain, as we've noted, girls from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds have also been targeted by Muslim gangs. Unlike the white British majority, these non-Muslim immigrant populations were never prevented from organizing as a collective to their own. In doing so, as was their duty, the network of Sikh organizations drew attention to the appalling treatment of non-Muslims in Pakistan. We need only look at the appalling treatment of girls from minority faiths in Pakistan, where Christian, Hindu, and Sikh girls are kidnapped, forced to convert to Islam, and married, to get an understanding of the underlying motivations. In 2018, around 1,000 girls in Pakistan's Sindh province alone suffered this fate. In many cases, perpetrators are granted impunity due to corruption and convenience with local officials. In April 2024, UN human rights experts expressed serious alarm regarding the vulnerability of minority girls in Pakistan to forced religious conversions and forced marriages. Their press release highlighted that Christian and Hindu girls in particular faced heightened risks of abduction, trafficking, child forced marriage, domestic servitude, and sexual violence. Human rights groups and media reports, including a 2021 BBC investigation, have estimated that thousands of non-Muslim girls, primarily Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs, are abducted annually in Pakistan, compelled to convert to Islam, and forced into marriage with their abductors. One documented case involved Farah, a 12-year-old Christian girl abducted from her home in June 2020 by 3 Muslim men, raped, and forced to perform household labor as a slave. A common sequence in these cases sees a girl abducted, coerced into signing a conversion certificate, and swiftly married to a Muslim man. Police in Pakistan frequently side with the abductors over the girl's family. When parents pursue legal action, courts tend to uphold the legitimacy of the conversion. Birth certificates may be falsified to indicate that the girl is not a minor. Contact with her family is typically blocked. Following conversion to Islam, non-Muslim parents lose all authority over their child, as Islamic law prohibits non-Muslims from exercising guardianship over Muslims, including their own offspring. So, this whole aspect of looking at Pakistan and how do these Muslims even act in Pakistan? Because this whole thing of like if you spend enough time, Speaker's Corner, or just talking to these Muslims, like they want to implement Sharia law. And once that's enacted, they'll just like, it's more so just like use the rules whatever way so we can get our own way, and then we just basically do this thing of, well, now the system you can't even appeal it in the system. There is no justice. There's only Sharia, where you're a second-class citizen. The evidence from grooming gang convictions across Britain repeatedly shows a Muslim background among many of the perpetrators. When this is viewed alongside similar patterns of sex crimes observed both in countries of origin for immigrants and in Muslim-majority societies, it offers compelling grounds to consider that elements of Islam are contributing to the grooming gang scourge in our country. While it is unsurprising that a religion can shape and regulate sexual behavior, the suggestion that Islam might play a role in driving sex crimes remains deeply uncomfortable for some in the liberal West. And again, I have a clip. I have a clip for this that I'm going to play after this, folks. Even so, the possibility of an Islamic influence on these crimes cannot be dismissed. The available data strongly points towards it as a hypothesis that merits serious examination. The impact of any religion on individual behavior is rarely direct and unmediated. It is heavily filtered through culture, which a religion can gradually reshape over generations. Not all Muslim communities or societies are influenced by Islam to the same degree or in the same manner. Minority Muslim populations may behave differently from majority ones. For instance, conviction of Indian origin Muslim men in grooming gang cases across Britain are notably rare compared with those of Pakistani heritage. This disparity may relate to a demographic context. Muslims form only about 14% of India's population, Hindus comprising around 80%, placing them in a minority position where social and legal restraints differ markedly from Pakistan, where Muslims dominate overwhelmingly and non-Muslims constitute a small, often marginalized minority. In such a setting, exploiting non-Muslim neighbors becomes far easier. At least 8 theological aspects of Islam may contribute to cultural patterns that enable or normalize the sexual abuse of non-Muslim girls. These include: number 1, the doctrine of Muslim superiority; number 2, the principle of loyalty and disavowal; number 3, male dominance over women; number 4, enforced seclusion and veiling of women; number 5, forced marriage combined with the absence of a fixed minimum age of consent. It's the pedophile religion. This is why queers for Palestine. Number 6, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous or fitna. Number 7, the historical Sharia institution of slavery. And number 8, the system of dhimmitude. These are all rooted in classical Islamic theology, up to and including Islamic jurisprudence. But even in Sharia-governed nations, adaptations are common, such as setting a minimum marriage age or restricting unilateral divorce by men in order to lessen the harsher effects on women. Muslim supremacism. Islam holds that those who are righteous and truly fear God, meaning Muslims, are inherently superior to those who reject God's commands, namely non-Muslims. This idea is captured in Quran chapter 3, Surah 110. You, meaning Muslims, are the best nation, raised up for humankind, commanding what is good and forbidding what is wrong, and believing in Allah. If only the people of the book, i.e. Christians and Jews, believed, it would be better for them. Some among them are believers, but most are perverted. The verse positions Muslims as the finest community, entrusted by God with the duty to enjoin good and prohibit evil. This responsibility can be understood as authorizing Muslims to correct, compel, or if needed, punish non-Muslims, potentially through coercion or force. Other Quranic passages affirm Islam's ultimate supremacy over all religions in Surah 48:28. It is He, meaning Allah, who has sent His messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth, meaning Islam, to make it triumph over every religion. Non-Muslims who refuse Islam are described in harsh terms, such as in Surah 8:55. Surely the worst of animals in Allah's sight are rejectors of Islam. They do not believe. The concept of Muslim superiority is closely linked to derogatory views of non-Muslims. For instance, Surah 9:28 labels associators, a pejorative term encompassing Christian, Jews, and other non-Muslims, as unclean or najis. These teachings can provide a religious justification that bolsters an abuser's conviction of their own superiority and facilitates the dehumanization of non-Muslim victims. In her July 2020 podcast interview, Rotherham survivor Dr. Ella Hill described abusive language and acts that embodied this sense of superiority. She recounted being made to bend down and kiss her perpetrator's feet as a deliberate act to underscore her inferiority. She also spoke of another Rotherham victim who, during gang rapes by dozens of men, was forced to lick their feet clean because they believed they were morally superior to her. Hill observed, "It is a Muslim superiority thing. They believe they have maximum moral authority to command the people beneath them to lick their feet." She further noted that her rapists viewed non-Muslim habits as inherently impure. If you're eating pork, you're unclean, you're dirty. If you use a knife and fork, you're dirty. If you don't eat your food with your hands. Unbelievable. Us and them mindset. The Islamic principle known as al-wala bara, loyalty and disavowal, commands Muslims to direct their love and allegiance towards what pleases God while hating, avoiding, and distancing themselves from what displeases Him. In essence, it calls for loving and supporting fellow believers and rejecting non-believers. This teaching draws on several Quranic verses, including, "Let not the believers take the disbelievers as allies rather than of believers. Whoever does that has nothing from God unless you guard yourselves as precaution." Surah 3:28. And, "You who believe, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are allies of each other. Whoever of you takes them as allies is already one of them. Surely God does not guide the people who are evildoers, i.e. non-Muslims. Yet you see those in whose hearts is a sickness. They are quick to turn to them. Whoever takes God as an ally and His messenger Muhammad, and those who believe, meaning the Muslims, surely the party of God, they are the victors." Surah 5:51, 52, and 56. "There was a good example for you in Abraham and those who were with him, when they said to their people, surely we are quit of you and what you serve instead of God. We repudiate you, and between us and you enmity has appeared, and hatred forever until you believe in God alone." Surah 64. These passages emphasize that Muslims should maintain strong bonds within the Muslim community while keeping non-Muslims at a distance and harboring enmity towards them. The Quran warns that God views non-Muslims with contempt, and that Muslims who befriend, ally with, or associate closely with them risk being regarded by God as disbelievers themselves. While some Muslims downplay this doctrine, revivalist movements, which have gained considerable influence in Western countries, have actively promoted it, presenting strict adherence to loyalty and disavowal as vital for the Muslim community's success in carrying out its divine mission. Beyond its theological role, loyalty and disavowal has profoundly shaped certain Islamic cultures. In such environments, many Muslims feel strong pressure not to say or do anything that could damage the image of the Muslim community or bring discredit to Islam. Within an honor and shame-based framework, reinforced by these values, speaking out to outsiders about wrongdoing committed by fellow Muslims is often seen as an act of betrayal. This dynamic can have serious real-world consequences. For example, in her book The Imam's Daughter in 2009, Hanan, later known as Hannah, described her experience as a 14 or 15-year-old Pakistani teenager in Britain. After confiding in a female teacher that her father, an imam, was beating her, the teacher informed the deputy head, who arranged for a male Pakistani Muslim social worker to meet with her at school. Initially terrified because of his background, Hanan eventually opened up to him about being treated as a domestic servant, fearing a forced marriage, and enduring physical abuse. That same afternoon, she returned home to find a social worker speaking with her father and relaying everything she had said. While the social worker was present, her father acted kindly, but once he left, her father subjected her to severe beating and rape, threatened to kill her if she ever spoke again, and imprisoned her in the cellar for days. When Hanan later encountered the social worker at school and refused further contact, he repeatedly told her, "Hey, I was just doing what I thought was right. You know that. It's not right to betray your community." Oh my fucking god. Similar patterns have appeared in accounts from grooming gang survivors. Some have described approaching the police only to be interviewed by Muslim officers who switched off the recording device and urged her to abandon her complaint due to supposed lack of evidence. A deeply ingrained culture of enforced loyalty and community protection can discourage individuals from reporting abuses or providing evidence against members of their own group. Had the social worker in Hanan's case reported her disclosures to the police, leading to her father facing criminal charges, he would have exposed himself and, by extension, those associated with him, to the serious risk of being labeled a traitor within the community. The prominent Indian Pakistani Muslim thinker and revivalist Abdul Allah Mahudidi, in his influential work Let Us Be Muslims from 2016, maintained that Muslims cannot achieve true success until their highest allegiance is given to God and to the Muslim Ummah, meaning community. The doctrine of loyalty and disavowal exerts particularly strong pressure when Muslims live as a minority in a non-Muslim host societies. In such settings, as they seek to preserve and assert a powerful collective identity, Muslims may even place a greater emphasis on internal solidarity and separation from non-believers than they would in their countries of origin. Welcome in, Farir. I don't know if I want to say yet, but I think we've passed the worst of it. Holy shit, man. Like, like the thoughts running through my head right now. Can't even say because of YouTube TOS. But, and like I said, I'm going to be playing a clip after this as well, where you're going to hear a British man, an English man, call me racist, say I just don't like brown people, when I'm quoting him the statistic that 80 or 85 or 90% of this CSE, the child exploitation, is from Pakistani Muslim men. And it's this whole thing, you're racist. I'm a loving, moral person who welcomes in the community, the international community, all this bullshit. Me being an Irishman, him being an Englishman, I'm telling him what's going on in his country, and he won't believe me. And he rage quits off the panel from 2 months ago. But let's get into it. Superiority and dominance over men over women. Islam establishes that men hold the position of managers or maintainers over women, as stated in Surah 434, where the role involves ensuring women remain under their proper state. Under Islamic law, every woman remains under the guardianship of a male relative. Normally, this is her father. Should the father be unable to serve due to death, loss of mental capacity, or apostasy from Islam, specified order of male relatives from the paternal line steps in, starting with the paternal grandfather, then sons, brothers, nephews, and uncles. Surah 434 further authorizes men to discipline their wives, including through physical violence. Numerous authoritative sources and Sharia regulations reinforce the notion of women's inferiority to men. Surah 228 declares that men hold a rank above women. Prophet Muhammad stated that women are deficient in both religion and intelligence relative to men, and in the same hadith, he noted that women form the majority of those in hell. He also taught that if a woman or a dog passes in front of a praying man, prayer is invalidated. The reason mosques position men with their backs to women during prayer. Sharia obliges a wife to engage in sexual intercourse with her husband whenever he desires it, even if she refuses. Muhammad said the angels will curse her until morning. Divorce under Sharia strongly favors men. A husband may unilaterally divorce his wife without stating a reason, simply by pronouncing "I divorce you" 3 times. For a wife obtaining a divorce, it is far more difficult, typically involving a formal legal process and often a financial cost. Following divorce, the mother may retain physical custody of young children up to a particular age. The father retains legal guardianship. Moreover, if the mother remarries, she loses the right to have children from her previous marriage reside with her. Sharia rules on evidence further diminish women's status, valuing a woman's testimony at half that of a man's. Inheritance laws under Sharia generally allocate women half the share given to men. For example, a son receives twice the portion of a daughter. A wife or wives together inherit 1/4 of a husband's estate if he leaves no children, or 1/8 if he does leave children. In contrast, a husband inherits half his wife's estate if she has no children, or 1/4 if she does. Sharia's approach to rape also disadvantages women. Rape is categorized as a form of zina, illicit sexual intercourse, same offense that covers adultery and fornication. Zina is defined as sexual intercourse between a man and a woman who is neither his wife nor his slave. There is no distinct offense of rape. It is treated as coerced zina. A marital rape is not recognized. Penalty for the rapist mirrors that for consensual extramarital sex. 100 lashes for an unmarried person, or stoning to death for one who is or has been married. When a woman accuses a man of rape, her consent is presumed unless both the act of penetration and her lack of consent are proven by 4 male eyewitnesses who either directly observed the man's penis entering the woman's vagina. Naturally, the presence of 4 men witnessing a rape without intervening makes it highly improbable they would testify in the victim's favor. Should a woman allege rape but fail to produce the 4 required male witnesses, she risks being convicted of zina on the basis of her own accusation. 2003, Pakistani's National Commission of the Status of Women reported that up to 88% of women imprisoned in Pakistan were rape or gang rape victims who, unable to meet the 4-witness requirement, were instead convicted of illicit sex. Taken together, these Sharia provisions that institutionalize male dominance over women exert a profound influence. In culture shaped by Islam, boys can be raised to grow into men who assume rightful control over the woman in their lives, confident in their inherent superiority. Exclusion of women. Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It is widely recognized that a Muslim woman must cover most of her body when appearing in public. Additionally, Sharia grants a male guardian the authority to restrict a girl or woman's movements, allowing him to confine a wife or daughter to the home and permit her to only leave when accompanied by a male relative and for a valid reason. This is reflected in Surah 33:33, which instructs women, "Stay in your house and do not flaunt yourselves." One consequence of Sharia-derived culture of covering and seclusion is that a woman who appears in public without covering or remains outside the protected space of the home may be culturally perceived as unguarded and therefore sexually available or promiscuous. The notion that an uncovered woman invites molestation is suggested in Surah 33:59 of the Quran, where Muhammad is instructed that his wives and daughters should cover themselves so they are not abused. Certain Islamic preachers have explicitly endorsed this view. Following the high-profile convictions of Muslim men of Lebanese background for rape in Sydney, Australia, the country's Grand Mufti Sheikh Taj al-Din al-Hilali controversially placed blame on the victims for not being covered and not remaining in their homes. He stated, if you take out uncovered meat and place it outside without cover and the cats come to eat it, whose fault is it? The cats or the uncovered meats? The uncovered meat is the problem. If she was in her room, in her home, in her hijab, no problem would have occurred. In making these remarks, Sheikh al-Hilali was presenting Islamic norms as the remedy to crimes of the kind committed by rape gangs. According to this perspective, if individuals adopted Islam and adhered to its rules, women and girls would be protected from such abuses because they would be kept secluded, placed under permanent male supervision, and rendered invisible to outsiders. Forced marriage and the age of consent. Under Sharia, marriage takes the form of a contract arranged between two men, the groom and the bride's male guardian, her wali. The structure closely resembles a contract of sale. The groom pays an agreed sum, known as the mahr, to the bride, and in exchange she becomes sexually available to him. Islamic jurisprudence sets no minimum age at which a girl or a woman may be married. Religious authorities permit a father to arrange a marriage for his daughter even while she is still an infant. Prophet Muhammad himself married Aisha when she was 6, an arrangement made between Muhammad and her father, and consummated the marriage when she was 9. The Quran itself addresses the remarriage of a divorced girl who has not yet reached menstruation. Surah 65:4. Sharia distinguishes between types of guardians. The bride's father or paternal grandfather is termed the forcing guardian because certain schools of Islamic law allow him to compel a virgin daughter or granddaughter into marriage without her consent. The notion that a girl must reach a particular age before she can consent to sexual activity is foreign to Islam. In Islam teaching, the only lawful context for a woman to consent to sex is through marriage, and even that consent is not always required. Significantly, the Arabic term nikah denotes both marriage and sexual intercourse. Sharia, in effect, merges the two concepts. An unmarried woman is forbidden from engaging in sex, while a married woman has no right under Sharia to refuse sexual relations with her husband. Hadiths further state that a virgin silence constitutes consent to marriage. This merging of consent to marriage and consent to sex sheds light on Dr. Hill's account that her rapists interpreted their victim's silence as consent to the rape, drawing on these same hadiths. Islamic scholars differ on the degree of physical or emotional maturity needed for sexual intercourse within marriage. Some hold that the onset of puberty serves as the threshold for readiness, though Muhammad consummated his marriage with the 9-year-old Aisha before she reached puberty, and others permit tying intercrural sex with a wife who is menstruating or is considered too young for vaginal penetration. This practice Dr. Hill also described. These observations suggest that Muslim grooming gangs may exhibit religious and cultural indifference to the concept of age of consent. In an interview, Andrew Norfolk, one of the first journalists to expose Britain's rape gang scandal, stated that although Islam prohibits sex outside marriage, all 4 schools of Islamic jurisprudence teach that a girl can be married when she reaches puberty, which on average in Britain is 11. When the Muslim Brotherhood government took power in Egypt, one of the new laws they were going to introduce was to lower the age of consent from 18 to 13, and disappointment was voiced by certain Salafis and Muslim Brotherhood scholars that it wasn't 9. Islamic State had 9 as the permissible age for marriage. I don't think there's the same sense of wrongness and shame in some cases about having sex with a 12-year-old girl. Female sexuality. Islamic canonical sources portray women as possessing sexual desires that are at least as strong as man's, if not stronger, and view those desires as potentially harmful to men. Prophet Muhammad stated, "After me, I have not left any trial more severe to men than women." The Arabic term fitna used here denotes a severe trial that can involve seduction or temptation, leading people astray from faith, and it also carries connotations of chaos that disrupts social harmony. Muhammad further suggested that men are susceptible to sexual temptation, explaining that Allah has preordained a proportion of zina, unlawful sexual intercourse, for every man. Allah has written for the son of Adam his inevitable share of zina whether he is aware of it or not. One practical expression of anxiety over women's sexuality is the practice of female genital mutilation, which various schools of Islamic law either require or strongly recommend as a way to curb excessive female sexual desire. Another reflection of the perceived danger proposed by female sexuality is the strict separation of the sexes enforced through practices such as veiling women's bodies, restricting them to the home, and the Quranic directive against men and women gazing at one another. Tell the believing man that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts. That is pure for them. Surely Allah is aware of what they do. And say to the believing woman that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts and not show their charms. Surah 24:30-31. Dr. Hill described being subjected to this rule in practice. I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. He was informed that if a woman looks at a man, that means she wants to have sex with him. Although female sexuality is seen as a source of fitna, Sharia signs men regarded as more rational and better able to exercise self-restraint, the God-given responsibility to oversee and regulate women. In this perspective, a woman who fails to comply with Sharia norms, for instance by appearing unveiled and unaccompanied in public, represents a danger to social order. In such a framework, responsibility for any sexual assault she suffers is often attributed to her own behavior, especially when combined with notions of the inherent impurity of non-Muslims. This outlook leads to non-Muslim women who appear uncovered and move freely without male supervision being labeled as sluts, who are eager to entice men. In this cultural context, a Muslim man who engages in sexual activity with such a woman bears no blame. Fault lies entirely with the woman. Islamic teachings concerning the perilous nature of female sexuality and the moral inferiority of non-Muslims can reinforce and legitimize the pattern, attributing responsibility to the victim. Jihad and sex slavery. Islamic Sharia contains detailed regulations governing armed conflict, including provisions related to institution of slavery. In Islamic law, slavery arises as a consequence of warfare against non-Muslims, the infidels. Non-Muslim captives taken in such conflicts are regarded as lawfully enslaved simply by virtue of their capture. These captives may be allocated to Muslim combatants as part of their war booty. They can be subsequently sold, ransomed, or retained in slavery. Historical records show that during the Prophet Muhammad's lifetime, Muslim forces enslaved women captured from enemy groups in more than a dozen military engagements. Under Sharia, sexual relations between a male owner and his female captive slave do not constitute zina. This is explicitly authorized in multiple Quranic passages and supported by numerous hadith precedents. Moreover, Muhammad taught that a married non-Muslim woman captured in war is automatically divorced from her previous husband by the act of capture itself. As a result, sexual intercourse between her Muslim captor owner and the formerly married captive does not amount to adultery. At first glance, it may appear incongruous to connect the classic Islamic institution of slavery to the sexual abuse of white girls in contemporary Britain, yet the historical record reveals a long-standing pattern of Islamic enslavement and sexual exploitation of white women. Historians estimate that between the 16th and 19th centuries, approximately 1 million Europeans were seized for profit as part of the Barbary slave trade. In March 1786, when Thomas Jefferson and John Adams inquired of Tripoli's ambassadors to France why the Barbary states waged war on the nations that had not attacked them, Sidi Haji Abdul Rahman reportedly answered, "It was written in their Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the Prophet were sinners, whom it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim who was slain in the warfare was sure to go to paradise." He said also, that the men who was the first aboard a vessel had one slave over and above his share. In recent times, Islamic terrorist groups such as ISIS have openly asserted the right to revive Islamic slavery, a significant contemporary legal debate among Muslim scholars concerning the proper classification of Western countries that now host large Muslim immigrant populations. In classical Islamic jurisprudence, any non-Muslim nation was presumptively categorized as Dar al-Harb, the house of war, from which Muslims had the right and duty to take slaves, as articulated by Tripoli ambassador. Medieval Sharia treated Dar al-Harb as default status for infidel territories. Doctrine attributed to Muhammad further obliges Muslims residing Dar al-Harb to form migration to a territory governed by Islam, particularly if they cannot freely practice their faith. This duty to migrate continues to be emphasized by many Salafi groups. In modern times, however, various adaptations have emerged to accommodate changed realities. Some authorities now classify Western nation as Dar al-Dawa, house of propagation, where Muslims enjoy freedom to invite others to Islam. In such circumstances, the obligation to wage jihad is thought to have been suspended. Other scholars maintain that an implicit covenant of security exists for Muslim migrants to the West. They are permitted to live and operate freely in exchange for refraining from jihad against the host society. It is worth emphasizing that the alternative classifications of Western countries, such as Dar al-Dawa or tacit covenant of security, serve only to postpone rather than eliminate the traditional obligation to engage in jihad. For at least some Muslims with radical inclinations, the issue is not whether jihad will eventually be required, but merely when the appropriate moment arrives. Certain Muslim men, lacking deep scholarly knowledge, often rationalize their grooming gang offenses by mentally recasting their victims in the role of legitimate slave property under Islamic framework. In Rotherham, for instance, one perpetrator named Muhammad branded his victims with the letter M as a mark of ownership. Survivors have described being compelled to perform domestic tasks such as cooking and cleaning for their captors, while enduring repeated sexual violation, mirroring the treatment of household slaves. Journalist Andrew Norfolk captured this mindset when he observed, "Some of these Muslim kids have got an idea, probably because it's quite convenient for them, that Britain's been designated a land of war, so certain things have become permissible in terms of the enemy. Think if some of these guys think it's okay to do stuff to white girls that they wouldn't dream of doing to Muslim girls." 100%. We got Dan saying, "Why are European leaders such cooks over there? They'll let Muslim migrants do this to their daughters as long as it gets them votes." I've got a clip waiting. We'll hear directly from a British dude. A British lefty. Stay tuned. It's a good one. Timitude, Islam's treatment of conquered non-Muslim peoples. How much are we going to be doing in terms of the Islam? Okay. Oh, we're going to be getting onto the homegrown. I might actually play the clip in terms of the homegrown, but Timitude, we're almost through Islam, okay? Islamic jurisprudence also addresses the treatment of non-Muslim populations conquered through jihad. Classical Sharia rules on jihad, defined as warfare waged against non-Muslims to extend the dominion of Islam, crystallized during the medieval era. As we've just noted, these rules divided the world into two fundamental categories: the House of Islam, territories governed by Islamic authority, and the House of War, territories under non-Muslim control. Under this framework, non-Muslims fell into one of two groups. Those residing within the House of Islam were considered protected, provided they fulfilled specific obligations and were not legitimate targets of military action. By contrast, those living in the House of War could lawfully be fought, defeated, and upon capture, enslaved. When non-Muslim communities came under Islamic rule, they were granted conditional tolerance through a formal surrender agreement known as the Dhimma Pact. This arrangement allowed dhimmis, protecting non-Muslims, to retain their religion, but only on the condition that the adult males paid an annual tax called the jizya, and that entire community observed a range of restrictive regulations. As the renowned commentator Ibn Kathir explained, these rules were designed to ensure their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. If a dhimmi community was deemed to have violated the pact, whether by failing to pay the jizya or by breaching any of the imposed conditions, Islamic law permitted the resumption of jihad. In such circumstances, the full Sharia regulations of war apply. Adult males could be killed, women and children enslaved, and the property of non-Muslims seized as spoils. The dhimmi framework imposed a permanent condition of insecurity on Christian and other non-Muslims populations under Muslim sovereignty. It has supplied a religiously sanctioned cultural template that continues to underpin the abduction, forced conversion, and coerced marriage of non-Muslim girls in places such as Egypt and Pakistan. One way to view the involvement or lack thereof of British state officials in the rape gang scandal is as an incorporation of dhimmi-like submissiveness. The mindset prioritizes defense to Islam and Muslims above all else, while dismissing or assigning fault to non-believers. From this perspective, the failure of authorities to act decisively against the grooming gang issue might represent a significant step in the gradual Islamification of Britain. Islamic clan culture. Evidence from the author and the activist Ayan Hirsi Ali at the inquiry highlights that the grooming and rape gangs operating in towns such as Rotherham, Rochdale, and others are not isolated instances of criminality, but stem from imported pre-modern clan systems embedded within certain ethno-cultural communities, reinforced by specifically Islamic collectivism. As before stated, the crimes disproportionately involve perpetrators from Pakistan heritage backgrounds with patterns rooted in honor and shame-based dynamics that are wholly anathema to British norms. The behavior is deeply tied to tribunal structures prevalent in parts of Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Middle East, North Africa, and Somalia. Family honor is primarily vested in the conduct, modesty, and virginity of girls and women. Strict codes require obedience, covering, and restricted interaction with outsiders. Breaches within the community trigger severe sanctions, including honor killings or collective retaliation by male clan members. When the target is a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls perceived as unguarded, dressed in Western style, and lacking male protectors, the risk calculation shifts. No retaliation is expected from the girl's family or community, though some young men feel emboldened to treat her as property and then approach, assault, groom, share among the group, and sell her services. This purported view of women escalates into organized networks that traffic girls across regions. Impunity fuels cycle. Initial assaults without consequences create a perception of Britain as a place where such behavior carries no risk, turning vulnerable girls into commodified products. A key contrast emerged in evidence when similar gangs targeted Sikh girls. The Sikh community mobilized men to confront to deter the perpetrators effectively. White working class girls lacked equivalent collective protection, not least because authorities often silence concerns with accusations of racism, allowing the abuse to persist and expand into modern-day slavery. Even second, third, or fourth generation immigrants raised in Britain continue these patterns, acting as demographic clusters where the clan system reproduces itself and intensifies regardless of the wider culture. Ongoing immigration from such clandestine backwaters serves only to replenish and strengthen such communities. While the foundational system is a tribal rather than purely religious, Islamic elements provide ideological justification, communal shielding, and strategic expansion. Perpetrators sometimes hide actions from families, mosques, and imams because their behavior brings disgrace to the community. Yet remorse toward British victims is limited because non-Muslim girls are not viewed as fully human individuals deserving protection, but as unprotected outsiders available for abuse without moral consequence. This fosters widespread silence within affected communities. The inquiry evidence points to a fundamental clash of worlds across the West. Our historic respect for the individual has, thanks to mass immigration, been overpowered by more primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere, according to which group membership matters first and foremost. The elite obsession with diversity has invited the latter to take advantage of the former. Scarce words like Islamophobia and racism have been deployed to exploit the goodwill of Western host societies, paralyzing investigation and enforcement. And we're about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen, right? Because I have live footage of this. Let me check this chapter out. Okay. So when we get down to the law section, I think we'll play the clip. Homegrown enabling factors, Islamophobia and political correctness. Concerns have been long raised that fear of accusations of Islamophobia has inhibited open discussion and effective action on group-based child sexual exploitation cases, particularly those involving grooming gangs. A series of reports and analysis from think tank Policy Exchange have documented how the charge of Islamophobia has been deployed to challenge, intimidate, or discredit individuals and organizations attempting to highlight the issue. In a 2025 research note titled The Rotherham Grooming Gang Scandal and the Creators of the Islamophobia Definition, Policy Exchange examined connections between the scandal in Rotherham and the development of a contested definition of Islamophobia by the all-party parliamentary group on Muslims. The report highlighted the role of key APBG staff member from Rotherham, Mubin Hussain, who in 2015 organised a community protest against South Yorkshire police, accusing them of scapegoating Muslims amid the grooming investigations, actions described by some local figures as inquiries as unhelpful to addressing the issue. It also tells us a great deal about the politically correct institutional culture within Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council that in attendance at a safeguarding strategy meeting dated June 6, 2000, was an anti-racism coordinator named Bulpinder Ki Mauku. Similar themes appear in Policies Exchange June 2025 publication, How to Not Tackle Grooming Gangs, which argues that accusations of Islamophobia, independent of any formal definition, have been used to suppress exposure of the scandal and the pursuit of justice for victims. It recommends pausing government work on an official Islamophobia definition until the conclusions of a national grooming gangs inquiry be known. Politicians have echoed these worries in relation to proposed definitions. Shadow Equalities Minister Claire Coutinho has warned that adopting such a definition, particularly one framed as targeting expressions of Muslimness, could intensify a culture of censorship, potentially granting perpetrators greater impunity by making legitimate scrutiny of patterns in grooming cases more difficult or risky for police, authorities, and the public. She has argued that the risks repeating past mistakes were fear of racist or Islamophobic labels contributed to delayed or inadequate responses. The concern to shield Muslims from criticism at all costs went hand in hand with a more general ideological shift organised around the unquestioning treatment of minorities as special victim groups, rooted in the left liberal paradigm. So just put that in your mind. We're about to play the clip, right? Of the 1960s, this minoritarian outlook first scored political victories under Harold Wilson's Labour government. In time, tolerance, multiculturalism, and anti-discrimination became highly prized values in the elite circles. The law, too, began to foster an environment in which challenging certain minority communities, including Muslim ones, became politically dangerous and even criminal. This enabled the grooming gangs to operate with impunity for years because authorities at every level, as we have seen, feared being labelled racist or Islamophobic more than they feared failing the girls to whom they owed the duty of care. The legal framework that underpinned this paralysis began with the Race Relations Act of 1965 and its even stronger successor in 1976. These statutes, designed to combine overt discrimination, were interpreted and expanded in ways that made any discussion of ethnicity or culture in crime patterns hazardous. The McPherson report in 1999 followed the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, branded the police institutionally racist, and introduced a definition of racism so broad, police officers and social workers became terrified of any action that could be construed as targeting ethnic minorities. Across Britain, clear evidence of organized abuse by Pakistani gangs among other majority Muslim ethnic groups was ignored because of confronting it risked accusations of racism. The accusation of racism. The fear was not abstract. Senior officers and council staff explicitly cited concerns about so-called community relations and potential race riots as reasons for inaction. The country's transformation was greatly accelerated under Tony Blair's new Labour project, which culminated in the Equality Act of 2010. This consolidated and strengthened so-called anti-discrimination protections by adding religion as a protected characteristic alongside race. Combined with hate crime legislation under Part 3 of the Public Order Act of 1986 and the Crime and Disorder Act of 1998, it created an environment in which criticizing aspects of Islamic culture or patterns of offending linked to Muslim communities could be framed as racial hatred or Islamophobia. Official definitions of Islamophobia promoted by some campaign groups further blurred the line between legitimate concern and blind prejudice. The result is a chilling effect across public institutions, police forces, social services, and local councils repeatedly chose silence or denial over robust investigation because the political and professional cost of appearing to single out Muslims was deemed too high. The Casey National Audit of 2025 confirmed this pattern, noting that authorities shied away from examining ethnicity and culture even when the data pointed overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim perpetrators. What went wrong is now painfully clear. Post-war liberal consensus that began with the Wilson emphasized diversity, inclusion, and non-judgmentalism as supreme virtues. Multiculturalism replaced national self-confidence as their guiding principle. Long-standing British norms around free speech, child protection, and impartial application of the law were subordinated to the need to avoid offending minority sensitivities at all costs. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized the idea that acknowledging cultural or religious factors of crime itself was a form of bigotry. This mindset actively shielded the rape gangs by discouraging the very inquiries and interventions that could have saved thousands of children. Until the country rejects the fear of being called racist and restores the courage to name uncomfortable truths, the conditions that allowed these networks to thrive will remain. This inquiry records the damage without apology, the paralysis, fucking hell, I can't even speak. Paralysis of our institutions was not some fluke. It was the predictable outcome of decades of legal and cultural changes that places sensitivity above justice. Now, I'm going to reread this paragraph again. What went wrong is now painfully clear. The post-war liberal consensus that began with Wilson's emphasized diversity, inclusion, and non-judgmentalism as supreme virtues. Multiculturalism replaced national self-confidence as the guiding principle. Long-standing British norms around free speech, child protection, and impartial application of the law were subordinated to the need to avoid offending minority sensitivities at all costs. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized the idea that acknowledging cultural or religious factors in crime was itself a form of bigotry. This mindset actively shielded the rape gangs by discouraging the very inquiries and interventions that could have saved thousands of children. Now, this brings me to the clip. This is 2 months on our boy Speakeasy channel. Make sure you give me now a like and a sub. This was when I done the Iran debate, believe it or not. So, let's see what went on here. Now, I'll highlight you to the dude that has the L, because he is about to take an L. He's going to rage quit. Not to give away any spoilers, but this dude's name's Haku. Our boy Speakeasy over here, looking fresh as always. And we got your boy Teriyaki here back when I had the green flame. Okay? So let's take a look. Now, Haku is British. He is English. I am Irish. Okay? So let's see what he has to say.
Well, right. I said that obviously crimes get reported at a way higher fashion. If you look at any fucking statistic about rape crimes in the past, they were the lowest reported crime.
Yeah, so 10x increase, but we don't see the same in America.
Now I ask you.
We don't see the same in America.
Why would that be?
Why is there not a 10 times increase in America then?
I ask you, I've answered your question.
Why is it in Germany the same thing?
No. We can go question for question.
But America's only increased by 50,000.
We're going to go question for question. If you're too scared to answer questions back, don't ask questions.
I'm not scared.
Just
I'm
don't do it.
And again, notice is, oh, you're scared. You're scared. Okay, but your answer is bullshit.
So I'm going to ask you again.
Go ahead.
Right. So I answered your question, and now you answer the fucking question, retard. What is your claim for why it has increased?
Yeah, correct.
Because of the mass immigration you've taken in. Because of the mass immigration you've taken in. Because of the rape ban inquiry that you refused to read. Yeah, so I just answered your question.
Why would that be?
I just answered your question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just answered your question.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
Alhamdulillah.
Do you want to ask a question? Do you want to ask a question now?
Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
Are you genuinely retarded enough to think that it's just because we're reporting more rapes and not the massive immigration of like Islamic jihadists? No.
So then, are you genuine? Yes, I am. So then, are you genuinely retarded?
So he, as an English person, no, he's white. He's not Muslim. He is not Muslim. He does not believe in God. He's one of these leftist, socialist, fucking atheist types, right? He genuinely believes that it's just more reporting. It has nothing got to do with the mass immigration from Pakistani Muslim men.
Are you generally retarded enough when the reported rapes are 83 to 84% white males that are doing them?
That was his response. That was his response. All right. Wait, do I have this link here? One sec. I should have pulled up this link as well. All right. Now, where'd they get that figure from is... fuck. Where is it? No, I don't think I have it. Don't think I have it there. UK. I think I have to ask Rock. UK reports for rapes where I should have had this pulled up beforehand because we're where's the link? Yeah, here we go. So again, it's the gov.uk, and then if we scroll down, we just do a quick thing and we go. Okay, 60. What the fuck? Oh, I have to click into one of these. Oh yeah. Thing got 66. All right. So where he got that figure? So just again to make sure we're on the same page here.
83 to 84% white males that are doing them.
83 to 84%. Now let's do a little bit of a math lesson, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here's the government table. All right. So white is 28%. Asian 2%, black 2%, mixed less than 1%, other less than 1%, but not declared is 66%. So why are they not declaring them? Well, I'll tell you. Because again, that figure, let me go over to the calculator, show you there's no funny business happening here. This is just straight up mathematics, right? Okay, calculator. So we had 28% white people plus 2% Asian plus 2% black plus 1% mixed and then 1% other. That gets you 34%. Now, 34%. 28 divided by 34 equals that figure he quoted. 83 to 84%. So anytime they quote that figure to you, any British people out there, anytime they quote that figure to you where 83 to 84% are white British, that's what they're doing. They're ignoring the not declared and just saying out of the declared, it is 84%. But the undeclared are Pakistani Muslim men. They are Muslim fucking men, right? And again, let's go back to the video, because again, we're going to play it till he rage quits. That's what ends up happening. Spoiler alert, right? I'm going to go back again so we all hear him say it, but note what he's fucking quoting right here. That little fucking bullshit mathematics thing that they done.
Are you genuinely retarded enough? Are you generally retarded enough when the reported rapes are 83 to 84% white males that are doing them?
Oh no, it's just reporting. They're just more reporting, bro.
No. So then,
it's all just propaganda.
Deal with the claim. I just told you.
I did answer your question. I answered your question the same way you answered my question.
80% are white male
Muslim,
perpetrators. Yeah. White male.
No.
That's literally the stats. You can't just say no.
No. Okay, I have Rupert Lowe's. It's literally not the stat. As I showed you, they do not include the unreported. And that's how they get that magical 83% figure. Message here. And it's predominantly Pakistani men.
Rupert Lowe's message.
Doing the...
Your own fucking politician, you dopey cunt.
Palestinians are doing the deed. Is that what you're saying, Terry? Or most of it?
Islam. But Haku wants to live in the ideology, you know, more inclusivity, more diversity, more immigration, so we can increase the rates more.
No. The United States are not going to do that.
They're just getting reported more.
No, the fuck no. And America shouldn't stand for it. And what America's doing right now is to put an end to that.
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
Putting an end to anything domestically in the U.S. How's us bombing?
Not yet.
It's to do with the increase of Muslims, but it's a predominantly white person problem. Yeah.
Hey, what color is a Muslim?
It's Pakistani white.
It's predominantly white person in North America, maybe because that's
no. I'm talking about the stats population. In the UK, brother. I'm talking about the UK, brother. That's what he was talking about.
It doesn't really add up because there's like over 40% of known human traffickers that are known to be female. So in Europe, so like that number doesn't really stack up.
So because women traffickers that the statistic that 80% of rapes are done by white men in the UK doesn't add up.
Well,
how does that correlate?
I posted the breakdown inquiry letter, Haku. You can actually read it.
Well, considering the fact that a lot of cases of gRape actually are in relation to human trafficking trade, that would add up.
Speak. I'm going to retire for the night. It was really nice to talk to all you guys, and yeah.
All right, thank you for coming out.
All we can do is try to figure it out. But I'll see you later in the week.
Yep. Thank you for coming out.
Good night, Prem.
Good night.
Have a good night, Prem.
Thanks.
Take it easy, Prem.
Thank you. Good night.
It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Sleep well.
Haku, when that study talks about the white males, does it tell you anything about like their religion or anything, or just their race?
No, it doesn't tell you about their religion. So they could be just a bunch of white male Muslims.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the thing.
And England stopped reporting on their religion, right? Initially, you did report on the religion, but then you took away the religion for some strange reason.
Well, religion.
And this is the thing, right? As we've seen from that table I just showed you, 28% are white British, right? So they'll still report the ethnicity. So if it's 28% is white British, that means 72% of all rapes are non-white British, which is an overrepresentation. Which again goes to my point of multiculturalism, diversity is our strength, all this kind of shit. No, diversity is rape. Right? And that's all rapes. And then when it goes to specifically the child sexual exploitation, it's anywhere between 85 to 95%.
When the religion says you're supposed to take over the world, more or less, and if the world don't agree with you, you take them out. That's pretty rough, man. That's pretty rough. If you know what I mean. You'll bend the knee or lose your head.
How many countries have Iran invaded?
Sorry?
Oh, none.
What?
How many countries has Iran invaded?
Iran?
Yeah.
The only reason they've not is because they don't have the strength.
Well, there's the militias, the main militias that are formed in Iran that ended up creating like Hamas. We have prior organizations as well that are all related. They're all they're all with the same end goal, right? And they're all subsections of the former Ottoman Empire. Yes, actually, as a matter of fact. And if we take a look at what they do systematically throughout history, they have a complete system of feigning peace in infiltrating countries, typically going for more liberal political views because it weakens the country, and then they end up taking over by mass numbers.
And again, like, notice like this fucking like lefty cunt here that does the whole like virtual reality fucking avatar because they're too afraid to show their fucking real face, right? And I highly recommend you check out Rob Noor's debate against this cunt. Really questionable shit that this motherfucker was saying. Like borderline PDF, if not like, full blown. It basically detracts away from the point that I'm trying to make to this British person who has completely inverted the statistics, that is trying to present false statistics, right? But to address this point, because we fucking might as well, because we just read through Islam and all this kind of shit. Shall we talk about North Africa? About how Islam has conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East? And how Islam like this whole thing of like, let's just talk about Iran. No, let's talk about Islam.
And then they do, and then what they end up doing is they indoctrinate the children. Right. They kill the males, enslave the women. Like it's an entire process that's repeated over centuries.
We need to stop it. Everybody knows it's happening. We need to put an end to it. Let them be,
0 countries. 0. Thank you.
It's actually 10 to 12, but
that Iran has invaded. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
What timeline are you on?
In the last 50 years.
They lob bombs at everybody. They're doing it now, and they've been told to stop by their longtime friends.
Yeah. Why would you stop? Why would you stop if people keep bombing you, though? Why would you stop if people keep bombing you, bro? Why would you stop?
Here's the funny thing, though. The Iranian people are the ones who want the government done. They want the current government out. They are literally banded together and had practically an entire riot. Like, they want the government out. They don't want a Islamic rule.
Why would you stop? I'm still cracking up, brother. Why would you stop if something problems? I don't know. The last time I remember bombs getting dropped on somebody and they didn't speak up or do anything else was a place called Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But I could be just.
Do you think that was a good outcome? Do you think that was a smart idea? It was a good thing to do?
I mean, it's sad that it happened for sure. The deaths that happened. But it is well known. This has been talked about by many individuals across many countries from many political beliefs, and almost the general consensus across the board is that if they didn't bomb Nagasaki, they didn't bomb Hiroshima.
No, that's not the general consensus. That's a highly debated consensus. No, that's not a consensus. That's not a consensus at all.
They were in open talks to surrender to the USSR. We didn't want them to surrender to the USSR, but read your history book, Skin, because the sort of relooking at that is that we didn't really need to bomb them, but we wanted them to surrender immediately. We also wanted to show off a cool bomb.
What did they do to get that bomb? What did they do to earn that bomb? Well, actually, it was 2 of them. What did they do to earn that?
There is literally no universal consensus between historians over the fact that you just tried to state. Don't do that.
Well, I'm back inside. Right,
I
we're
missed
gonna get
that.
the laptop right away. We're gonna have a you fucking goof
I
moment
love
right away
the
here.
fact that
Right
we
away.
now have like lefties on the panel turn around and defending the Iranian regime that literally
I'm
gunned
not
down
defending.
tens of thousands of their own
When have I defended the
people.
regime? When have I defended the regime? When have I
Because
defended the
you
regime?
turn
When
around
have I
saying, well,
defended the
they
regime?
didn't invade anyone, so they
I never
don't
said that,
deserve
did
to
I?
be in thing. They mowed
I
down
didn't say
tens
that,
of
did I?
thousands of their own
Iran's
people.
really
And now,
victim
like, we have
here.
people saying,
I think
well,
that was
they didn't invade any
that
country.
said
Wait. Teriak. How many people have Israel killed?
Probably
Since
lost.
when?
How many
Did you
people
just
has
ask how many
Israel
people
killed?
Israel had killed? Is that what you?
Since when? Give me a time
Since
frame.
they started a war
I can type
against
it into the
Gaza,
AI.
since the 7th.
Since the 7th of October.
Ask the AI to include all deaths from
How
starvation.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, I know where you're going now.
Are we going with like a
Oh, my
genocide
God.
approach here?
Let me guess. The October 7 people, they were freedom fighters. Yeah, Haku?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
They
You
were
piece of
terrorists.
shit, Haku.
I literally just said no, they were
That's what you're
terrorists.
doing.
I literally just said no, they were
We shouldn't do
terrorists.
anything about
I
Iran,
just, no,
folks, because Iran didn't invade
You're
any
the most
countries.
bad
You
faith
know what I
little
mean?
pussy in the world, bro.
How
You're
am
such
I
a bad
bad
faith
faith
little
pussy?
bitch.
You're the one that's letting your
You
country be
literally,
raped.
no,
You're the one
literally,
that's letting your country be raped and
I
say,
just said,
no, the
no,
10
they
times
weren't,
the amount of rapes happening, that's because they were underreporting before.
Stop talking.
You know what I'm saying? Even though you don't see that phenomenon in America, you don't see that phenomenon in Canada, you don't see that phenomenon in Mexico, but for some reason in Europe, you see that phenomenon across all. Notice they I'll beat the fucking face of you, you fucking pussy. See the way they get like so aggro, they start threatening violence and all this kind of shit. I'm a masterclass at this. This is why I have the Loki avatar. You know what I'm saying? I can get inside their heads and they can fucking I hit them where fucking in the non-physical. You know, I non-physically kick them in the fucking nuts. Welcome in, Halfwood. You're joined at a perfect time. All the countries that welcomed in the migrants, but Poland's Poland's rapes have remained the same.
Keep dodging. So again,
yeah, let's
you
talk about Israel.
You just asked me whether I thought they were freedom fighters, and I told you no, they were terrorists. And then you replied with, "See, you defend them as freedom fighters. If that's not bad faith, you're a retard."
We're long past bad faith, Haku. The mere fact that you and Casey here seem to be like, leave Iran alone. You know, you're doing the whole Britney thing with the sheet over you saying, leave Iran alone.
How
dare Donald Trump actually fight a right to war?
Chaos country.
Drop your location, brother.
80,000 British girls are getting raped.
What does it have to do with bombing Iran? What the? We get it. You hate Muslims. But what does that have to do with bombing Iran? You keep bringing that up like it matters.
Does he come back? He said, why do I hate Muslims?
How do you look at it, Casey? Casey Lee? How do you look at it?
When we started bombing Syria, that increased.
But notice though, before he left, right?
You're a retard.
Notice what he's saying.
Freedom fighters. If that's not bad faith, you're a retard.
We're long past bad faith, Haku. The mere fact that you and Casey here seem to be like, leave Iran alone. You're a fucking scumbag. You know, you're doing the whole Britney thing with the sheet over you saying, leave Iran alone. If you ever come to the UK, how dare Donald Trump actually fight a right to war? Drop me your location.
Chaos country.
Drop your location, brother.
80. I'll come and say hello to your brother. Like, notice how, like, you basically try to give them the information that, like, British girls are getting systematically raped and abused, as we've been going over in this rape gang inquiry. Now, would Haku actually read this report and actually give an objective analysis of it and say, yeah, actually, this seems to be legit? You know, there's some atrocities being committed here in Britain. I'm waiting, but I'm not going to hold my breath. And then we get the British girls getting raped.
What does it have to do with bombing Iran?
And he rage quits. 80,000. And that was, again, that's an underestimate, apparently. You know? But I was just quoting, like, the most recent figure that annually 80,000 women are getting raped in Britain. But, that's just because we're just reporting them more, apparently. Not that we're systematically importing in Pakistani Muslim men. And that's before we get to the children. So, like, this whole thing of why are European leaders such cooks over there? It's not just the leaders. It's not just the leaders, Dan. You have communists. You have socialists who want revolution. And they will literally defend rapists. They will defend Islam. You know? An atheist can't see how bad Islam is. Bad faith could be one aspect to it, but like I keep trying to point out, like, you seen how aggro we got, where it's like, I'll fucking beat the face off you. You're a fucking scumbag. Call me all sorts of names. All this kind of shit. Getting really aggro, rage quitting. And I think even in the chat, he starts having to go with easy. It's like, let me pull up the chat.
We get it. You hate Muslims.
But why do I hate Muslims?
When we started bombing,
he says biggest scumbag on YouTube.
Syria. That increased the amount of Muslims going to Europe. In fact, destabilizing countries is bad.
So let me just mute that so we can see the chat. Nice company you keep, brother. So then now he starts having to go with easy. And he says, nice company you keep, brother, to me. To Easy about me. And then he says, disgusting fucked. And then Easy replies, the fuck, Haku. What did I do? You're emotional as fuck, my guy. And then he keeps having to go, it's Latin for per person. Sorry, Easy, I said that about Teriyaki, not you. And again, well then what about the company? And then Teriyaki is on YouTube as well. I did make the comment about the company you keep, though. That was at you. I heard a person call to make Iran a crater. And I was just going to do the whole, like, cry victim. How could you? You're such a racist. All this kind of shit. Because it's not the company you keep, and you think I'm allowed an opinion. Now it's all, this is my opinion, bro. My opinion, bro. But he's emotional as fuck because, like I said, I exposed this whole thing of, what about your girls? What about the women? You genuinely think because it's just being reported more? Or do you think maybe this whole mass immigration thing might be the problem? And what we've been going through with the report. But, like I said, that's the problem, Dan. The problem is retards like Haku who are ideologically captured, brainwashed, retarded, what have you. It says it right here. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized the idea that acknowledging cultural or religious factors in crime was a form of bigotry. Now, I'm hoping to again, like to try and be as good faith as possible, to try and extend the olive branch to Haku and all this shit. Maybe you might see the way. You know what I mean? I doubt he will, but if he does see the thing, I'm more than happy to forgive him for all that. I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. I hope you come to the UK. If you come to the UK, give me your location. I'll come to meet, like all these kind of like threatening shit and like completely like unwarranted and all this kind of shit. I'm willing to forgive all that kind of shit, if he sees the way, but I'm pretty sure he's not gonna read this report and he's just gonna say, it's just a bunch of racism, all this kind of shit. But it is what it is. You're on early. Yeah, I wanted to go early today because I want to make sure that like I covered the whole report today. Because there's obviously there's the taking the break to show that clip and all that kind of stuff. And just if I need to go longer to make sure we cover all of it in one stream. And then also I haven't slept yet and all this kind of shit. So there's that whole aspect to it. Let me refresh the timer because we're not going to go on the grift break. We're just going to power through, as they say. So this is a rough estimate on the end show timer. We will go late if I haven't gotten through it all. Let's talk about the law, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you sound tired or groggy. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, half. It's been a long day. But anyways, hopefully that gives you kind of like a little bit of an insight into, the problems in Britain. Like I said, it's not just like some sort of dictator took power and like the masses are like see the truth and all this stuff. You have people like Haku that they'll actively turn away. They'll actively turn a blind eye to the shit, Which is unfortunate, because like I'm an Irishman and he's going along with this bullshit. Crazy. But anyways, the law. The law of the land has not merely failed the victims of grooming gangs, but actively enabled the perpetrators. For decades, statutes that should have delivered swift, exemplary justice were either ignored, diluted, or deliberately misapplied in a manner that protected organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men while leaving thousands of British girls without protection or redress. The legal framework governing organized sexual exploitation, commonly described in public discourse as grooming gangs, is extensive but fragmented. It consists of overlapping criminal offenses, human rights obligations, civil liabilities, and sentencing structures. While Parliament has enacted a broad suite of statutory provisions designed to criminalize sexual exploitation in all its forms, serious questions remain as to whether the law has been sufficiently coherent, proactive, or effective in preventing systemic abuse. At the core of criminal law response lies the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. This statute represents the principal legislative mechanism for addressing rape, sexual exploitation, and grooming. It criminalizes a wide spectrum of conduct, ranging from rape and assault by penetration to causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity and facilitating sexual exploitation. The Act also contains specific offenses concerning abuse of positions of trust, trafficking for sexual exploitation, and paying for sexual services of a child. Collectively, these provisions were intended to modernize and consolidate earlier sexual offenses legislation. However, their practical operation in case involving organized exploitation has often revealed structural limitations. Statutory framework presumes that the criminal justice system will detect and intervene early in abusive patterns of conduct. In practice, many cases of organized abuse have involved prolonged periods during which victims were groomed, trafficked, and repeatedly assaulted without meaningful intervention by authorities. Subsequent legislation, including the Serious Crime Act of 2015, expanded the concept of sexual exploitation to encompass a broader range of behaviors, including non-contact abuse and technologically facilitated exploitation. This expansion reflected on an evolving understanding of grooming as a process rather than a single criminal act. Nevertheless, legislative reform has largely been reactive. It has tended to follow public scandals rather than anticipate systemic patterns of abuse. As a result, the legal framework often appears to be piecemeal rather than strategically designed. In cases involving organized sexual exploitation, prosecutors frequently rely on a constellation of offenses rather than any single overarching charge. Perpetrators may be convicted of conspiracy to rape, trafficking for sexual exploitation, arranging child prostitution, and a variety of associated offenses, including drug supply and false imprisonment. Such cases demonstrate that the criminal law is capable of imposing severe sentences, including life imprisonment, where the offending is particularly grave. Yet these outcomes tend to occur only after extensive investigations and multiple failures of early intervention. The law's capacity to punish extreme wrongdoing is therefore clear, but its capacity to prevent such wrongdoing remains contestable. Another critical dimension concerns trafficking and modern slavery legislation. The Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalizes human trafficking for sexual exploitation and provides for life sentences in most serious cases. The intention in passing it was to recognize that organized sexual exploitation frequently involves coercion, movement of victims, and exploitation for profit. However, critics argue that the conceptual overlap between trafficking offences and traditional sexual offences have sometimes created uncertainty in charging decisions. The distinction between trafficking and exploitation is not always straightforward, particularly when the victims are groomed into apparent compliance rather than transported by force. This ambiguity may complicate prosecutions and reduce the deterrent effect of the law. The legal framework also extends beyond criminal liability to encompass civil and human rights obligations. Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights imposes a positive duty on the state to investigate credible allegations of rape and serious sexual assault. Courts have held that systematic failures in investigation may constitute breaches of fundamental rights, even where perpetrators are ultimately prosecuted. This principle of particular significance in organized exploitation cases, where victims have frequently alleged prolonged institutional inaction, the law, therefore, recognizes that state authorities may bear responsibility not only for direct wrongdoing, but also for failures to prevent or respond to grave abuses. Despite this extensive legal architecture, the operation of the law in practice has been inadequate. One recurring criticism is that legal framework places significant emphasis on individual criminal acts while insufficiently addressing patterns of organized exploitation. Rape gangs typically operate through networks characterized by manipulation, coercion, and economic exploitation. The law's traditional focus on discrete offenses can obscure the systemic nature of such conduct. Although conspiracy and trafficking offenses partially address this gap, there remains no single statutory offense that fully captures the phenomenon of organized sexual exploitation as a distinctly structured form of criminality. A further difficulty lies in evidential challenges. Grooming often involves psychological manipulation that undermines the credibility of victims in the eyes of investigators and juries. The legal concept of consent remains central to many sexual offenses, yet it can be ill-suited to situations involving vulnerable children conditioned by their abusers to acquiesce. While courts have recognized that apparent consent may be illusory in such contexts, the statutory framework continues to rely heavily on more straightforward forms of evidence. This has, at times, created barriers to prosecution and contributed to perceptions that the law inadequately reflects the realities of coercive exploitation. Moreover, the law's reliance on post hoc punishment raises broader questions about preventative capacity. Statutory offences are designed to respond once exploitation has occurred or is imminently planned. Preventative mechanisms such as risk, orders, and safeguarding duties exist, but their effectiveness depends on institutional vigilance and interagency cooperation. Where such cooperation fails, the legal framework offers limited remedies beyond retrospective accountability. This is insufficient to address organized exploitation that occurs over extended periods. And this is where, again, through the testimonies, what have we seen? We've seen parental failures. We've seen school failures. We've seen foster home failures. We've seen administrators and bureaucrats and all this kind of stuff and childcare workers failures. We've seen judicial failures. We've seen police failures. We've seen police perpetrating these fucking crimes. We've seen politician failures. I'm at that mindset where a death penalty should be on the table for most, if not all, of those failures. Call me crazy, call me far-right Nazi. I do not care. It is what it is. We got Ferrer as well. I'm still here, just quiet. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, this is one of those things where if you want to go watch the whatever podcast or Rex, I have no issues, ladies and gentlemen. This is more so just for receipts. It's like I said, like that was what, 2-3 months ago when I had that debate in Iran and I had that back and forth with Haku. He's supposed to be, you know, the social justice warrior. He's supposed to be the lefty that cares about women, believe all women, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? What does he end up doing? Starts making a bunch of threats and then he rage quits because he can't handle it. But now we have it in black and white. It'll be very interesting to see what Haku says to this. Is this a far right conspiracy? Is this Islamophobia? Or is it truth and the leprechaun was right all those months ago? Let me know, Sha. Let me know. And Are You Crazy as well has been lurking. He says, I've been here a while, having to do work. No worries, no worries. Like I said, this is like for mainly like receipts and watch back and all this kind of stuff to say, listen, I read every fucking word of this report. You know? But also shout out to Crazy. He was on that clip as well. You know? He was giving me backup, you know, covering fire and all this kind of shit. But it was all there. And it, like, Tommy Robinson has been talking about this for like decades at this point. I don't know if it's been a full 20 years, but it's been more than 10 years. You know? And we've seen what they've done to him. You know? The fucking murderer of Henry Novak, he didn't get sentenced till 5 or 6 months later. But Tommy Robinson, for filming outside a court, he gets sentenced that day. He was before the judge that same day. Talk to me about white privilege again. What is white privilege? Is white privilege in the room with us right now? I think not. The next section, failure to invoke existing sentencing powers. The Crime and Disorder Act of 1998 and Sentencing Council guidelines explicitly permit and in cases of demonstrated hostility require an uplift in the imposed sentence where an offence is aggravated by racial or religious hostility. Evidence in grooming gang trials has repeatedly shown precisely this. Victims described as white slags, white trash, too far bitches, were told they were only good for men like me to fuck and use like trash. Perpetrators shouted Allahu Akbar and boasted of racial supremacy. Yet as far as available public records are concerned, racial aggravations have never once been invoked against anti-white rape gangs, either by prosecutors or judges. This is a stark contrast to what tends to happen whenever white criminals are held to account for interracial crimes. Prosecutors did not hesitate, for instance, to pursue aggravating charges against Darren Osborne, where he murdered a crowd of Muslims with a van in 2017. Sentencing Osborne to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 43 years, the judge cited Schedule 21 to the Criminal Justice Act of 2003 to confirm that a murder done for the purpose of advancing a political, religious, racial, or ideological cause counted alongside a terrorist connection as an aggravating factor in Osborne's crime. Sentences in rape gang cases, meanwhile, have remained at a lower end of the scale, often 4 to 12 years for men convicted of raping dozens of children over years, rather than the life sentence or 20-plus year tariffs the offending merited. Shadow Minister for Justice Kieran Mullen drew attention at our hearings to the fact that many of those involved in rape gangs serve as little to a third to half of their sentence. Worse still, foreign national perpetrators, many from Pakistan and other Muslim majority countries, were rarely deported after sentencing, despite clear powers under the UK Borders Act of 2007. Instead, they were housed, fed, and upon release, allowed to reoffend or return to their communities. In the Quilliam Foundation's analysis of 264 convictions from 2005 to 2017, the overwhelmingly majority of perpetrators received terms that bore no relation to lifetime harm inflicted. Even in high-profile cases such as Rotherham and Rochdale, ringleaders received effective tars that allowed release after serving less than half their sentence. This leniency persisted despite the organized, predatory, and repeated nature of the crimes. Cultural defenses and judicial relativism. British courts repeatedly allowed cultural background to function as the de facto mitigating factor. In one Bristol case documented in the Quilliam report, a defendant argued that forcing a girl to have sex with his friends was simply Somali culture and tradition. I will read that again. A defendant argued that forcing raping a girl with his friends, gang raping a girl with his friends, was simply Somali culture and tradition. Bananas and rice. Diversity is our strength. Go fuck yourselves. In Rotherham, another claimed Western girls' clothing invited and provoked abuse. These arguments were entertained rather than dismissed outright. Judges and defense counsel cited cultural sensitivity to avoid empowering the far right. Judges and defense counsel cited cultural sensitivity to avoid empowering the far right. Or damaging community cohesion. I don't know about you. I don't know about you fellas, but I think raping children, it makes a community far less cohesive than justice. You know, call me crazy, call me far right, but justice creates harmony. I don't know. Maybe that's one of those far right principles. I don't know. Maybe I was radicalized somewhere. The very phrase used in the Casey review to explain why cases were shelved pre-2012. The result is that men who viewed white British girls as subhuman property received discounts unavailable to any other category of offender. This is not justice under the law of the land. It is the importation of foreign honor-shame norms into the British courtroom, with the explicit acquiescence of senior police officers, prosecutors, and judges. Every fucking level. Party politics. As Ayan Hirsi Ali told this inquiry, center-left parties, now again, center-left, so we're talking about liberal, we're not even talking about socialist or communist, center-left parties viewed Muslim voting blocs as a protected base, and aggressive prosecution or deportation risked losing those voters. This is the center left. We can't persecute our voting base, then we won't win the next election. Maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be pandering to child rapists or rapists in general. But as the left keeps telling us, there is no objective truth, there is no objective morality, there is only power. I think it's time we stop playing nice and we take them at their word. Chronic electoral dependence on such blocs thus paralysed far too many levels of government. Political actors across the board, from national to local and devolved, knew about the organised rape gangs for decades, yet put electoral survival, so-called community relations, and fear of racism accusations before child protection. Like, they literally, and this is why I played the Henry Novak case. That's the literally video evidence of the whole racism accusation taking priority over everything, no matter what the fucking crime is. It's, well, we don't want to be accused, not even to be racist, but just to be accused of being racist. I'm telling you, boys, this is not going to end well. Labour Party figures proved especially guilty of making electoral calculations where they should have been looking out for the nation's children. Combined with demographic shifts in swing seats, this got in the way of concerted inaction. Scotland refused to hold its own inquiry before finally caving in February 2026. So Scotland only caved 4 months ago. This has been going on for decades. Still going on. Fucking still going on. That's why I keep forgetting. This is only the beginning. This is only the fucking beginning. And 250,000, that's, as they say in the report, that's a conservative estimate. It continues to fail to record offender ethnicity or create specific child sexual exploitation markers. Early warnings from the 1980s onwards went ignored because addressing the offending risked political cost. Decades. This has been going on for decades. Politics placed retention of power above the safety of children, allowing the gangs to operate with impunity for decades. Politicians received direct briefings, sat in multi-agency meetings, read internal intelligence and still denied knowledge, blocked inquiries and silenced critics in order to cleave to Muslim voting blocs. This was not ignorance of the crimes, but calculated, repeated, nationwide abandonment of children. The Labour Party, which would be the Democrats essentially. The Labour Party bears primary responsibility for the longest and most deliberate cover-up. As the former Conservative councillor Liam Billington emphasised in our inquiry, Labour dominated local councils and MPs repeatedly prioritised electoral dependence on Pakistani Muslim communities above the safety of children. Jess Phillips and Naz Shah maintained public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs while their constituencies suffered. Evidence shows Labour politicians prioritised avoiding far-right empowerment narratives and ensuring so-called community relations over protecting victims. And again, call me far-right, call me crazy, call me a conspiracy theorist, but pedophiles aren't great for fucking community relations. Call me old-fashioned. I think justice is good for community relations. Call me crazy. In Oldham, Labour councillors and leadership received one of our whistleblower social workers' disclosures on trafficking inside council-run and semi-independent units, yet retaliated against the whistleblower and took no remedial action. The same pattern occurred in Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Burnley, and Peterborough. Labour councils surrendered streets, ignored parental reports, and allowed perpetrators to operate, among other reasons, because Muslim voting blocks were electorally vital. Former detective constable and Rochdale rape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver has criticised the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver herself has worked, for failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat the rape gangs that still operate in his area. Despite ordering some preliminary independent reviews into CSE across Manchester, Burnham stands accused of focusing exclusively on the failures of the past. Oliver is on record further suggesting that two trustworthy reviewers resigned from the final phase of Burnham's inquiry, dealing with the years 2019 to 2025, because they were blocked by Greater Manchester Police from accessing vital documents and speaking to some survivors. As Oliver puts it, what I had come to see and believe is that whilst the PR machine was wheeled out very well about what was already in the public arena, when it comes to leadership and courage and gripping what is on now, unfortunately, Burnham turned away. We missed a huge opportunity to bring changes that are needed. Even reviews that did not produce valuable findings have seldom been followed by decisive action. Commissioned in 2017, Burnham's limited independent review concluded that authorities had failed to protect children from paedophile gangs in Manchester, Oldham, and Rochdale. However, no offences were fired or stripped. No officers were fired or stripped of their pensions with the historic failings exposed. Nor has Burnham exercised his powers as police and crime commissioner, a position he automatically holds as an extension of his mayoralty, to prosecute any of the officers found to have failed the victims of predatory gangs. Labour politicians did not merely fail to act, but actively denied that the problem existed, smeared those raising alarms, and blocked local inquiries that would have revealed the full scale. They sacrificed thousands of white working-class girls to its electoral alliance with Pakistani Muslim communities and to the general reputation of multiculturalism among the public. Such institutional paralysis was not accidental, but political, for even when a few Labour politicians such as Sarah Champion did speak up, they were dismissed. In Rotherham, Rochdale, Oxford, Telford, and dozens of other towns, Labour-controlled councils and police forces repeatedly shelved investigations, threatened whistleblowers with racism accusations, and instructed officers not to record the ethnicity of perpetrators. 2014 J Report exposed how Labour councillors and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systemic rape of 1,400 girls because to do otherwise risked alienating the Pakistani community. Pattern was repeated nationwide. But that last line, like, what runs through my head is like the Norm MacDonald tweet. It's like, I worry that we get a repeat of 9/11. Because could you imagine the backlash against Muslims? That would be horrendous. That's what that line is. The 2014 J Report exposed how Labour councillors and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systemic rape of 1,400 girls because to do otherwise risked alienating Pakistani community. Again, call me a bigot, call me a Nazi, call me far right, call me crazy, but I think we should alienate pedophiles. Let me know in chat. Is that too far? Is that too mean? I think not. This betrayal continued into government. In January 2025, Labour MPs voted en masse against a Conservative amendment calling for a national statutory inquiry into grooming gangs. The amendment was defeated by 364 votes to 111. Keir Starmer and his front bench abstained or opposed the measure, dismissing public concern as, you guessed it, chat, far-right agitation. This is a far-right conspiracy theory. This is fear-mongering from the far right. I guess I'm far right then. Or right so far. It took sustained external pressure, including the damning Casey national audit, this independent inquiry and public outrage, to force a U-turn in June 2025. Even then, the government watered down local inquiries with reports that plans for 5 separate reviews were quietly dropped to avoid offending Pakistanis. Could you imagine that? Oh, you can't be saying those things about pedophiles. You shouldn't be saying pedophiles deserve the death penalty, Teriak. You're offending pedophiles. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Jess Phillips, appointed safeguarding minister, had much to do with this show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from her victim panel in disgust, condemning the process as a sham. Phillips apologised for delays, but retained the full backing of Keir Starmer. Under her watch, ethnicity recording remains patchy, and the anti-white aspect of these horrendous crimes continues to be downplayed. This is the same Labour Party that has consistently weaponized accusations of Islamophobia to silence anyone who stated the obvious. But the gangs were and remain overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. As a result, the nation has suffered decades of state-enabled child rape on an industrial scale. From the parents to the schools to the foster home to the social workers, administrators, to the police, to the judges, to the fucking politicians. Death penalty. Death penalty. On charges of treason. National inquiry. The Labour's government's so-called independent inquiry into grooming gangs, announced in December 2025 and chaired by Baroness Anne Longfield, is a masterclass in institutional evasion. Its draft terms of reference, finalised in March 2026, deliberately confined the scope to group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse in a handful of relevant local areas. The inquiry is explicitly time-limited, targeted and proportionate, and framed as an exercise in examining failures in practice and obstruction by statutory services. There's no mandate to examine the national scale of the problem, the overwhelming ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators, the honour and shame-based cultural drivers, or the role of political correctness and electoral cynicism in allowing the abuse to flourish for decades. Victims and survivors are notionally placed at the center, yet the terms of reference carefully avoided the very questions the public and the survivors have demanded be answers for decades. This is not an inquiry designed to deliver truth or justice. It is a containment exercise. By narrowing the focus to local operational failures and excluding any systemic analysis of the demographic, cultural, and religious patterns that witnesses have repeatedly described, the government has ensured that the most uncomfortable truths, not least those that implicate Labour's own chronic dependence on certain voting blocks, will never be confronted. The very government that once resisted a national inquiry has now given us one with terms so tightly drafted that it cannot possibly disturb the political consensus that enabled the rape gangs. None of this will expose what really happened. It is structured precisely so it cannot. While the core grooming gangs were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim networks operating with political protection, the Labour Party's complicity went far beyond mere negligence. In multiple documented cases, both sitting and former Labour councillors and figures were themselves perpetrators of child sexual abuse. It just keeps getting worse, man. No wonder they're covering it up. They don't get it. This is what I'm saying, man. Why? Oh my God, man. They don't give a fuck about the Pakistanis' feelings. They give a fuck about getting caught. In multiple documented cases, both sitting and former Labour councillors and figures were themselves perpetrators of child sexual abuse. When Alex Jones says that you're being ruled by satanic pedophiles, that is not a joke. That is not a conspiracy theory. Either that or they directly shielded abusers within the grooming gang ecosystem. This was not a coincidence. It was the inevitable consequence of a party that treated Pakistani Muslim communities as precious vote banks, even while its own members were raping children or tipping off predators. I don't know, man. I don't know. I keep thinking that, oh, we're in like this certain section, like we're talking about like the politics section, you know, like the victim or the survivor testimonies, like, is holy shit. It makes your blood boil, makes you want to rip your own fucking eyes out, or you're listening to the stream, makes you want to rip your fucking ears off. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and it just keeps going. Never ending. We march on. Feels like fucking Dante's Inferno. Direct perpetrators within Labour ranks. Lord Nazir Ahmed, former Labour councillor in Rotherham and Labour peer, was convicted in 2022 of multiple child sex offences, including rape of a 13-year-old girl. Jail for 5.5 years. What are we doing, man? And bear in mind what we read before. That cunt could be out in 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years for raping a 13-year-old girl. And multiple. And it goes back to my key question. What do you do when the very state, the very institution that's supposed to be protecting you is not just neglecting you, not just not listening to you, but has been weaponized against you? What the fuck do you do? I'm open to all answers. I'm a solutions orientated kind of guy. But we're running out of answers here. We're running out of time. Ahmed had been a Labour councillor since 1990 and was elevated to the peerage by Blair. Survivors describe them as part of the same networks that enabled Rotherham's grooming gangs. A survivor publicly demanded that he be stripped of his peerage and truly shamed. Not good enough. Not good enough. Death penalty. Full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts. The former Labour councillor Liron Velleman pleaded guilty to sex offences against a child after approaching a 13-year-old and asking if she was a virgin. They're paedophiles. They're literally paedophiles. The Labour councillor Carol Clark faced formal complaints after allegedly warning her paedophile son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation while simultaneously voting on grooming gang matters. Not a conspiracy. You're being ruled by satanic pedophiles, and they're trying to import in a pedophilic religion. The former Labour MP Ivor Kaplan was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old child in 2025. These were not isolated bad apples. They were Labour members operating in the very councils, Rotherham, Rochdale, Oldham, and so on, where grooming gangs thrived under political cover. Every single aspect. Rotten to the core. I'm lost for words. Beyond direct offending, senior Labour figures either failed to crack down on rape gangs or obstructed efforts to do so. John Wright, Labour councillor, Rotherham Children's Services lead from 2005 to 2010, remained in post despite knowing about the scale of the abuse. Resigned only after the J report exposed his department's catastrophic failure. Roger Stone, a Labour council leader, Rotherham from 2003 to 2014, presided over local government during the cover-up documented in the J report. Multiple Rotherham Labour councillors interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators, or dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and votes. While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutors, it has been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. We march on. As stated earlier, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. He described evidence from whistleblowers as politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that child sexual exploitation in the capital is a far more complex matter and does not fit the grooming style patterns on display across deprived northern towns. These statements he made despite the fact that the Metropolitan Police had in its possession reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across London. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing the very patterns of offending he had denied. Khan read those files, yet continued to deny the existing of grooming gangs in public. Overall, the Labour Party did not just fail to prosecute the gangs. In some cases, its own members were the abusers, and in most cases, its councillors, leaders, and ministers put loyalty to Pakistani Muslim pedophiles before child safety. No other political party has such a well-documented track of direct involvement with and institutional protection of industrial-scale pedophilia. This was in large part due to Labour's own electoral self-interest. Where'd everyone go? It's a tough listen. It's a tough fucking read. Like I said, like this stream is mainly about the receipts. Say, and to have proof, I've literally read every fucking word in this report. You know? Like I showed with the with HackQ. Months ago, before this report came out, I was saying this shit. I was getting told I was bad faith. I was going to get my head kicked in. I hope you come to UK. Send me your location when you come to UK. All this kind of shit. That's why I'm at this point for real. Hey, yeah, you can call me a Nazi. I don't care. You can call me racist. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I seriously don't care. Things need to change. They are going to change. You need to rant and peer, man. No checking caliber by mouthfeel. Don't worry. They've already taken those away from us. Already fucking taken away from us. Difficult, but we march on. We fucking march on. The Conservative Party, when holding national power from 2010 onwards, failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording for CSE offenders and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the scale becoming public through the Rotherham J report and other local revelations. Successful conservative-led governments allowed the same local cover-ups to continue unchecked in non-Labour areas and did nothing to force data transparency or protect children outside Labour strongholds. The national political environment under Conservative administrations permitted the gangs to operate for another decade without systemic disruption. And like this is the whole thing of like where Labour is the Democrats and the Conservative Party was the Republicans. Or if you want to kind of like consider them more like the rhinos and like that whole aspect. You know what I mean? Those were the main two parties. Both of them have been basically effectively destroyed at this stage. Now, hopefully, restore and reform take over. Preferably restore, but they're not getting enough percentage in the thing. My mom would not let me leave. No worries. It's Father's Day. 100%. They understand, Shante. Like I keep telling everybody else, like Andrew's doing the whatever podcast appearance and all that kind of stuff. So like I won't take offense or whatever. It's got to be easier listening to than this shit. But like I said, this is mainly for receipts and for historical record, so to speak. A proud Islamophile, the former Conservative minister Rory Stewart is a standout example of the malaise within the party. Stewart once stated on his podcast with Alistair Campbell, "The rest is politics," that the grooming gang phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight, largely confined to the north of England. At the very least, this downplays the national pattern documented in witness statements from towns and cities across the country and reinforced the political reluctance to confront the full scale. Sammy Woodhouse met David Cameron as early as 2015 and told him everything she knew, up to including the fact that many child victims are still being criminalised. A number of prominent figures within the Conservative Party have become more vocal about the rape gang phenomena amid the issues raising political salience. Even so, Conservative Prime Ministers from David Cameron to Rishi Sunak did very little in government. Scottish politics. John Lamont's evidence to our inquiry shows that the same reluctance operated north of the English border. Successive Scottish governments across parties, but with a clear Labour influence in earlier periods, refused to commission a dedicated national inquiry into grooming gangs, failed to introduce specific CSE markers, and fell short of routinely recording the ethnicity of offenders. This data gap prevented the development of any proper national picture and enabled rape gang networks to continue unchecked in both urban and rural Scotland. Pregnancy, abortion, and children born of rape. Holy fuck. We still got about 60 pages to go, 70 pages to go. Gangs deliberately use pregnancy as a tool of control. Girls as young as 4 were raped repeatedly, some until they became pregnant. Perpetrators then exploited the pregnancy to bind the victims to them, prevent escape, and exert ongoing coercion. Victims endured multiple pregnancies while still children themselves. Some miscarried under the physical and emotional trauma. Others were coerced into abortions. Those who carried the term gave birth as children and were left without support, education, or protection. Many of these victims had themselves been born of rape to mothers who suffered identical exploitation. The state would often remove the babies for adoption or place them into the same failing care system while leaving the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma became institutionalized. Abortions were sometimes arranged by the perpetrators or by their associates, often in backstreet conditions that caused lasting physical damage. Medical services recorded the pregnancies and injuries but discharged the girls back to the abusers without safeguarding or long-term support. Social services and the NHS treated the pregnancies as isolated medical events rather than evidence of organised child rape. The state severed the maternal bond while failing to break the cycle of abuse. Other babies remained with mothers who were themselves still children, producing immediate harm typically involving a disrupted education, substance addiction, mental collapse, and repeated contact with the criminal justice system. Victims who had been born of rape to earlier victims described the same patterns repeating across generations. Every statutory agency encouraged these pregnancies. Hospital and sexual health clinics recorded genital injuries, STIs, and pregnancies in 11 to 16-year-olds, but made no protective referrals. Mental health services discharge girls after suicide attempts linked to the pregnancies without trauma care. Social services closed cases or returned the young mothers to risk environments. Police failed to investigate the rapes that caused the pregnancies, even when the perpetrators were named and known. Like, what more fucking evidence do you need? Licensing authorities allowed the taxis that transported pregnant girls to continue operating. The family law courts made matters worse for victims across the board, often by awarding rapists parental rights over the very children begotten by their heinous crimes. In some cases, such rapists have even allowed to apply for a contact order to meet their grandchildren. Holy shit, man. Just like, think about, like, as bad as this is, right? Like I said, it's too late to be scared. Too late to black pill. It's too late to do any of that shit. Right? As bad, not even as bad, as fucking evil as this shit is, we have to remember the heroes. We have to remember that if evil exists, then good must also exist. You cannot have evil without good. You cannot have hot without cold. All right? As evil as this shit is, there are good people out there. Think of Tommy Robinson. And I mean, like, you can already kind of see when he's like videos of like modern videos of him when he's like, you know, screaming from the bell tower, like even like a decade ago when he's screaming from the bell tower and all this kind of shit. But really, like, the prison has, for lack of a better word, like damaged him and all this kind of stuff, and you can see how worked up he gets and all this kind of shit. But he's like a shining exemplar out of all this. Like, the amount of shit that he was willing to go through. And remember, when he was when he went into prison, like, he was going to prison knowing full well, like, they're sending me into prison hoping that these Muslims in the prison, in these cells around him, was going to kill him. Make no mistake, that's why they tried so hard to fucking lock him up on trumped up charges. Because they were hoping that one of these Muslim cunts was going to shank him or was going to kill him. Pretty goddamn heroic. And no matter how hard they went after him, he just fucking yelled louder. Like a lion. And as dark as this shit is, I assure you, if there's any British person listening to me right now, I assure you, brother, the sun will shine on us once again. There's an Irish saying. I won't type it out because you wouldn't be able to pronounce it anyways. But it goes, Chucky our law. It was a mantra by the IRA. Chucky our law. And I'm not talking about like what the IRA became. This was like back in 1916. Osh Gaelge, or in Irish, as it would say. Chucky our law means our day will come. That's what I'm preparing for. The impact on survivors. The rape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and psychological damage that no institution has ever properly addressed. They carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and live with permanent fear. Many attempted suicide, and sadly some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same system that failed them. The state did not merely fail to protect these survivors, but it compounded the harm by criminalizing them, discharging them from hospitals without support, removing their babies, and leaving them in environments where the abuse could continue. The evidence shows a national pattern of lifelong devastation inflicted on children who were raped, trafficked, impregnated, and then abandoned by every agency meant to help them. Fiona was raped repeatedly from age 13 while in care. She became pregnant at 15 and her child was removed for adoption while she remained in the same exploitative environment. Due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the gangs had complimented them during her abuse. She now lives with profound PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term physical health complications due to her abuse. Michelle suffered near daily rape from age 13, became pregnant 4 times as a child, endured miscarriages and coerced abortion, and gave birth while still a teenager. She describes her childhood and future as destroyed, and she lives with PTSD that affects every day of her life. Chloe was raped repeatedly from age 11, contracted multiple STIs as a 13-year-old, starved to 5 stone, drugged with heroin, imprisoned in her own home, and publicly humiliated. She now carries severe gynecological damage and lifelong trauma. Leanne was abused from infancy, trafficked, subjected to extreme violence including penetration by objects, strangulation, and backstreet abortions. She lives with profound physical injuries and a total lack of trust in every institution. Grace was groomed from early adolescence, raped while intoxicated, entered violent domestic relationships, and watched her own children abused. She suffers severe mental illness, displacement, and ongoing stalking. Kate endured a decade of trafficking, filmed blackmail, read rooms of torture, animal rape, and witnessed murders of other girls. She received an NRM conclusive grounds, but despite this, has received very little support and lives with trauma that she has to manage daily. Anna's recorded assault at 13 led to ostracism and interrupted education and lasting mental health damage. Jen was forcibly converted, married, and controlled under religious coercion, and she now has complex PTSD and lives in fear for her daughter. Leanne was held captive, beaten, and raped while pregnant at 15. She miscarried and now suffers chronic fibromyalgia and psychological trauma. Taylor was gang raped across multiple towns and she carries lifelong psychological harm. Jane was trafficked from a care placement, developed a severe eating disorder, was sectioned, and left with lasting physical and psychiatric damage. Rachel's daughter, aged 12, was raped, bullied, and abandoned by police and school. She took her own life. Every survivor describes the same long-term consequences destroyed by education and employment prospects, broken relationships, inability to trust adults or institutions, chronic physical pain, addiction, repeated suicide attempts, loss of children, and a permanent sense of shame and worthlessness implanted by the gangs and reinforced by the state. The human cost is not abstract, but measured in ruined lives, lost futures, and children born into the same hell their mothers endured. Let me catch up with chat. 100%. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there. No worries, Shantae. Like I said, this is mainly for rewatch value. This is like the only stream you'll probably see me say. Like, I take no insult or no offense. You guys don't want such heavy listening. I believe Rex and they just ended. So whatever podcast, Crucible's also hosting a stream, a watch party. This is for the receipts. Like I said, man, Chuck your law. Ragnarok is coming for every single one of these motherfuckers. The evidence from high-profile convictions and compiled data on group-based child sexual exploitation indicates a clear overrepresentation of Pakistani Muslim men as member of rape gangs. However, when examining the religious dimension, often inferred from published names in court records and reliable reporting, the proportion of Muslim perpetrators appears even higher than the ethnic Pakistani figure alone would suggest. Analyses of conviction lists, such as those compiled in researchers reviewing cases from the late 1990s onwards, have found that approximately 90% of those convicted in relevant grooming gang cases bore distinctly Muslim names, a stark contrast to the roughly 6% Muslim proportion of the overall population. This pattern arises because nearly all documented Pakistani perpetrators in these cases have Muslim names, and additional convictions have involved Muslim men from other backgrounds, for example, Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and mixed groups with predominantly Islamic names. Non-Muslim participants remain exceptions, often isolated incidents in smaller or mixed groups. These recurring observations, drawn from judicial outcomes, inquiries, and other public records, establish a basis for advocating improved official data collection on the religion of perpetrators in group-based child sexual exploitation cases. Current national data frequently lack robust recording of ethnicity, and religion is even less systematically captured, limiting evidence-based analysis and responses. Enhanced mandatory recording of both ethnicity and religion alongside other characteristics for suspects and convicted offenders in these offences would enable clear identification of patterns, better informed prevention strategies, and more proportionate policy interventions, while addressing long-standing criticisms of data inadequacies highlighted in government reviews and reports. The evidence heard by this inquiry is unequivocal, overwhelming, and devastating in its clarity. Organized networks of Muslim men systematically raped, trafficked, drugged, impregnated, and destroyed the lives of thousands upon thousands of British children across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. When the documented patterns from Rotherham, Telford, Rochdale, Oxford, Newcastle, Oldham, Huddersfield, Peterborough, Burnley, Thamesdale, and dozens of other towns and cities are extrapolated nationally, scale reaches at least 250,000 victims. This is not a collection of isolated local scandals. It is a national scandal of industrial-scale child rape and modern-day slavery enabled, protected, and prolonged by the deliberate failures of the British state at every single level. The testimony of the survivors and their families leave no room for denial or equivocation. Sally watched her daughter's life unravel. Although her daughter was admitted to lying on occasion, the police privately acknowledged grooming, yet in public communications treated her only as a liar. Marlon had his parental authority stripped away so his daughter could be returned to the very place where she had been raped. Whitney's reports of exploitation were dismissed, while her own childhood trauma was used to undermine her credibility as a mother. Rachel saw her 12-year-old autistic daughter discouraged from pursuing justice, bullied relentlessly, and ultimately driven to her death by an overdose after the authorities failed her at every turn. Fiona, Michelle, Chloe, Marie, Grace, Kate, Anna, Jen and Leanne, Taylor, Jane, and Lily, and so many others described the same relentless pattern. Repeated rape, gang rape, blackmail with filmed abuse, pregnancies used as weapons of control, miscarriages, coerced abortions, and the birth of children who entered the world already condemned to the same cycle. These were not all vulnerable children, in the narrow sense the authorities preferred to believe. Some came from stable homes, middle-class families, and loving parents. Perpetrators targeted them precisely because they were unguarded by the collective male protection that some minority communities could mobilize. The gangs operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslims, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. They transported victims between towns, shared them among brothers and friends, forced conversions to Islam followed by unregistered religious marriages, and justified the abuse by describing the girls as easy meat, white trash, or morally inferior. Same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities responded with collective male protection. White girls received no such defense. Every institution that existed to protect children instead enabled the gangs. Police forces across England and Scotland discouraged reporting, criminalized victims, destroyed evidence, allowed known rapists to walk free on bail, and in some cases, actively participated in or shielded the networks. Social care removed parental authority, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children homes and semi-independent units, closed cases despite clear evidence of exploitation, destroyed records, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple STIs in 13-year-olds, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged the children back to their abusers the same night with no safeguarding or trauma care. Schools watched older men collect girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape in toilets, and excluded the victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for the very drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the trafficking networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. The media self-censored the ethnic and religious pattern for fear of being labeled racist. Social media platforms became the primary tools for initial grooming, distribution of rape videos, and coordination between perpetrators. Politics, especially the Labour Party, bears the heaviest responsibility. Councillors and MPs sat on the very authorities that covered up the abuse. They were briefed as early as 2003 through the CROP multi-agency group, yet later denied knowledge. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose terms of reference are so tightly drawn, limited to group-based child sexual exploitation in a handful of relevant local areas, time-limited, and deliberately excluding any systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers, that it cannot possibly confront the truths that this inquiry has heard. Labour did not merely fail to protect children, it actively obstructed justice, suppressed ethnicity data, voted against a proper national inquiry, and sacrificed tens of thousands of white working class girls on the altar of multiculturalism and electoral arithmetic. The Conservative Party, while in national government from 2010 onwards, also failed. It did not impose mandatory ethnicity recording, nor did it launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the Rotherham J report and other revelations. Rory Stewart, a former Conservative minister, publicly described the issue as a small problem confined to the north of England. He downplayed the national reality and thus showed the attitude of, or at the very least, a section of the party. Scottish politics mirrored the same reluctance, refusing a dedicated inquiry and failing to record offender ethnicity. The human cost is incalculable and permanent. Survivors carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic physical pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and unrelenting fear. Many have attempted suicide repeatedly and some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same failing system that failed them. The gangs used pregnancy as a deliberate weapon of control, and the state compounded the harm by removing babies for adoption or placing them in care while abandoning the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma has been institutionalized. The state recorded the injuries, the STIs, pregnancies, and the disclosures, yet chose votes, so-called community relations, and fear of racism accusations over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the truth, such as a social worker, Haven Vines, Tommy Robinson, and countless protective parents, were suspended, bankrupted, subjected to dawn raids, acid freezings, and gagging orders. The rule of law failed, and racial and religious aggravation was almost never applied to the few that were convicted. Foreign national offenders were rarely deported, and sentences bore no relation to the lifetime of destruction inflicted. This inquiry has heard the testimony. It has seen the documents. It has the records. It has recorded the names of officers, social workers, counselors, ministers, and institutions that failed. The evidence is now overwhelming and irrefutable. The rape gangs did not operate in the shadows, but with the active or passive consent of the British state. Betrayal was total. Recommendations. The evidence presented in this inquiry by victims and whistleblowers demonstrates beyond reasonable doubt the rape gangs operated with either the active or passive consent of public authorities. More or less every institution failed. The state knew the patterns, recorded and then often destroyed evidence of harm, and chose political convenience over child protection. Any government that aspires to restore justice, eliminate the gangs, and protect the next generation must implement the following recommendations. Only then can the British state begin to make up for its profound betrayal of hundreds of thousands of British children. Criminal justice response. Victims must be placed at the center of the criminal justice process. They must have the right to be informed of all decisions, to attend sentencing hearings, and to submit victim personal statements that carry statutory weight. Independent sexual violence advisors must be funded nationally and assigned to every grooming gang victim from the moment of first report. Sentences. Current sentencing guidelines are grotesquely inadequate for organized child rape. The Sentencing Council must be required by statute to revise its guidelines so that group-based child sexual exploitation carries a starting point of life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 years for participants. Racial or religious motivation, multiple victims, trafficking across counties, pregnancy caused by rape, and use of filming or blackmail must each be spelled out as statutory aggravating factors that push the sentences toward their maximum extent. Concurrent sentencing must be prohibited where multiple victims are involved. Cumulative sentencing must be the default. A number of politicians, including Rupert Lowe, have also called for a referendum on reintroducing the death penalty for the most heinous crimes. There is a case to be made that this is more than proportionate where the rape gangs are concerned. Immigration, deportations, and denaturalizations. Every foreign national convicted of group-based CSE must be at the very least deported. Any British citizen convicted of these offences who hold dual nationality must lose their citizenship automatically upon conviction, rendering them liable for deportation. This ought to apply retrospectively to those convicted in the past too. The Home Office must publish annual deportation figures broken down by national background and offence type. Where a perpetrator has family members in Britain who have supported, harboured, or failed to report the offending, the entire immediate family unit must also face deportation proceedings themselves unless they can prove either active cooperation with authorities or no prior knowledge. The evidence from witnesses convictions, and the Casey audit shows a clear overrepresentation of Muslim men, particularly of Pakistani heritage, in these organized networks. The inquiry has not ignored this. Mosques, madrasas, and community organizations that have harbored or failed to report perpetrators must face investigation and, if found guilty, be closed. The immediate deportation of anyone nested within such subcultures promoting attitudes that dehumanize non-Muslim girls must be pursued. The nations of the world are not identical. Ultra-selective border control, attentive to general patterns in sending countries, is therefore also vital to the long-run happiness and continued existence of host peoples across the West. Immigration policy must immediately reflect the evidence. Anyone from a country whose nationals are disproportionately represented in rape gang convictions must no longer be entitled to a visa. This should be applied ruthlessly. Our young girls must come first. Special measures for child witnesses in grooming gang trials must be strengthened. Pre-recorded evidence, remote testimony, and screens must be the default. Cross-examination that re-traumatizes the child must be prohibited. The court must appoint a specialist intermediary in every case. The Crown Prosecution Service must create a dedicated national unit for group-based child sexual exploitation, with specialist prosecutors trained in trauma-informed practice. Charging decisions must no longer be influenced by community impact or fear of racism allegations. Failure to charge a clear case must be reviewable by the Attorney General and should result in criminal liability for those who do not carry out their duty. It has been established that organized gangs, chiefly of Pakistani heritage, have not only groomed, raped, and tortured thousands of women and girls across Britain, but have also trafficked such victims overseas, particularly to Pakistan and other countries. Evidence from independent hearings, early day motions in Parliament, and of course survivor testimonies presented to this inquiry serve to suggest as much. The intent of perpetrators was to exert near total control, prevent disclosure of the abuse, obstruct homegrown investigations, and continue inflicting abuse in environments with weaker safeguards. The full extent remains under-investigated due to historical institutional failures by police, council, and social services, often linked to concerns over racism allegations or inadequate cross-border cooperation. This must be rectified. It is therefore recommended that a dedicated task force be established within the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, working in close liaison with the Home Office, police forces, the National Crime Agency, and international partners. This unit should prioritize identification, location, safeguarding, and urgent reparation of affected British women and girls. This means enhanced consular support, intelligence sharing on mission person cases recorded in known grooming hotspots, targeted reviews of passports and travel records linked to known perpetrators, and diplomatic pressure on destination countries for victim extraction and evidence gathering. A national compensation scheme for grooming gang victims must be set up at once. Something similar already exists in the form of Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority, established in theory to seek compensation on behalf of people physically or mentally injured because of a violent crime in England, Scotland, or Wales. The CICA does so by suing authorities or perpetrators directly, but has proven time and again be unfit for purpose in all sorts of ways. Despite providing evidence that helped to convict the leader of a Rotherham-based rape gang, Sammy Woodhouse was refused compensation by CICA on the grounds that she had consented to her own abuse. In our view, awards should be updated to reflect the lifelong harm documented in survivor testimony, including loss of education, employment, mental health, physical health, and family life. The scheme must be funded by a levy on all convicted perpetrators' assets and by the defined benefit pensions enjoyed by any public servants, either within police forces or social services, found guilty of or dismissed for culpable negligence. The law must place the protective family at the center of safeguarding. As such, the core principle that should underpin safeguarding reform is recognition that a child's family tends to represent the first, strongest, and most effective line of defense against exploitation. While there are circumstances in which children cannot safely remain with their family unit, exploitation cases generally differ from traditional intrafamilial abuse models. Present safeguarding systems do not always reflect this distinction. Families may experience responses that frame them primarily as contributors to risk rather than potential safeguards against it. This can result in reduced trust between families and professionals, parental disengagement from safeguarding processes, delayed information sharing, increased isolation of child from protective relationships, and perpetrators exploiting divisions between children, families, and agencies. Official research increasingly reinforces relational approaches to CSE, recognizing that protective networks, including parents, siblings, extended family, school, peers, and community relationships, are essential to reducing vulnerability and disrupting exploitation. Once removed from family and community networks, children, as a general matter, become more vulnerable to grooming, missing episodes, trafficking, and other forms of harm. A family-first approach is therefore essential. We recommend the construction of a safeguarding framework in which families are recognized as primary protective factors. Wherever safe, family support is prioritized, contextual safeguarding approaches are strengthened, and residential care is used proportionally and as a last resort than as a default response to exploitation risk. This proceeds from the understanding, bolstered by our inquiry, that where rape gangs are concerned, parents and carers are more often protective than causative agents. Needless to say, this family-first approach should never prevent decisive intervention in cases where home environments are deemed unsafe. The point is that safeguarding authorities must first establish the unfitness of some family environment before residential placement becomes the response. Parents ought also have a statutory right to be informed of all risks to their child, receive copies of all assessments and plans, and to challenge any decision that undermines or removes their parental responsibility. Financial and practical assistance, including emergency housing relocation when needed, must be made available to any parent reporting grooming indicators. The state should not interfere with a family's ability to protect itself from harm. I told you, Ragnarok is coming. The UK has been overrun by the orcs. There's, like I said, at every level, Kronos. At every level. Like the analogy that I give is you go into the dentist and you say, yo, doc, can you look at this cavity in my tooth? And the doc answers back, bro, the whole tooth is a cavity. The whole tooth. Ragnarok is coming. The existing legislative framework is fragmented, inconsistently applied, and deliberately blind to the ethnic and religious patterns documented in this inquiry and the Casey National Audit. As we've noted above, the Sexual Offences Act of 2003 and the Modern Slavery Act of 2015, among other relevant statutes, already contain powers that were never used to any significant effect against the rape gangs. Ethnicity recording, too, remains either patchy or absent. Group-based child sexual exploitation is not even a distinct offense with its own sentencing guidelines. The result is a system that records thousands of individual offenses while concealing, deliberately or otherwise, the organized nature of the predation. A single, comprehensive Child Sexual Exploitation Act must be enacted at once. This new statute should create a specific offense of organized group-based child sexual exploitation, understood as participation in networks that groom, traffic, or exploit children for sexual purposes, whether or not each individual act can be separately proven, with mandatory minimum sentences and aggravating factors for racial or religious motivation. It must reverse the presumption that a child can ever consent to sexual activity with an adult, especially in a grooming context. Courts to date have recognized that apparent acquiescence may be the product of coercion or psychological manipulation, but the statutory formulation has not fully reflected this aspect of CSE. It must also impose a statutory duty on every relevant public authority to record and publish the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all such cases. This would entail speedy repeal of any legislation that forbids authorities from collecting relevant ethnicity and religious data. Last of all, it must criminalize, as we shall elaborate below, any provable capable failure or refusal on the part of public officials to act on rape gangs for fear of inflaming community tensions or inviting anti-racist media scrutiny. This would build upon existing principles concerning misconduct in public office to provide clearer and more enforceable standards. Parliament should mandate enhanced sentencing for offences committed as part of organized networks, including minimal custodial terms and expanded use of whole life orders in extreme cases. The gravity of such offending often involved prolonged abuse, trafficking, and commercial exploitation justifies the harshest possible sentences. A broader constitutional question arises concerning the interaction between human rights law and the prosecution of organized sexual exploitation. It is frequently argued that existing rights frameworks have been interpreted in ways that inhibit robust enforcement or contribute to institutional caution. A comprehensive review of the Human Rights Act of 1998 should therefore be undertaken with a view to recalibrating the balance between individual rights and the protection of vulnerable victims. Reform should focus on ensuring that rights-based arguments cannot be deployed to obstruct investigations, prosecutions, or deportation proceedings involving serious sexual offending. Indeed, it is probably preferable to repeal the Human Rights Act of 1998 than to allow it to continue in its current form. The Equality Act of 2010, if not repealed altogether, should never be applied to criminal justice and safeguarding contexts. Anti-discrimination principles must not operate as a deterrent to the identification of risk patterns or the enforcement of criminal law. Short of full repeal, at the very least, legislative amendment should clarify that equality protections can neither be invoked to shield criminal conduct nor restrict lawful investigative practices based on evidence-led risk assessment. Preventative mechanisms must be significantly expanded to address the evolving nature of child sexual exploitation and organized grooming networks. At present, the criminal justice system remains heavily reactive, intervening most decisively only after serious offenses have already occurred and victims suffered lasting harm. While prosecution and punishment remain essential, greater emphasis must be placed on early intervention, disruption, and risk management in order to prevent abuse before it escalates. One vital reform would be to ensure the wider and more proactive use of sexual risk orders and related civil preventative orders. In principle, these powers allow authorities to impose restrictions on individuals who demonstrate concerning behavior characteristic of sexual abusers, even where a criminal conviction has not yet been secured. Greater readiness to deploy them would give police officers and safeguarding agencies more confidence to intervene sooner rather than later, whether by restricting contact with vulnerable children, monitoring online activity, limiting access to certain locations, or preventing association with suspected grooming networks. Such measures would help close the gap between suspicion and prosecution, where many offenders currently continue operating unchecked. For similar reasons, compulsory monetary arrangements for high-risk offenders could be strengthened. Individuals with histories of sexual violence, exploitation, trafficking, or organized abuse could be subject to more rigorous supervision through electronic monitoring, regular risk assessment, mandatory disclosure requirements, and closer multi-agency oversight. Given the increasingly digital nature of grooming, monitoring should also include online behavior and communications where legally proportionate. Enhanced supervision would not only reduce opportunities for reoffending, but also improve intelligence gathering on wider criminal networks. Mandatory reporting duties for institutions represent another crucial preventative safeguard. Schools, social services, healthcare providers, care homes, charities, and other organizations working with children should be placed under a clear legal obligation to report suspected abuse, exploitation, or grooming activity to the appropriate authorities. Too often, institutional failures, fear of reputational damage, or unnecessary or uncertainty about procedures have allowed warning signs to be ignored. A statutory duty would create greater accountability, encourage earlier referrals, and strengthen interagency cooperation. Failure to report serious concerns, particularly by professionals in positions of trust, carry meaningful disciplinary and potentially criminal consequences. Expanding preventative powers must, however, remain consistent with principles of proportionality, due process, and basic freedoms. Safeguards including judicial oversight, regular review mechanisms, and clear evidential thresholds are necessary to ensure that expanded powers are not used arbitrarily. Nevertheless, where the protection of vulnerable children is at stake, the balance of public policy should favor earlier intervention rather than waiting for irreparable harm to occur. Finally, the overarching legislative objective should be to recognize organized sexual exploitation as a form of structural criminality. This requires a shift in both legal doctrine and institutional culture. The law must move from reactive punishment to proactive eradication of networks that exploit vulnerable children. Without such a shift, existing statutes, however numerous or severe in theory, will continue to operate as instruments of retrospective justice rather than effective protection. The following principles must be enshrined in the aforementioned Child Sexual Exploitation Act. Children can never consent. The Act must prohibit any agency or court from treating a child's previous behavior, clothing, intoxication, or lifestyle choices as mitigation or consent. Any professional who uses such language in reports or proceedings must face disciplinary action and potential criminal sanction. Accountability encourages competence. The Act must contain greater clarity in law detailing the positive expectations to which public-facing bodies with statutory duty of care must be held accountable. Among frontline professionals, it is of course everybody's duty to safeguard children. The clarification should be such as to require the relevant duty holder, be it an individual, an organization, or some other entity, to take proactive, affirmative steps to save children from group-based exploitation. Breach of this duty, whether by provable incompetence or deliberate malpractice, must be an offence. Repeated failure to act on known safeguarding indicators has been one of the defining characteristics of the rape gang scourge across Britain. Public bodies must therefore face clear legal accountability where serious neglect occurs. Crimes committed by child victims of grooming at the behest of their abusers lack the mens rea, guilty mind, to count as criminal in the conventional sense. The Act must expunge the criminal records of any child or young person convicted of crimes, including prostitution, drug possession, or public order offences that occurred while and because they were forced to do so. The presumption must be that such convictions were the direct result either of manipulation or coercion. Named Sammy's Law after Sammy Woodhouse, this would be for the benefit of survivors in need of closure who were criminalized instead of protected. Proven rapists forfeit their parental rights. The Act should make it unambiguous that rapists, upon conviction, automatically lose their parental rights over any child born of such rape. Sharia marriage. The Act must prohibit Sharia marriages. Too often, these have served as a pretext for abusers who exercise greater coercive control over their victims. This is because Sharia courts effectively operate as a parallel judicial system, recognized in British law but not of British law. This enables them to govern the life of Muslim communities and, by extension, the life of any victims groomed by such communities, in ways counter to our long-established norms and customs. We got how many pages? About 50 pages left. Hang in there, chat. Hang in there. Good to hear, Shante. 100% salutes, and welcome in, Jess. Welcome in. We're just finishing up the report. Got about 50 pages left. A lot of reading. But like I said, it's one of those necessities. Because this can never be allowed to happen again. Never. Every frontline professional, police officers, social workers, teachers, GPs, nurses, taxi licensing officers, school staff, and youth workers must receive mandatory annual training on group-based child sexual exploitation. This training must convey the documented ethnic and religious patterns, tactics used by the gangs, the signs of grooming, and the legal duty to act. Failure to act on clear indicators must carry professional risk and, in serious cases, criminal consequences. A national public awareness campaign must be launched so that parents, neighbours, and communities know exactly what to look for and whom to contact. The default response of every agency must shift from disbelief and victim blaming to immediate protection and investigation. While policy change is required to hold statutory services to account, the delivery of these practices must be carefully monitored. Improved training is key. Many initiatives emphasize the need for multi-agency working, but delivery more than emphasis is essential to effective safeguarding in practice. Previous reviews have documented gaps in multi-agency processes, many of them noticed as a result of failures of child safeguarding. A crucial point to consider is that each service has its own guidelines, practices, and procedures, all of which contribute to gaps in communication, referrals, and the like. It is important that statutory services from trusting relationships with one another as well as with other partners This means engaging in open conversations, demonstrating professional curiosity, and erring on the side of oversharing information to safeguard children. In 2022, the British Journal of General Practice published an article on the work of Sharon Dixon, Briony Kendall, Jenny Driscoll, and Catherine Pope. Relationship building is at the heart of multi-agency working. It read, and sharing stories and findings can be parts of this. When research is primarily conducted and shared within single agency professional meetings and publications, opportunities to do this may be missed. This buttresses the findings from the inquiry. Cross-agency training is vital to facilitate multi-agency working. We therefore recommend that cross-agency child safeguarding training be made mandatory for all statutory services. The inquiry further recommends that agencies work together to agree joint working practices and policies to prevent confidentiality acting as a barrier to sharing pivotal information in circumstances that may not only serve to protect children, but prove life-saving. Safeguarding protest posters outlining signs of child grooming and exploitation should be displayed in public areas in all health clinics, including GP surgeries, sexual health clinics, A&E departments, inpatient areas, and mental health clinics, and any other area accessed by those attending healthcare facilities. This should be extended to schools and youth centres. Policing must be reformed from the ground up. Every force must be required to record the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all CSE cases. A national marker for group-based child sexual exploitation must be mandatory. Specialist CSE units must be established in every force with dedicated resources for proactive disruption. Ethno-religious lobbying against proper law enforcement must be resisted on principle. Getting the policing now. The current framework within which law enforcement approaches CSE is untrue to the real-world nuances of the problem. In order to perform better, police must deepen their cooperation with existing multi-agency CSE panels designed to identify and safeguard children at risk of exploitation. At present, these efforts take place largely at local level without sufficient coordination. Multi-agency CSE panels also lack either a statutory footing or a nationally mandated operational framework. As a result, performance varies from place to place. Evidence from serious case reviews and major inquiries, including those arising from investigations due to the Rotherham and Rothschild gangs, indicates that the lack of consistent playbook set down nationwide contributed to safeguarding failures and undermined local responses. We therefore call for the immediate introduction of multi-agency coordination on CSE and a uniform operational framework. Such reforms would improve consistency and maximize accountability. Where effective, multi-agency CSE panels tend to demonstrate well-defined referral thresholds and pathways, regular strategic meetings between police departments and children's services, and clear lines of accountability. Norfolk is often praised for its track record on these very fronts. There exists a dedicated multi-agency exploitation team embedded alongside policing. Proven model of such success stories must serve as the foundation of any future reforms. Police should also be trained to interview rape gang suspects in relation to their religious beliefs and investigate the witness evidence of victims in relation to the religious elements of their abuse. Fear of offending cultural sensitivities should be removed completely from the culture that permeates modern policing. Healthcare. The NHS must be specified in law to owe a duty of care to survivors of rape gangs. Every sexual health clinic, GP surgery, A&E department, and mental health service must trigger an automatic safeguarding referral for any child presenting with STIs, genital injuries, pregnancies, or repeated self-harm linked to exploitation. Discharge of a child back to a known risk environment without multi-agency protection plan must be prohibited. Trauma-enforced care must be commissioned nationally for all rape gang survivors. Backstreet abortions and pregnancies caused by rape must be treated as crimes, not private medical matters. In March 2026, the government published an updated version of Working Together to Safeguard Children, a statutory guide manual on multi-agency working to help, support, and protect children. The guidance provides a summary of changes within the updated version, as well as an appendix glossary on group-based child sexual exploitation. This glossary defines group-based child sexual exploitation as 2 or more individuals, whether identified or not, who are known to or associated with one another and are known to be involved in or to facilitate the sexual exploitation of children. Being involved in sexual exploitation of children includes, for example, introducing them to other individuals for the purpose of exploitation, trafficking a child for the purpose of sexual exploitation, taking payment for sexual activities with the child, or allowing their property to be used for sexual activities with the child, etc. This can be perpetrated within or beyond the family by both children and adults, and groups can be organized or loosely linked. Trauma-informed care must also be commissioned nationally for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Survivors frequently experience long-term psychological trauma, addiction, self-harm, homelessness, PTSD, depression, and difficulties engaging with healthcare services. Yet, support provision remains inconsistent. An overwhelming number of the participants with whom we engaged during the inquiry have reported struggles accessing the appropriate psychological support, process their trauma, and facilitate recovery. Survivors need more specifically focused attention than is customary with cognitive behavioral therapy. This report recommends that compassion-focused therapy should also form a central component of therapeutic provision for survivors. Survivors commonly present with profound shame, self-blame, disassociation, emotional dysregulation, complex trauma symptoms, substance dependency, depression, self-harm, and difficulties forming safe interpersonal relationships. These psychological patterns are not incidental, they are frequently the direct consequence of prolonged coercion, humiliation, degradation, violence, and institutional abandonment. CFT specifically targets these psychological patterns. Grooming processes deliberately condition victims to internalize guilt, complicity, worthlessness, and emotional dependency upon perpetrators. Many survivors constantly describe themselves not primarily as victims of violence, but as dirty, weak, complicit, or beyond help. These shame-based feelings persist even after physical safety has been secured. CFT directly seeks to strengthen this soothing system through compassionate imagery, emotional regulation training, attachment repair, and reduction of self-attacking cognition. Emerging evidence suggests that compassion-based interventions are effective in reducing PTSD symptoms, shame, depression, and self-criticism among trauma survivors. Importantly, many survivors of organized exploitation distrust authority figures and struggle with conventional clinical relationships due to repeated betrayal. CFT offers a non-punitive and non-pathologizing framework that validates survivors' responses rather than framing victims as dysfunctional or resistant. This is particularly important for survivors previously criminalized, disbelieved, or blamed by professionals. In the view of these facts, CFT should be commissioned nationally for specialist survivor services. NHS trauma pathways should include CFT as a recommended intervention for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Clinicians working with grooming gang survivors should receive specialist training in shame-informed and compassion-based approaches, long-term therapy provisions, should be prioritized over short duration crisis interventions, and survivor services should incorporate peer-based compassion recovery models alongside former psychotherapy. Support should also be made available to family members, especially to children, and to the partners of victims of gang-based abuse. As for physical health, pregnancies in children under 16, abortions following suspected rape, concealed pregnancies, forced terminations, and suspected backstreet abortions could be treated as safeguarding the potentially criminal matters regarding rather than solely private medicinal episodes. The child must always be regarded as a victim in need of protection. As we've seen, physical after effects of exploitation did not end when the abuse itself ended. In many cases, as we've seen, trauma carried over into the lives of children born through rape. The continued institutional invisibility of these children reflects a broader reluctance to confront the wider human consequences of organized sexual exploitation. As such, these children should be formally recognized within safeguarding legislation as a vulnerable category requiring specialist support. We further recommend the creation of a national research program examining the long-term social, psychological development, and safeguarding outcomes of children born through organized sexual violence. A near total absence of British research in this field represents a major institutional blind spot. Mandatory training should also be introduced for all frontline NHS staff on how to identify and how to engage with the various grooming dynamics: coercive control, disassociation, trauma presentation, gang-associated abuse, boyfriend model exploitation, and honor-based abuse. Multiple inquiries have identified a recurring pattern in which professionals failed to intervene because victims were perceived as troubled, consenting, or making bad lifestyle choices. Last of all, we recommend the establishment of specialist NHS child sexual exploitation units in areas with documented history of ongoing abuse. These should combine forensic medicine, safeguarding expertise, mental health services, survivor advocacy, and long-term trauma support. Their purpose would be not only treatment but also early identification of organized exploitation patterns. Every survivor should be guaranteed long-term access to specialist counseling, psychiatric treatment, sexual health care, reproductive health care, addiction, support, legal advocacy, and housing assistance regardless of whether criminal proceedings are ongoing. Private prosecution. But you see there, like I was kind of down the line of like death penalty and all this kind of stuff, but you see how robust this section is. You know? And then you had that fucking bitch saying that oh, it was poorly written and all this kind of stuff. It's like, excuse me? Like, I was basically asking or begging, like what is the solution? Where do we go from here and all this kind of stuff? You know? This is why we gotta vote restore, ladies and gentlemen. Are you crazy agreeing? We've been doing fine, Leprechaun, almost there, 100%, 100%, folks. Appreciate you covering this, Teriak. I wouldn't have known about it if you didn't. Haven't been keeping up with what's happening lately. Been way too busy. Yeah, like I said, man, obviously like real life comes first and all this kind of stuff. But like crazy shit that's been going on. Absolutely crazy. But that's why I'm here. That's why I do these shows. Appreciate you for the $10 for the hard work. Appreciate you kindly. And Marin for the gifted membership as well. Congratulations to Nick Flip 2086. You have Marin to thank for your gifted membership, sir. 100%. 100%. 100%. The solution is one they don't like. Well, this is the thing. I don't give a fuck what they don't like. We're going to shove this shit down their fucking throat. And 100%, Marin, thank you very kindly. Appreciate you. And we're going to go over I know the timers ran out and all this kind of stuff, but we're going to go over until we finish it. We're on page 175. Just getting some vape and some water. Private prosecutions / civil litigation. The law provides comprehensive and powerful mechanisms for victims, their families, and other concerned parties to pursue accountability for the widespread grooming, rape, and trafficking offences committed by organised gangs across the United Kingdom. These mechanisms operate through two principal routes. Number one, civil actions seeking compensation, together with other remedies for harm suffered. And number two, private prosecutions where public authorities have failed or refused to act. Both avenues draw directly upon the extensive range of offences and institutional failures documented in cases such as Orr v. Carrar in 2013, and they can be deployed strategically to secure justice, expose systemic shortcomings, and deter future offending without sole reliance or reluctant state prosecutors or local councils. Civil actions against the perpetrators themselves begin with the core torts of assault and battery. These claims arise whenever non-consensual sexual contact, physical violence, or coercive acts occur, as repeatedly evidenced in the grooming and exploitation patterns that involved extreme brutality, sustained assaults, and the use of drugs to facilitate offending. Victims can recover damages for physical injuries, pain and suffering, loss of earnings, and medical expenses, with courts empowered to award aggravated or exemplary damages where the conduct is shown to have been sadistic or humiliating. False imprisonment forms a former head of claim in every case involving trafficking or confinement, where perpetrators can be shown to have restricted the liberty of victims through threats, abduction, or control with the United Kingdom for sexual exploitation. This tort directly mirrors the trafficking offences under sections 57 to 59A of the Sexual Offences Act 2003 and the Modern Slavery Act 2015, allowing victims to seek substantial compensation for the deprivation of freedom and the psychological trauma that accompanies it. A separate but highly relevant civil claim is available under the rule in Wilkinson v. Downton in 1897 for the intentional infliction of emotional distress. This tort captures the grooming process itself, the supply of controlled substances, the lower resistance, the repeated humiliation, and the long-term mental harm inflicted on child victims. Courts have recognized that such deliberate conduct, often accompanied by threats to families, meets the threshold of our outrageous behavior calculated to cause psychiatric injury, thereby opening the door to compensation even where physical injury is absent. In addition to these private law remedies, every eligible victim retains the statutory right to apply for payments from the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme in 2012. The scheme explicitly covers violent sexual offences, including rape of a child under 13, assault by penetration and sexual exploitation, and it operates independently of any criminal conviction, providing a safety net of state-funded awards that can reach tens of thousands of pounds depending on the severity of harm. Civil liability extends equally to public authorities whose failures have enabled heinous criminal offences. Negligence claims against police forces, local councils, social service departments, and NHS bodies succeed where a duty of care is established and breached through the systemic ignoring of reports, the failure to investigate warnings, or the prioritization of so-called community relations over child protection. Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council, for example, has already paid millions of pounds in settlements precisely because its institutional culture prevented effective safeguarding. Misfeasance in public office supplies an additional and potent tort where claimants can prove officials acted with bad faith or malice, such as deliberately shelving investigations out of fear of being labelled racist. This tort requires evidence of targeted harm but carries the potential for exemplary damages and personal liability against individual officers or counselors. Claims under the Human Rights Act of 1998 have proved especially effective in this context. Article 3 of the ECHR imposes a positive obligation on the state to protect individuals from inhuman or degrading treatment and to investigate grave crimes such as rape with efficiency and promptness. The landmark Supreme Court decision in DSD versus Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis in 2018 confirmed that systemic investigative failures breached this article, giving rise to damages for victims who were let down by repeated inaction. More recent authority in Chief Constable of Northamptonshire versus Woodcock 2025 reinforces that police forces may be held liable in damages where they fail to protect individuals from foreseeable third-party harm, encompassing breaches of both Article 3 and Article 8 rights to respect for private and family life. These human rights claims can run alongside negligent actions and have resulted in substantial compensation awards while simultaneously forcing policy changes for failing institutions. Further statutory roots arise under the Children Act of 1989 and the Children Act of 2004, which place clear duties on local authorities to safeguard children and promote their welfare. Breaches of these duties, particularly where the vulnerable children in care were groomed or assaulted by those in positions of trust, support civil claims for damages. Sections 16 to 19 of the Sexual Offences Act in 2003 created specific criminal offences for adults in positions of trust who engage in or incite sexual activity with children under their care. But the same facts also ground civil liability for breach of statutory duty. Vicarious liability principles allow claimants to hold authorities responsible for the acts or omissions of their employees, such as social workers, care home staff, or NHS personnel who either committed offences or turned a blind eye. Where broader policy decisions contributed to the scandal, judicial review proceedings remain available to challenge unlawful failures to act, providing a route to quash decisions and compel proper investigations. Private prosecutions supply the criminal counterpart to those civil remedies and are available to any person or organization with sufficient interest in the case. The full spectrum of offences committed by the perpetrators can be prosecuted privately under the Sexual Offences Act of 2003, including rape contrary to Section 1, rape of a child under 13 contrary to Section 15, assault by penetration contrary to Section 2, sexual assault contrary to Section 3, causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity contrary to Section 8 and 10, arranging for facilitating child sexual exploitation contrary to Section 50, grooming contrary to... One sec. My mouth's drying up. Grooming contrary to Section 15, and the various trafficking and prostitution related offences in Section 52, 57 to 59A. The Serious Crime Act of 2015 broadened these provisions by replacing outdated references to child prostitution with wider concept of sexual exploitation of a child, while the Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalised the trafficking for sexual purposes with a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Indecent image offences, offences of causing or inciting prostitution for gain, and even rare but documented instances of animal cruelty linked to the offending can likewise be pursued. Where public authorities or their employees have themselves committed crimes, private prosecutors are equally viable. Misconduct in public office, perverting the course of justice, and aiding or abetting the primary offenders can all be charged against police officers, counsellors, social workers, or care staff who deliberately obstructed investigations or protected perpetrators. The same principles apply to family members or community figures who shielded rapists through intimidation of victims, concealment of evidence, or active assistance in the trafficking networks. Precedents such as HM Advocate versus Collins 2016 illustrates the gravity with which courts view abuse of trust in care settings, and private prosecutors can seek the same life sentences with extended minimum terms that were imposed in Orr v. Carrar 2013 for the depraved, brutal, and sadistic nature of the gang activity. The procedural route for private prosecutions is straightforward yet powerful. A summons or warrant is issued by a magistrate's court upon presentation of evidence that satisfies the evidential and public interest tests, after which the case proceeds as any other criminal matter, the CPS retaining the power to take over and continue or discontinue it. This mechanism bypasses institutional reluctance, ensures that cases as those involving absconded offenders or protected family members reach court, and creates a public record of offending that can support parallel civil claims. In combination, civil actions deliver financial redress and accountability for harm, while private prosecutions deliver criminal convictions, long custodial sentences, and the public condemnation necessary to dismantle the networks. Together, they form a complete legal strategy capable of delivering justice where state agencies historically have fallen short. Talk about comprehensive. You know what I mean? And like, that's what you need, because it's easy for me to sit here and say death penalty, everybody's getting the death penalty and all this kind of shit. But this right here is kind of like robust across the board. From literally like the financial restitution to like the criminal thing. And it's even a thing of like, they mentioned like the death penalty there, but that needs to be put to a referendum. So this whole aspect of we'll have to wait and see on that. But that's one thing that's been proposed, which is what I want to see. But then even if that does not get passed, you're talking about like 25 to 50 years minimum. Minimum. You know what I mean? And like obviously the deportations is one aspect, but like I said, I don't give a fuck what your skin color is, what your religion is, and all this stuff. And if you are a native, if you are, you know, a citizen and all this kind of shit, and you were born like your family's been here for like decades and decades and decades and all this kind of shit, you're still going to get punished severely. Severely. And like I said, I'm hoping that death penalty gets passed. You know? You catch up and chat as you should. I'm here for the long haul. Me too. Me too, baby. We got Sniper saying, I was told to guard this area 100%. Appreciate you kindly. Sniper. And we got on the Ko-Fi, we got Crazy. Thank you very kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. Says Just Cause with the $5. Let me add that onto the thing. Like I said, I'll do the edited video after this. Like I keep telling y'all, it's too late to be scared, you know? Take your time, snag that water, 100%. And for real saying, I wouldn't even bother with that. It's just wood chipper. You know? Wouldn't even give them the injection or the firing squad. Don't even deserve that shit. Just into the wood chipper. Next steps. Publish this inquiry's full witness statements. Seek out further witness statements so that more victims can tell their story. Name within Parliament those found or have enabled the rape gangs. That's what I was thinking was missing from the previous section as well. I was like, what about the politicians? I was like, we basically covered every other aspect. You know? I really like this line as well. Like, this is literally fully comprehensive. Shout out to Rupert Lowe and everybody that put this together. And the Restore Party. Man, I hope the Restore Party just like go and like do an absolute storm in the next election. Continue initiating civil proceedings and private prosecutions where appropriate. We've had more women come forward since our formal hearings took place. Be in no doubt that we intend for our rape gang inquiry to have a long life well beyond the publication of this one report. It'll be updated as and when we learn more about the most horrific blight on our national story. This is the initial phase of a larger mission to make sure that no such avoidable atrocities can ever happen again. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. A concluding message from Rupert Lowe. He's an MP for Restore Britain. Rape Gang Inquiry Chair. I want to thank you for taking the time to read our report. I hope it has gone some way to helping you understand the horror that has unfolded in almost every British town and city over the past 50 years. Participating in our hearings, listening to the survivors was the most harrowing experience of my life. It is impossible to understand how such evil has been allowed to flourish on such horrific or horrifying scale. This inquiry was founded because the authorities failed to act, the politicians failed to act, and the civil service failed to act. Everyone failed to act. We will not make that same mistake again. We will provide a platform for further victims to tell the nation their story. I will name perpetrators using parliamentary privilege, and we will aim to put these people in prison through cooperation with the relevant authorities. If they fail to take the necessary steps, we will deploy private prosecutors to obtain justice at last. The ultimate objective of our inquiry is clear. Put rapists and their enablers behind bars. There will be more news to come very soon on that front. Thank you for your time and attention reading this historic report. Rupert Lowe, MP, Rape Gang Inquiry. Then we have appendix, so we have more testimonies. Before we get into that, appreciate you. I think Jack pulled another thing. He got cool, Vic. Jack always, anytime Jack does a gifted membership, he always gets like one of the big ones. You know what I'm saying? Kudos to Jack. Thank you very kindly. So we got even more survivor testimonies. So again, buckle up. This one's Felicity. This is the first time I have ever shared a full account of what has happened to me as a child. First assault happened shortly after my 8th birthday. On this occasion, he asked me to help him put up a shelf. So went into a back room and he closed the door behind us. He had closed the door before, although closed doors made me feel uncomfortable and trapped. There were nails in a small box and he asked me to pass them to him. When I went to pass it to him, he came on top of me and put his hands all over me. I do not remember him saying anything at first. I froze and could not move. I remember being very scared. I also remember being terrified that I would get into trouble. He told me that if I told anyone, I would be taken away. I was terrified of going home afterwards. This was the starting point of years of abuse, rape, and torture. This man was the first person who had harmed me in this way. He then progressed to trafficking me to other men, predominantly Asian, outside the local area. After this, I began being collected either by taxi or by men who would pick me up personally. These collections often took place after school, on church nights when I was supposed to be attending church, and sometimes at weekends. I was also put in situations where I was made to participate in harmful acts involving other children. This was used to confuse boundaries and to make what was happening feel normal, while also creating secrecy and fear about speaking out. The man was described to me as someone who adored me and would marry me. I was told I was God's plan and that I would need to convert to Islam. This was presented as love and destiny, but it functioned as manipulation and control. The man linked to my initial period of abuse attended a Christian church. My contact with him and the way faith was referenced were used as part of the narrative to gain trust and legitimize what he was saying. I remember at one point being given a book about Islam by one of the Asian perpetrators and being told I needed to learn it as part of the pressure to convert. Another upstairs room was known to me as a punishment room. I describe it this way because it was the room where girls were taken if they were said to have done something wrong. Inside that room, I remember crate-like enclosures similar to an appearance to dog crates. Some were positioned on the floor and others above. I also recall there being various items in that room were used to hurt or punish people. Entering that room was frightening, and it was understood that being taken there meant serious punishment. I do not recall people always explaining why punishments were happening. I remember one of the worst punishments I ever witnessed involved another girl who was accused of reporting one of the men to the police. At that time, I had answered back and Char had stood up for me. She was slapped and both of us were taken upstairs. We were in the punishment room when another girl was brought in. The men stated she had reported one of them to the police and needed to be taught a lesson. Then I witnessed an iron being used on the girl's back while it was hot. I remember seeing severe burns and skin damage to her back. This memory has remained deeply traumatic to me. My recollection is that the girl later died. I remember seeing her being strangled afterwards in that room. I recall there being several men present, approximately 4 in total. I was terrified. At one point, both Shar and I were pregnant at the same time. All of these pregnancies ended in miscarriage. I was with Shar when she experienced the miscarriage. At the time, neither of us properly understood what was happening. I thought she was dying. Seeing what happened to Shar later helped me understand what was happening when I miscarried. I have experienced multiple miscarriages in my life. When Shar stopped being brought to the house, other girls were brought instead. I asked one of the men where she was. After I asked about her, I was placed in the punishment room. One of the men told me she would never be coming back. He laughed and said they had killed her and that I would never see her again. However, one of the men also said he wanted to take her away to Pakistan. I witnessed a serious violent incident involving a man I believe to be a police officer. I remember his face and name. A girl was shot in front of me. This recollection is distressing and has remained vivid. During this period, I was made to feel that I was completely under the control of men involved. I was threatened with extreme violence and told things such that I could be chopped up and fed to pigs. Because of these threats and the abuse I had already experienced, I genuinely believed that I would be killed if I disclosed what had happened or what I had witnessed. At some point during this period, I attempted to end my life using a gun belonging to one of the men involved. I attempted to shoot myself by putting it to my head. I never used a gun before and I didn't know how to use it. I pulled the trigger, but it did not go off. I remember the adults being extremely angry. I recall being threatened that I would be arrested and I felt terrified. He put me into a van with 7 other girls in crates and 2 boys, drove us into the middle of nowhere and took us all out, lined us up and told us the rules, what we would be doing. 4 of the girls were taken from abroad to be sold here. They didn't speak English. One of them talked back to the guy who was going to buy them, and he snapped and stabbed her over and over and beat her. Then he set her on fire and made us all watch. That's what changed me. That's why I tried to jump out the window. Towards the end, I had to dig my own grave. There was one man I remember distinctly. He would talk about wanting a rose to his Fred. He talked about his idol being Fred West, and he wanted a partner he could kidnap, kill, and eat kids with. He talked in detail, and I saw him again when I was 27. I did try to report him at 27, but they didn't believe me. I recall one occasion where he hung me upside down by my feet and whipped me. He urinated on me. I also remember him forcing acts upon me and pouring substances over me while laughing, as though he found it amusing. His behavior appeared sadistic and degrading. The house resembled other houses I'd previously seen where girls were present. I remember seeing a very young girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, tied up near the kitchen area. I could also hear other girls elsewhere in the property. The man I knew as Raz appeared to enjoy watching another man rape me. During the assault, I screamed at him to help. I recall that he eventually told the other man to stop and instructed him to leave the room. However, once the man left, Raz then raped me himself. I remember him saying that the night was special, that he was celebrating something, and that I had been purchased for the night as a reward for his associates. Over the course of the night, numerous men assaulted me. I cannot remember how many there were. I remember Raz sitting in the corner watching while the abuse took place. At some point during the night, I was forced to take additional tablets or substances. I'd become extremely disorientated, dizzy, nauseous, and unable to move properly. I remember the room spinning and seeing double. I felt physically heavy, as though I could not control my body. I vomited all over myself at one stage because I was choking, but the abuse continued regardless. I remember witnessing severe abuse directed towards the baby while the mother was forced to watch. What the fuck, man? I recall seeing cigarettes being put onto the baby. The woman was white and the baby was of mixed heritage. These men then killed the baby. The incident caused me extreme distress and remains one of the most traumatic memories I carry. At the time, I felt emotionally overwhelmed and psychologically broken by what I witnessed. I experienced ongoing nightmares, flashbacks, dissociation, shame, fear, and emotional numbness. There were periods where I blocked out significant parts of what had happened in order to cope and survive. I also experienced repeated situations where I felt disbelieved, dismissed, or treated as though I was inventing events, which had deeply damaging effect on my confidence and my mental well-being. A significant part of my healing has come from finally being listened to, believed, and validated. Being heard has helped me begin to understand what has happened to me was not my fault, although I still experience the effects of trauma and some symptoms remain. I now experience fewer nightmares and flashbacks and feel more able to speak openly about what happened. I also feel emotionally lighter than I have for many years because I no longer feel completely silenced or alone with these experiences. Holy fucking shit, man. Holy fucking shit. If this thing does not, if the death penalty referendum does not get passed in England after reading this, I don't know, man. No, for real, it's rough to even read or listen to, let alone go through. Let alone go through. It's unimaginable to actually go through that shit. Like, not even the best horror film writer or director or whatever would be able to write this shit. Like, taking kids out to a forest and then, like, killing one and then setting her on fire. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is where, like, I don't know, man. Like, I genuinely don't think that you can be anti-death penalty after reading this. I don't disagree, but it's far. Oh man, that's again, like, that's the thing you have to remember, like, from listening to this or me reading this, is that, like, for them to even be able to talk about it, strength, you know. This one's from Claire. There are always white girls coming in and out, some even younger than me. Some girls dealt drugs for the men, and many of those girls still hung around with the same perpetrators now. Makes me very sad. We were just in and out of all these party houses, drugs, men doing whatever they wanted. The lads would pick us up from school. We raised concerns at the time because we all went to the sexual health clinic. So there was records from that. Even the chief inspector of blank police was aware. Did he do anything? Fucking hell, man. Tinkerbell. 3 weeks after my placement, I woke up in the middle of the night to find someone's hand inside my vagina. I was 14 and a half years old. The night social worker was a Scottish man. I reported what had happened. He took me to the office, sat with me and helped me write a report. The following morning, he had gone. No one followed up. No report was acted upon. No one asked me if I was safe. Nothing happened. From that point onwards, I felt no safer than I had at home. The abuse continued on several further occasions within the care setting. I have vivid memories of nighttime routines in the home, including occasions where one child was selected to stay up and watch a film with staff while the others were sent to bed. I recall being given a glass of lemonade and having no memory of what happened afterwards. During this time, my education collapsed. I had previously been a high achieving student with aspirations to become an architect. However, I began fronting and disengaging. While in there, I also experienced significant chaos, including police informing me that my mother had emptied my bank account by forging my signature. Fucking hell, man. Despite this, I was pressured to return home. I began running away from the children's home. Initially, I did so alone. Later, another girl joined the home who I knew previously. After I told her what had been happening, we began running away together. We were groomed by adult men while on the streets. These included Pakistani men and a Polish man, as well as his son. The arrangement was implicit: shelter, food, and cigarettes in exchange for sex. This one's from Leah. I bought a house in 2002 and noticed my abuser hanging around outside my house in a taxi from the latter part of 2002 to the early part of 2003. After I started having serious problems with my abuser earlier in 2003, I made numerous reports about him to the police in 2003, including about him non-stop stalking me, abducting me, violently attacking me almost every day for hours on end, breaking my nose and other bones, etc., non-stop raping me, non-stop falsely imprisoning me, and him constantly threatening to kill me and my 12-year-old niece. He claimed to be the son of the chief of police of Baghdad, and he had 2 passports with 2 different names. Unfucking believable, man. This one's from a whistleblower. I'm an interim turnaround manager. I've worked in this type of role for many years. In around 2019, I was brought into a residential children's service in a large town in Greater Manchester on an interim basis from approximately September until March the following year. My role was to stabilize the service, support carers, identify systemic issues, and exercise professional judgment about what the service was meeting the needs of the children placed there. From the outset, it was clear to me that the service was not meeting the needs of the children and young people placed within it. There were long-standing concerns about care support, safeguarding practice, and how risks were being managed. Although issues were repeatedly raised and formally investigated, meaningful change did not follow. From what I observed and from listening to my colleagues' statements, the same mistakes were being made repeatedly. In my professional opinion, these failures directly led to children being placed at high risk and, in some cases, the abuse of children. Safeguarding was not effective, particularly in relation to sexual exploitation. The service was not taking the necessary steps to keep the children safe. Another whistleblower. Through my medical career, I've witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of sexual abuse on children and adults of all genders. Sexual abuse destroys lives, often presenting in healthcare settings not only through direct disclosures, through physical symptoms, psychological distress, and complex presentations that mask the underlying abuse. Despite this, at no point during my medical training or professional development was I taught how to identify grooming or trafficking according to the profile later described by Professor Alexis J., or more recently in Casey's 2025 audit of grooming gangs. Nor were we trained on the Alexis J. report itself. During this period, I was trafficked to Greece so that he could evade the law and continue abusing me as a child. Religion was used as a controlling mechanism. A distorted form of Christianity that was used to instill fear, omnipotence, and obedience, and threats of divine punishment, death, and hell if I resisted. The abuser carried a gun, issued threats of violence, death, and suicide, used alcohol, and isolated me almost entirely from society for approximately 5 years, except for education. Even my schooling was slightly controlled through pickups, drop-offs, intimidation of teachers, and acts of violence towards others. Holy shit. We got Sniper with the $10 says, I missed the first few hours. Well, luckily YouTube allows you to do that. You know what I'm saying? You can do the rewatch, as they say. But like I said, like that was kind of like the main thing to get through this today, is that because like I know Rex was doing a couple of streams and they have the whatever stream and all this kind of stuff. This is one for the receipts, as they say. Survivor, that was Survivor and Whistleblower. And shout out to Sniper, thanks for becoming a member. Don't put that curse on me. Yeah, man, like like I said, man, it's one of those things where you cannot ignore evil. You confront it head on. We like to kind of like shelter ourselves, like put ourselves in like bubble wrap and just kind of like focus on the good things. You know what I mean? And like the normies, like they watch the football games, they do this, they do that, you know? Holy shit, man. And like I think that's what a lot of like this social engineering is designed around. So like that they don't want to look at this stuff. They have that kind of like self-defense mechanism where it's like, no, I don't want to know that like this demonic shit is real. And it's like, the Pirates of the Caribbean stories, you best start believing in ghost stories. You best start believing in demons because they're real. This one's from a parent of a survivor, Jojo. There's a widespread belief that children are only groomed or sexually exploited. They come from chaotic backgrounds or in care. That was not the case in our family. Grooming has no boundaries. I had 5 children, all of them well respected, have good jobs, have families of their own. My daughter did not come from a broken home. Another disturbing pattern emerged. We would find her dumped on her doorstep in the morning, intoxicated. Men grooming her were giving her alcohol and drugs. We questioned her about this so-called boyfriend, told us she loved him. When we asked his age, she said she thought he was around 25 years old. Talked about meeting his family. She was a young teenager. I could not understand how any family would accept a grown man being involved with a child. I'll never forget being told by police officers that if she carried on as she was, she would end up either dead or raped. Despite saying this, they did not recognize her as a victim. What the fuck? They did not arrest the adult man the adult men she was being found with, even though she was only 13 or 4. Bro. Oh my god. Like, what was the do we even want to know what the police officer's response when it's like, okay, the kid is 13 and the kid is claiming that the quote unquote boyfriend, right, the fucking abuser, pedophile, is 25. Pedophilia. When my daughter was 15 years old, the police came to her door and told us she had been raped by 4 Asian males. They were Pakistani men. We rushed to her. She was in a terrible state and could barely walk. She'd been plied with a large amount of alcohol. She was raped and had curry powder thrown over her. This took place at a hotel during Eid. Staff at the hotel had seen my daughter being escorted to a hotel room by a group of Asian men. It was the hotel manager who contacted the police, who then contacted us. My daughter's perpetrators were charged, and the case was prepared for trial. On the day of the trial, we were told the case had been dropped. What? We were told only that the perpetrator had a very good solicitor. No written explanation was ever provided. What the actual fuck, bro? This moment destroyed her. She had felt not believed and that not received justice. Her drinking escalated. In 2022, my daughters found their sister deceased in her flat. She was 33 years old. She died alone. I believe that the grooming, rape, institutional failures, collapse of the justice process directly contributed to my daughter's death. 110%. What the fuck, man? Like, how does the case just get dropped? Work with a lawyer or some shit like that, man? I don't know. Evil like this is more common than many realize. There's also evil people that claim it, who haven't had it happen for victimhood attention, and last to get back at someone. It's atrocious. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, man. But we're seeing commonalities, so to speak. You know. Welcome in, Rev. I would say pull up a chair and get comfy, but this ain't been a comfy stream, to say the least. And shout out to Sniper. Thank you very kindly for the $10. He says you dropped this, sir. Appreciate you kindly, sir. But man, and like that's like the fucked up part, where the amount of these victims or survivors, whatever word you want to use, that like they end up dead, either because every institution has failed them, and just take their own life, or they're in a situation from the other story where you just say the wrong thing, or just fuck it, you're the one that we're going to make an example of, so we're going to stab you to death and then burn you in front of everyone else. Like anybody who is anti-death penalty, this should be mandatory reading. This should be mandatory reading. Especially these liberals, lefty cunts. Well, you know, the prison system's all about reforming. Everyone can be saved, or we can reform. No, you can't reform these cunts. You cannot reform some cunt who stabs a kid to death and then sets them on fire. That is irredeemable. That is irredeemable. Holy fuck, dude. This one's from Phoebe. Over the past few years, everything has been taken away from us, and none of us were prepared for it, especially me. It has been a huge culture shock to watch our whole life gradually disappear, particularly as a result of what happened to me as a teenager. It's hard for my dad to put into words how much this affected him, but I know it changed him deeply. It changed all of us, even though we've tried to move forward and rebuild our lives. Nothing has ever really been the same since. We had expected to be taken seriously by the police. We believed the law was there to protect us. It was deeply shocking to discover that vital evidence had been deleted from the phone we handed over. This was blank police. Man. And it goes back to my question that no one seems to have an answer for. Or at least not a terms of service friendly answer. Where it's, what the fuck do you do when the institution, state, the nation has been turned against you and weaponized against you? Not that they're not, like, it's bad enough as like not listening to you when you're speaking truth, but it's literally been weaponized against you. What the fuck do you do then? I can name countries or cities: Belfast, Scotland. What else do you expect to fucking happen? Exactly, Freer. Exactly. But we don't have guns. That's the fucked up part. This is from Ross, which is the parent of Phoebe. So the dad that she was talking about there. What happened to my daughter Phoebe and the process that followed, including the complaints procedures, subject access requests, and prolonged delays without proper investigation, have had a profound impact on me and our family. These experiences have affected me emotionally, physically, mentally, and financially. They've affected my relationships, my ability to trust, my sleep, my eating habits, and the way I think. These impacts have continued over the last 3 to 4 years and are ongoing. I've had to focus on protecting Phoebe, attempting to repair the damage done to her, while at the same time committing myself fully to navigating complex complaint processes and gathering evidence to understand how we were treated. Both Phoebe and I now suffer from anxiety and depression. Phoebe's health has been further impacted by her epilepsy diagnosis in 2024. If the authorities are able to treat my daughter and my family this way, I believe they are capable of doing the same to others. What has happened to Phoebe and what we have lived through over these last 3 to 4 years will stay with us forever. Celeste, a survivor. I was then approached by one of the Slovakian men and he asked me to suck his penis, which I refused. Then began to force his penis into my mouth. I was then grabbed by a tall, muscly man wearing a pair of glasses. He shoved me down to the floor, ripped off my clothes. I completely froze in fear whilst he raped me. I couldn't fight him off as he was so much bigger than me. He finished what he was doing and walked off before I even had a chance. And what just happened, another man walked in. He held my shoulders to the floor whilst he put his penis inside me. I was raped by the same 4 men continuously over a 2-day period. Felt like an eternity. They would make us shower and watched whilst we did so. I was so confused at the time why they did this. Following these events, I was prescribed sleeping medication, which was ineffective. I was also prescribed medication for my bipolar disorder. However, this did not improve my condition. At no point I was offered consistent or appropriate emotional or psychological support. My foster care arranged for me to attend short art therapy sessions, but I did not feel that these were beneficial. I felt significantly let down by the system. No professionals made any meaningful effort to speak with me about my experiences following the incident. My social worker attended only for routine monthly visits, and there were no additional supports provided. Approximately 3 years later, my foster care received a telephone call informing her that my case had been discontinued due to lack of evidence. I found this extremely difficult to understand, particularly given that I had identified 4 individuals in connection with the offences committed against me. Throughout my teenage years, I continued to struggle with the emotional and psychological effects of what had happened. I found it extremely difficult to cope with everyday situations that others may consider normal. Even now, at the age of 26, I continue to experience ongoing difficulties, including stress triggered by certain smells, sounds, or environments, which bring back memories of the events. I've attempted to engage with various forms of counseling and therapy. However, due to my lack of trusted professionals, I found it difficult to fully engage, and these interventions have not been successful. I wish to make it clear the long-term impact that these events have had in my life. While I understand that some aspects of this statement may extend beyond the immediate facts of the incident, I believe it is important to explain the lasting consequences. The trauma I experienced was significant, and I also feel the response of the professionals involved made the situation more difficult than it needed to be. I feel that I was let down by South Yorkshire Police and social services in the Rotherham area. I remain deeply affected by this and continue to reflect on how others have viewed have had my similar experiences. Oh my god, man. And like, this is the thing as well, like, all the different areas, like, there's obviously the fucking criminals that are doing this. Then you have like man, I was about to say like the police like negligence or intentional destroying of evidence. But fucking there's police officers that were participating in it as well. Appendix 2, survivor quotations. During the course of the hearing, survivors provided enlightening and harrowing evidence. Below is an example of some of the quotations that came out of the inquiry. The rape gang member played a confusing dual role. He arranged girls for the men, but also acted as a protector. He bought me phones, drinks, and made me feel special. I trusted him. Later that night, after he attacked me, the other rape gang member found me, brought me food, and took me home. Passed out and woke to him rubbing his penis on my lips. On one occasion, I went there with my friend. We were given bottles of red wine. After being forced to have sex with between 50 to 20 men, my friend became violently ill from alcohol. Took her home to avoid her parents seeing her in the state she was in. My own parents called the police, but they were not interested in pursuing what happened. Like, what did the police do exactly? Like when you say that, when the policeman says that response, like that has to be the next. Like what exactly are you doing? Well, as we heard, it's like this whole community cohesion, fears of racisms, or racism accusations, I should say. When the restaurant closed, he took me to where the tables were stored and we had sex. Immediately afterwards, all the restaurant workers entered the area. Rape gang member held me down while they each had sex with me, laughing during the assault. Later in the car, he insulted me and called me derogatory names, blaming me for what he forced me into. On one occasion, I woke to find a rape gang member and a rape gang member both having sex with me. Drinking became my way of coping. At school, I was mocked and humiliated by peers. I would cry privately but pretend at school that I found it funny, even making crude jokes to fit in. Even my friends believed I was consenting. This was accommodation provided to rape gang member as temporary accommodation, as he told the council he was homeless. Unbelievable, man. This flat was used to take girls for sex at the taxpayers' expense, of course. We spent many nights at this flat, drinking alcohol and playing a game called Spin the Bottle. I now believe that the men manipulated the game so that it always landed on me. I would often end up very drunk and naked. At the end of the night, the other girls would be taken home, but I would be kept back and subjected to sexual acts by the men. Around 5 a.m., I would be allowed home and would sneak into the house before my parents woke up. By all this, the authorities treated me as though I was to blame for what was happening. I felt completely powerless, trapped between the violent perpetrators and a system of unwilling to protect me. There was a Bangladeshi man who I had 2 children with who was physically violent and knocked my tooth out, stamped on my head, lots of different things. I managed to get away from him because I think he threatened to burn my house down. It was almost like they were just looking for girls to bring to the wedding celebration after everyone had gone home. I heard lots of stories from Western women where their children had been kidnapped and they'd never see them again. Western women had been married, gone to the Middle East, their children had been taken. It was all of the white girls in every home that I went to, and I mean, I seen girls locked. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw maybe 15 to 20 girls locked in cages. Looked like they were on drugs. But at the age of, I think I was 16, 17, they said to me that at the sexual health clinic, and I was checked out, I was diagnosed with polycystic ovaries. And they said that the chances of me ever having a child were very, very, very slim because of what I've been through. They said because of the chlamydia, because of the state of my ovaries, because of the pelvic inflammatory disease, I had very bad environment in there. Basically, that wouldn't probably hold a child. So, like that quote, like she was raped so bad that it basically castrated her. That's what we're reading there. Appreciate you, Sniper. Thank you very kindly, sir. That is sickening, man. I feel sick knowing that it's still going on, that nobody's wanting to do anything about it, even now in 2026. We're still having this conversation. We're still trying to get people to talk about it. And like Freer was saying earlier as well, you know, thanks to these women, these are actually strong women, believe it or not, that are actually willing to talk about this. Because as hard as it is to listen to this or to read this, like fucking 10,000 times harder to fucking talk about. Salutes to you, Sniper. Thank you very kindly. They like to take my passport and my documents and ID, and they do insurance claim for car accidents through my name that I've been in. I've done medicals where I had to walk in and claim that I had a sore neck, and they would give me money for it. Like that's how like they're funding all the shit as well. Like they're getting the girls to sell drugs, they're getting the girls to do the forms, payment benefits, getting set up in accommodation, then using the accommodation as a fucking brothel. And I'm just thinking like in terms of like those leering centers. I got beatings all the time whilst I was in the children's home. Lots and lots of beatings because I was telling the police. I was beaten to the point where I got an aneurysm. My hair fell out. It wasn't me, it was someone else. The inquiry panelist, you were 15 at this point. Yes. The one in the picture in the leather jacket, he's the one who took my virginity. How old was he? About 33 at the time. I've experienced retaliation and hostility within my professional role when raising concerns. I've been warned against speaking publicly and told that doing so would result in disciplinary action or dismissal. I think that's a quote from a whistleblower. So in terms of the institutional fucking cover up, I was taken into a bathroom by the girl who had brought me there and told to shave. When she told me that she then told me we were being sold to the men for sex. I had not known this beforehand. I did not want to participate, but I was frightened, trapped, and complied out of fear. I can't describe in detail what happened in the bedroom. I was sexually exploited and abused by an adult man. Afterwards, we were made to sleep in a small child's bed belonging to a toddler. I disclosed directly to staff at the children's home what was happening to me, including the sexual exploitation, the repeated trip to flats, the involvement of adult men, the exchange of money, and the reasons for my rapid and dangerous weight loss. I explained that I was frightened and felt trapped. I was told words to the effect that this did not constitute trafficking, that I was over 16, and what was happening was a matter of choice. Police were not contacted at this stage, and no immediate protective action was taken. So, rapist, or let's go and call him pedophile. So, pedophile is like, you want to kiss me? And I'm like, no, not really. He's like, right, okay, we can get it on. And I was like, no, I said, I'm on my period. That was the first thing that came to mind. I wasn't, but that was my first cause. He's like, oh, it's okay. It doesn't matter. So I was like, no, 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 pushing him away. And he pulled my legs forward so that I was almost laid, like slouched. And he pushed me back. And he pulled my pants down, got on top of me and raped me. And I was saying no. I was kicking at the same time. I was 12 years old. This guy, just so I can say this clearly, was taken to trial and caught. He was put on retrial and walked away. He's now walking the streets. Oh my god, man. Like, let's go through it again. The stories of parents failing. There's stories of schools failing. There's stories of foster homes failing, of the Child Protective Services failing, of the police for failing and participating. The fucking judges, the lawyers, judicial system essentially. Politicians. It's like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? I don't know, man. I don't know. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Were there any other objects they raped you with? Coca-Cola bottles, keys for some reason? Somebody tried to put a baseball bat up there. Do you think they were doing these things for sexual gratification? It's about harm. They don't care. They don't care about you. Usually try doing these things after they've done the sexual bit that they want to do. Once they finish, that's it. They can do what they want to you. That's how it seemed. I remember the first time I was taken into a sexual health clinic by my social worker. She walked me in there, and turned out I had chlamydia in my throat and vagina. And I also got gonorrhea at that time. At the same time, they also diagnosed me with genital warts. And then a few months later, I was taken back again. I was diagnosed with chlamydia again, gonorrhea again, but this time it was also a pelvic inflammatory disease. Never once did any nurse or doctor question any of that. It was a circle of Pakistani pedophiles. They were pointing to the children as they were choosing them. When you were picked, what happened? The male staff at the children's home would keep taking the children to the arcade and done up in nice clothing. They're saying that staff at the home was selling you to these foreign men. Yes, it very much looked like it. Something was being set up. They knew the names of the children. They were all hanging around back in the back-to-back taxis. Yes, lots of times they used to like tell me things about the good angel and the bad angel that I've been like kind of possessed, and they've got to punish me to get the badness out of me. That's why they have to rape me and do all this stuff to me to get the badness out of me. That I've got to be punished. Yeah, if that was just kind of it was just kind of all kind of stuff like that. Words they would say to you, you're Bora, like white trash and white skin. This talks about the whole Islam section we read previously, where it's like they justify the action, say, oh no, Allah told me to do this shit. When I was 15, they trafficked me to Birmingham. I walked into the bathroom in the flat and there was a dead girl in the bath. What the actual fuck, man? Holy fucking shit, man. I was told by the female gang member to gain more weight. She said Somali men like big women. I need to eat more, and I was trying to feed me. I went to the flat expecting a house party. Instead, I was met with a cream flat that smelled very nice, very calm environment. Pictures of children, a child, a little girl on the wall, and 6 Somali men in the lounge sitting around a coffee table chewing something. I didn't want to do it. I went for a cigarette by this window, and one of the men came over to me, hand on my throat, next to the window, going, no, you need to do it, you need to do it. And I thought, I'm going I'm going out this fucking window if I don't do what I'm told, so I did. I even got asked to get married to someone from Pakistan for money. You don't have to sleep with them if you don't want to, but if you want to be with them, you can, and things like that. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face. I remember closing my eyes, and then every now and again I'd peep, and all I can remember is just seeing his face, like, you know, when someone's like really, really like trying to force it in. And then after he did, I just remember being in so much pain and bleeding loads. I was like really, really bleeding. We were given absinthe and vodka and like a soft drink to mix with. Like literally one of the strongest alcohols was given to us. And by no mistake, it was to exploit us in some of the horrendous ways possible that a child could be. I grew up in a middle class house with two parents that had been married for a considerable time. And I think that's quite important because most of the time the idea is that grooming gang victims are in care or they're runaways or they're from generally lower class backgrounds. And I say this just to defeat the presumption that it's only a vulnerable or stereotypically vulnerable girl that can be groomed, because perpetrators are insidious and they'll target anyone who will find weakness or vulnerability anywhere. It happened in summer 2017. I was about 14 when I first met the second group of perpetrators, pedophiles. I met them through another friend who was being actively groomed by them, like very severely. First time we met them was in a park, which is now a massive hotspot for child sexual exploitation. It's happened to hundreds of girls there now. They said they were going to attack my friend's house, and she had two little siblings, and her mum was quite vulnerable as well. So for her, it was a massive thing. Oh my God, got to go because this is going to happen if I don't. And it's the type of thing that, well, a child would believe, but it's probably something they would have done. They were absolutely insane, and they were known for violence against women. It was actually quite a brutal sexual assault. He dug his fingernails into me. Seemed like there was no actual pleasure for him out of that. It was just control and actually exerting power over someone who's clearly vulnerable and showing, I have you where I want you. Shout out to Plastic African. Appreciate you for the 5. We have about 20 pages left. At the sentencing, she was sat behind us, directly behind us in the public gallery. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying fucking liars, lying white bitches. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed and is obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. She said to me that God will be the witness for what happens to me. Police didn't do anything last time. I told them it was essentially forced, and they smirked at me in my own home and left. So I mean, there was no evidence that they were going to do anything different. They were going to actually support us. I want the institutions to say, you know what? We hold our hands up. We believe you and we're sorry. I gave up getting justice a long time ago. But just for it to be recognized and believed, that's all I want. When you're being told that you're a liar for such a long time, you begin to believe it, I suppose. I just want someone to say, you know what? We messed up. We failed in our duty to protect you. And we're sorry. And we're going to learn from this. Oh, there will be justice. Ragnarok is coming. One of the assaults that actually happened to my friend, she was in that house and she was forced into it by a 24-year-old woman who said, go in the room with him and have sex with him now. Go and fucking do it. And I remember her scream so loudly, come running back in half dressed and saying that she was bleeding and in pain. The worst people that exist in this situation, apart from the pedophiles of that horrendous abuse, are the people that sat in those positions within those authorities and had every opportunity to do something about it, and they chose not to. When you do that over several decades, then it results in situations like this. And that's how it has thrived. And that is how that culture has. It's how it was born, how it's thrived, how it's surviving, and it's how it will continue. It started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 700 different men over 3 years. Like, that's basically like 4 men a week. She was 13. Did the NHS play a part where you're able to talk to them? I went when I was 13 with chlamydia. Then I got genital herpes. And then I had a miscarriage. That was all between 13 and 15. So they knew something was going on. I did go once and I explained to the doctor because I was like, can you give me some antidepressants or something? And the doctor says, well, I don't think that's a warrant enough to give you those when you're too young. The NHS is complicit. The gangs are untouchable. They are, because nobody wants to admit there's a problem, because they don't want to be deemed as racist, and also because it goes higher up and they don't want to be blown open. They said they wanted to take me back to meet their family, so luckily I didn't have a passport, otherwise I might not be sat here right now. The imams who run the mosque, do you think that they are aware? They know 100%. Because my friend was, when she was 15, she was sleeping with a guy who was older. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew. And he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. I remember being with my friend, and she lived in a children's home, and they would come and pick us up from outside. And then the care home would ring the police and obviously tell them. And then the police would come out and they would call us prostitutes. I don't think the services, even down to the social services, I don't think they really cared. I think that they had the same thought as most other people, that we were prostitutes and that we wanted it. I don't think they saw how it really was, that it was grooming and rape. They blamed us for it. It was our choice. Fucking hell, man. It wasn't just rape, it was the violence as well. I had a gun held to my head. I've been beaten so that I'm literally covered head to toe in bruises. That was when I was spiked, when I was drugged. I've had a knife at my throat because he wanted me to sort out 10, 15 cars full of men and get kidnapped. I don't think people realize. I think they think it's rape, but it was torture as well. I've been kidnapped and I've been locked in a room and I've been beaten and I've been told if I don't do this, I'm not going to go home. So it was a lot more than just rape. I was beaten black and blue, raped, not only sexually raped with their body parts themselves, but with objects as well. There was an incident. I was taken to hospital. Not even in my medical records. I was taken to A&E because my vagina was split open from a glass bottle. I just wanted to stop and not happen to any other children, and for people to actually act and do something and stop being so scared. How many different men do you think raped you over that period when you were 16? About 100? When you were 16 years old? Yep. It was just getting like more and more non-stop phone calls. Everyone knew who I was. Couldn't walk down the street without cars pulling up and just saying, "Get in now." What would happen if you get into the car? They just take us off to a house or wherever, and that's when all the bad stuff would happen. They'd rape you. Yep, they wouldn't take no for an answer. It was a daily basis. It was like you'd be in one car, then you get a phone call, you'd be come home, and you'd better come and meet me now. So you get out of the car, you'd be in the next car, so it was about 10 in one night. You said around 100 men. What races were there? Mainly Pakistani. Were there any white men? No. Did they ever speak about religion? Yep, loads of times. They used to like tell me things about the good angel and the bad angel that I've been like kind of possessed, and they got to punish me and get the badness out of me. That's why they have to rape me and do all the stuff to me to get the badness out of me. I got to be punished, yeah, and it was all kinds of stuff like that. The words they say to you, your gore, like white trash, white skin. The taxis would drop off would drop a girl off. They go into the shop. That taxi would leave, clear the job. Then another taxi would pull up. Girls are half drunk. They're just getting in a taxi thinking it's the same one. And then they're being took to places to get raped. And there's a chat. There was a group chat for all the drivers. So they're all communicating with each other. Mainly Muslim taxi drivers. I was actually married to an Asian guy and fully converted through the imam. The imam came to my house. I was fully converted. I heard police officers' radio go, and I heard them say that they were taking my daughter to Muhammad's brother's address. I begged them not to take her there. I was like, they're the people that are doing this to her. You cannot take her there. You're going to kill her. Because I did believe they was going to, and they didn't listen to me. They did take her there. Like I said, she was abused there by them, by Muhammad. I remember closing my eyes, and then every now and again I'd peep, and all I can remember is just seeing his face. You know, when someone's like really trying to force it in. Then after he did, I just remember being in so much pain and bleeding loads. I was like really, really bleeding. We had to firebomb proof our letterbox because we've had threats to have the house burnt down. She's had threats to get her throat slashed. I've had threats to get my throat slashed. That's been continuous for 4 years constantly. This is from the father. She'd already been raped at this point by a gang, and most of her gang members went to her school. Appendix 3, institutional failures, police and justice. Police forces nationwide ignored repeated reports of rape, false imprisonment, and exploitation. Officers often arrived hours late to reports of missing children and then refused to take statements from victims and closed cases without examination. Girls were often arrested for drunk and disorderly behavior that followed assaults by gang members. Bail conditions silenced whistleblowers. Bail conditions silenced whistleblowers while known perpetrators received no conditions or surveillance. Two-tier policing operated openly. Forces surrendered to threats of disorder from certain communities, fabricated offenses against critics, and allowed officers linked to the gangs to retire with pensions. The evidence from a majority of the witness statements shows that police forces across England and Scotland knew about the organised grooming and rape of children, yet repeatedly failed to protect victims, investigate perpetrators, or act on clear intelligence. Officers discouraged reporting, criminalised victims, destroyed or ignored evidence, and allowed perpetrators to walk free. There's also disturbing evidence that the serving police officers were active members of the rape gangs, while others who went out their way to protect the rape gangs. This was not an isolated error, it was systemic across multiple forces that lasted for decades. Below is a fraction of the incidents which the inquiry has been made aware of. West Midlands Police failed blank. Officer blank was directly involved in early missing episodes, provided serious reports of child being taken by older boys. No written statements were taken from the mother or child. The matter was never properly investigated. Mothers attended missing episodes, but also between 2 and 4 hours to arrive. The response was described as wholly inadequate. The force closed cases without safeguarding action, even when the mother explicitly stated her child was suffering sexual exploitation. Greater Manchester Police repeatedly failed blank, PC blank, later dismissed, attended a multi-agents meeting and shouted at blank to stop reporting his daughter missing. He did this in front of professionals. Officers on the missing from home team frequently failed to return calls. CCTV footage captured officers discussing not waking the father when they attended at 3 a.m. The force failed to enforce bail conditions on a known rapist who immediately rang blank daughter and threatened her life. Associates of perpetrator attended the family home and the police response was delayed and dismissive. Blank's daughter was left in the company of groomers on multiple occasions. The force treated blank as the problem rather than as a dutiful parent trying to protect his child. West Yorkshire Police failed multiple victims, including blank. In blank's case, the force closed an early report of recorded sexual assault on a 13-year-old with no investigation into the creation and distribution of child sexual abuse material. In blank's case, officers routinely recovered the child from cars with adult men, but allowed the men to drive away without question. In blank's case, officers blank and blank, among others, failed to act on extensive stalking logs, threats, and evidence of grooming gangs. The force repeatedly minimized disclosures, lost evidence, and treated victims as unreliable. Named officers in blank's statement include those who ignored years of harassment and failed to link cases. Holy fuck, bro. South Yorkshire Police targeted Tommy Robinson with dawn raids on family homes and bail conditions. Robinson suspects to this day that the force often timed their actions against him to disrupt lawful protests. A South Yorkshire police officer, PC Hassan Ali, is alleged to have brokered a no prosecution deal with child abuser Rashid Hussain. Under its terms, Hussain handed over a missing underage girl to police at a petrol station in exchange for not being arrested or prosecuted for her abduction. Forces repeatedly linked to early knowledge of the rape gangs, at least from Sammy Woodhouse's case in 1999 onwards, yet they still produced no prosecution and produced no protection. Officers discouraged missing reports and protected perpetrators. Merseyside Police failed Blank's daughter and her family. PC Blank and PC Blank discouraged the 12-year-old rape victim from pursuing justice. They emphasized paperwork delay, her word against his, as reasons not to proceed with prosecution. Justice for a 12-year-old who was raped was deemed too much hard work. This led her daughter to withdraw her complaint. Force failed to act on video evidence of assaults, threats, and ongoing harassment. After her daughter's death, the family faced continued intimidation with inadequate protection from police. When the police in Scotland failed the blank case, DC Blank received extensive digital evidence from civilian specialist blank, showing a man advertising as a Quran tutor who was grooming a child. Despite the evidence, blank relocated abroad, appeared and continued activity while under investigation. Police has systemic data failures and no specific market for group-based child sexual exploitation, an inconsistent record of ethnicity data. This prevents proper understanding and disruption of networks. The Metropolitan Police failed blank. Officers attended the home after a report of a coerced and recorded sexual assault on a 13-year-old. Took no further action and closed the case without any investigation of the recording or distribution. Force later allegedly assaulted blank while she was restrained during an arrest. Oh, man. Like, who do you turn to? And like, even like the parents that are trying to do something are being made out to be the villains, and the police are telling them, stop reporting your kid going missing. Oh, man. The NHS stands for National Health Service. So like the whole like, oh, we've got universal healthcare thing that like Brits, like, think about like anytime a British person says to any of the Americans in the audience, oh, we free healthcare, or our NHS, National Health Service, is so awesome and amazing, right? These are these failings. The NHS, including its mental health teams, sexual health clinics, hospitals, GPs, and emergency departments, repeatedly failed to safeguard children who presented with clear physical injuries, repeated STIs, suicidal attempts, self-harm, and disclosures of rape. Staff recorded the evidence, treated the symptoms, and discharged the children back into the hands of their abusers without triggering safeguarding, making referrals, or providing trauma care. This was not occasional oversight, it was consistent practice across multiple regions and services. Hospitals recorded physical injuries consistent with sexual assault, yet took no protective action and sent the children home the same night. ADHD, autism, and addiction directly linked to exploitation received symptom-only treatment with no connection made to grooming. Quick discharges returned traumatized children to the environments where the abuse continued. Physical and psychological harm from repeated rape went unaddressed, leaving victims without coordinated medical or psychiatric care across the country. In addition to showing a chronic lack of professional curiosity, officials within the NHS demonstrated a lack of collaborative multi-agency and multidisciplinary coordination. Instead, NHS services tended to work in silos in their own departments, such that physical services, the A&E, sexual health clinics, and the like failed in many cases to collaborate, share information, mental health services. NHS Sexual Health Services from West Yorkshire specifically, NHS Sexual Health Services treated blank for multiple sexually transmitted infections, including gonorrhea and chlamydia, when she was only 13 years old. Let that sink in. As a doctor, you're not going to question why a 13-year-old is gonorrhea. And if you turn around and say, oh, but like it could have been another 13-year-old. No. What fucking 13-year-old boy is gonorrhea? The clinics diagnosed and medicated her, but never triggered safeguarding procedures or reported the fact that a child was being repeatedly raped by an adult man. No child protection referral was made. Service treated the infections as a medical issue rather than evidence of organised child rape. Dr. Blank, a GP from Telford, a general practitioner, saw Blank with clear indicators of sexual exploitation, including injuries and behavioural changes consistent with repeated rape. Dr. Blank failed to ask safeguarding questions, failed to make any referral, and failed to protect the child despite obvious red flags. Medical professionals, GPS, surgeons, and consultants, Blank treating teams, GPs, surgeons, and consultants repeatedly recorded physical evidence of sexual abuse on Blank from infancy, genital rashes, bowel problems, invasive treatments, and later severe injuries from extreme violence, anal rape, penetration with objects, strangulation, biting, and cutting. These professionals attributed the injuries to psychological causes, performed repeated invasive examinations without safeguarding action, and failed to protect her. Hospital and psychiatric services, multiple victims, including Blank and others. Hospital staff across several regions discharged children after serious suicidal attempts, overdoses, and self-harm requiring stitches without safeguarding assessments or protection plans. In Blank's case, psychiatric detention and hospitalization occurred when she was heavily medicated. Police interviews took place in that state with no trauma support. Physical injuries consistent with sexual assault were recorded, but no protective action followed. Children were sent home the same night. DAMHS and Liaison Services, Blank's treating team, Children and Adolescent Mental Health Services, practitioner Blank and associated service framed Blank's disclosures of organized trafficking, filmed rape, blackmail, and extreme violence, red rooms as mental health issues rather than organized crime. No escalation to protection or investigation followed the disclosure. Social care. Children's home became trafficking hubs where staff failed to stop older men collecting girls at night. Local authorities often returned children to unsafe homes and placements despite repeated disclosures of grooming. Social workers dismissed parental concerns, removed parental authority in front of the children, closed cases without intervention, and saw their job as standing in for parents themselves. Children in long-term care moved repeatedly between placements that exposed them to further abuse. Children received no long-term trauma support following removal from families. States systematically failed the most vulnerable and enabled the gangs to operate inside the care system. Social care across England systematically enabled organised grooming and the rape of children. Children's services, local authorities, foster cares, children's homes, and independent units repeatedly returned vulnerable children to known risk environments. Vulnerable young people who had already been groomed were placed in institutions that were known to be hubs for rape gangs. This was not an isolated error, it was a nationwide problem and practice that lasted decades. According to the National Audit Service, the average cost to keep a child in care home is £318,000 per year. Send a child to Eton costs £63,000 per year. Eton is, I think, one of the top schools, like one of the top boarding schools in the country. Like top boarding school, top level education, bed provided, all this kind of shit. £63,000 per year. Keep a child in care home, £318,000 per year, which is like $450,000. The failures in social care are not due to a lack of financial reassurances and have everything to do with the ideology that has permeated throughout our culture, as disclosed earlier in this report. Blank Metropolitan Borough Council. One Metropolitan Borough Council failed every looked after child in its semi-independent units. A whistleblower social worker formally disclosed financial abuse of care leavers, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism towards children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. Senior officers Blank, leaving care service manager blank, interim director of children's social care and early help blank, chief executive blank, leader and blank, head of corporate governance, acknowledged the concerns as credible yet conducted no proper investigation blank, the head of counter fraud and blank counter fraud team manager confirmed records have been destroyed, shredders purchased at units. Council deemed the whistleblowing reviewed without interviewing her and retaliated with suspension and isolation. Children remained in unsafe placements and the level of risks grew. No remedial action followed. Tameside Children's Services in the Greater Manchester area. Tameside Children's Services undermined Marlon's parental authority. This is the father of one of the victims, and placed his daughter in danger. A social worker privately acknowledged safeguarding failures, but the service told Marlon's daughter she could leave home and contact authorities. Father tried to stop her. Like the care workers egging the kid on to leave and all this kind of shit. Edge of care staff returned to the exact farm where she had been raped and destroying forensic evidence. After a rapist threatened her life on bail, no protection followed. In Marlon's daughter's case, senior social worker blank imposed deprivation of liberty safeguards, restricted family contact, dismissed disclosure, and misrepresented records. Agency social worker blank signed reports believed to have been authored by blank. Social worker blank failed to report Marlon's daughter's rape and incomprehensibly returned her to the scene of the crime. The service treated the protective father as the problem and exposed the child to further grooming in care placements staffed entirely by Muslim men where racist and extreme abuse occurred. Thank you very kindly, Farir. Take care of your mental state after this as well. Oh man, it's been a rough week. I'm telling you, ever since the Shabusiness case last Tuesday, it's been a rough week. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done, Farir. You do not shy away from evil. How bad the problem actually is. Blank Social Services, Wolverhampton Social Services failed blank and her daughter. Social worker blank received repeated reports of adult men with children yet took no action. Service refused relocation requests, downgraded risk levels, and closed the case despite explicit statements that the child was being sexually exploited. Blank's own childhood grooming history was used to blame her as a parent. The NRM later recognized the child as a trafficking victim without informing the mother. Blank Council / Blank Services, Blank Council and Blank Social Services removed Blank and her siblings from a loving family into care where abuse was worse. Social worker Blank sexually abused Blank's sister and later married her. Social worker Blank was forced to participate in a cover-up story to conceal abuse. Foster carer Blank exploited Blank for labor and isolated her. Management at the Blank's children's home, staff including Blank and manager Blank. Again, just think of that when we get told, oh, without the immigrants, who would work these jobs? You know what I mean? Uh, 100% Farir. I don't disagree, but you can't put up your best unless you take care of yourself as well. True that. I think I have. I was saying, like, I think every 3 months, take a week off. Might be a good. I'll test it out. Say probably, maybe end the next month. Take a week off. And kind of go from there. It's like I don't want to end on December, if you get me. why I don't want to do it this month. Because if I was to do it, if I was to do it every 3 months, starting from like January, and then like in March, do it at the end of that, then it'd be the end of this month, but then it'd be the end of September, and then it'd be the end of December. So I'd rather do it at the end of January. You get what I'm saying? But like this story right here just decimates this whole thing of like, oh well, we need them to work as carers and all this kind of shit. It's like, nah, we don't. We have plenty of people who don't rape children, who aren't pedophiles. You know, how about you increase the wages? Then you'll get nationalists working it. I'm just saying. Physically and sexually abused children, handed them to taxi drivers for external exploitation and covered it up. Records were concealed for nearly 40 years. Operation Marmion was shut down at senior level and no one was held accountable. And this is the whole, you know, the bureaucrats and the politicians. No, we can't be doing that operation. Unbelievable. Blank social services. Blank social services fail. Blank service minimized disclosures of forced conversion to Islam, forced Islamic marriage, coercive control, and threats framed in religious terms to remove her child. They treated religiously motivated abuse as a cultural or relationship issue and made decisions that resulted in parental alienation. Blank's placement in London. Staff at Blank, a supposedly high support CCTV covered children's home, dismissed Blank's disclosure of trafficking to adult men in Hounslow Flats as a choice rather than exploitation. They did not believe another resident's report of abduction and rape. Records from the placement are missing or destroyed. Social services in Blank's case, West Yorkshire. Social services knew Blank was associating with adult South Asian men being raped, yet treated it as risky behavior or a lifestyle choice. They focused on contraception and sexual health checks rather than recognizing statutory rape. Foster placements failed to protect her and the abuse continued. Blank social services in Blank's case, social worker Blank disbelieved Blank disclosures and her diary strangely later went missing. Social worker manager Blank oversaw the response. Incomprehensibly enough, the service treated organized trafficking, blackmail with filmed raped, and red rooms as consensual. What have we covered so far? We've done the police, we've done the health, now we're doing social, yeah. Social services in Blank's case in Telford, social worker Blank provided ineffective intervention despite repeated disclosures of organized gang rape facilitated by taxis, restaurants, and women enforcers. Social services in Blank's case, Sheffield, various social workers and safeguarding professionals implemented child protection plans that never removed Blank from organized houses in Blank where Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men trafficked and raped her. They knew the risks, yet failed to act decisively. General Children's Home and Edge of Care failures. Blank and multiple other cases show that unnamed children's home staff and Edge of Care teams repeatedly encourage missing, intoxicated, and injured children. The adult men who failed to report rapes, escalated rape, or remove children from known exploitation environments. Placement became gateways for further abuse. Now we're on to the schools. Education. Schools across Britain watched the rape gangs operate in plain sight and did nothing to protect the children in their care. Teachers saw older men collecting girls at the school gates, heard direct disclosures of sexual acts in toilets, recorded truancy, self-harm, and visible injuries and witnessed children arriving at school with gifts, drugs, or bruises. Instead of triggering safeguard referrals, they excluded the victims, treated the exploitation as behavioral problems, and allowed the perpetrators to continue collecting children from school property. Educating authorities failed to link obvious grooming indicators to organized crime, ignored parental reports, and placed excluded children into environments where the gangs operated. It was not oversight, it was active complicity that handed children to their rapists every single day. Blank School in Telford, staff at Blank observed older men collecting girls at the gates and heard direct disclosures of sexual activity in school toilets. They recorded truancy, self-harm, clearly linked to the exploitation. Teachers excluded victims for low-level disturbance rather than safeguarding them. Referrals were rarely made, and children were treated as having behavioral problems instead of victims of organized gang rape. Taylor and her friends were collected openly from the school gates and transported to abuse locations while staff did nothing. Blank in Merseyside, after 12-year-old autistic pupil Blank's daughter disclosed oral rape, Blank's high school failed to separate her from alleged perpetrator. Safeguarding measures were tokenistic, and the boy remained in school. Her daughter faced relentless bullying and filmed assaults linked to the perpetrator. The school took no effective action. Police had already discouraged the rape investigation, and the school compounded the harm by leaving the child exposed. Her daughter died by overdose after bullying and intimidation escalated. Blank's daughter, schools ignored visible bruises, split lips, black eyes on Blank's child from age 11. Teachers marked her as must try harder and doesn't mix without asking questions. A sexual image of Blank's child, which she had been coerced into sending, was circulated across multiple schools. No safeguarding response followed. The school treated the exploitation as a behavioral issue rather than an organized abuse. Got the taxis as well. Forgot about the taxis. Taxi licensing authorities across Britain knowingly granted, renewed, and failed to revoke licenses for vehicles and drivers who formed the central transport and operational backbone of the rape gangs. Perpetrators used taxis and private hire cars to collect children from school gates, care homes, and streets, ferry them between towns for gang rape, supply drugs and alcohol, and return them injured or unconscious. Licensing bodies possessed repeated intelligence linking named drivers and firms to organize exploitation. It took no enforcement action, ignored background check failures, and surrendered to organized protests when basic safety measures such as CCTV were proposed. This failure was the active facilitation of child trafficking on a national scale. Blank licensing authorities, which is like the licensing for the taxi, licensing authorities failed Blank and dozens of other girls in the same network. Taxis and private hire vehicles were the primary method used to collect, transport, and exploit children across Blank. Specific drivers and firms were repeatedly linked to gangs through the victim reports, police intelligence, and direct sightings. Licensing bodies took no action to revoke licenses or tighten background checks despite clear evidence of organized criminal use. When attempts were made to introduce CCTV in taxis, Blank Council faced organized protest and backed down. The result was considerable mobility for the perpetrators and zero accountabilities for the licensing regime. Blank Council licensing. The Blank Council licensee failed Blank and every child handed over at the Blank's children's home. Staff openly selected children and passed them directly to taxi drivers for sexual exploitation. Practice continued for years in full view of the licensing authority. The council's licensing system enabled taxi drivers to operate as a direct extension of the abuse network inside a children's home. Blank served as a Blank city councillor with direct responsibilities for safeguarding licensing and community safety. She received a WhatsApp exchange that concerned victims of rape gang. She was made the deliberate decision to make the full exchange public. The disclosure triggered immediate political controversy, media coverage, and formal complaints, followed by disciplinary process against her. Blank used the moment to highlight evidence of grooming gang activity within Blank, filling passenger and women's safety in licensed vehicles directly to exploitation risks. Her actions exposed how local authorities continue to treat serious safeguarding concerns, political problems, rather than child protection emergencies. The incident further damaged public confidence in Blank safeguarding systems and demonstrated that even elected councillors who attempted to raise the alarm faced institutional resistance instead of report. And we're getting into this whole aspect of the political. And again, like this whole thing of like, I'd be accused, for example, of trying to politicize this, or I'd be accused of trying to politicize Henry Novak. This whole thing of, well, you know, we did politicize George Floyd, and not just like America, but like all across the fucking world, they politicized George Floyd. But you're not allowed to politicize Henry Novak, and they're doing this shit. They're the ones that are politicizing. Anything they accuse you of, they are the ones that are guilty of it. Every single fucking time with these cunts. And I believe these last couple of pages is an appendix, which is a list of areas gangs are known to have operated. So a total of 149. Aberdeen City, Angus, Antrim and Newton Abbey, Argyll and Burr, Ashford, Aylesbury Vale, Barking and Dagenham, Barnsley, Barrow in Furness, Bassetlaw, Bexley, Birmingham, Blackburn with Darwin, Blackpool, Bolton, Bournemouth, Bradford, Brent, Bristol, Bromley, Broxburn, Broxtow, Burnley, Bury, Calderdale, Cambridge, Camden, Canterbury, Carlisle, Castle Point, Chelmsford, Cherwell, Chester East, Chester West, and Chester, Chiltern, Christchurch, City of Edinburgh, City of Durham, Coventry, Craven, Croydon, Dartford, Dartford, Derby, Doncaster, Dudley, Ealing, East Hertfordshire, East Riding of Yorkshire, East Staffordshire, Enfield, Epping Forest, Gateshead, Glasgow City, Greenwich, Hackney, Hammersmith and Fulham, Haringey, Harlow, Harrow, Hastings, Havering, High Peak, Hillingdon, Hounslow, Hydeburn, Ipswich, Isle of Wight, Islington, Kingston, Upton, Hull, Kirklees, Lambeth, Lancaster, Leeds, Leicester, Lewisham, Liverpool, Luton, Manchester, Medway, Merton, Middlesbrough, Milton Keynes, Monmouthshire, Newcastle upon Tyne, Newcastle under Lyme, Newham, North Lincolnshire, North Tyneside, Northumberland, Norwich, Nottingham, Oldham, Oxford, Thames, Berkshire, Kendal, Peterborough, Plymouth, Poole, Preston, Reading, Redbridge, Redditch, Richmond upon Thames, Rochdale, Rossendale, Rotherham, Sandwell, Sefton, Sheffield, Shropshire, Solihull, South Ayrshire, South Derbyshire, South Somerset, Southend-on-Sea, Southwark, St Helens, Stockport, Stoke-on-Trent, Sutton, Swansea, Swindon, Tameside, Telford and Wrekin, Thanet, Thurrock, Tower Hamlets, Vale of White Horse, Wakefield, Walsall, Waltham Forest, Wandsworth, Warrington, Wofford, West Berkshire, West Derbyshire, Westminster, Weymouth and Portland, Wigan, Wiltshire, Windsor, and Maidenhead, Wirral, Wolverhampton, Worcester, Reachevon, Wyoming, Weir Forest, in York. Our inquiry also found additional strong evidence of rape gangs operating more widely within the following counties, albeit with a lower degree of specificity: Derbyshire, Devon, Dorset, Greater Manchester, Greater London, Lancaster, Lincolnshire, Merseyside, Norfolk, Yorkshire, and Warwickshire. And that is the 219th page, ladies and gentlemen. Oof. I need a sec to collect the thoughts. Let me know in chat what your thoughts are. But even just reading that list at the end took a while, you know? And that's just saying the names. Like everything that we've been told is a lie. It's an out and out lie. You know what I mean? And like I was talking about this earlier on the stream. Like, I don't know, I'm kind of like at that point where I don't mind deep dive. Like I've got like a weird kind of like immune system to this shit. The whole aspect of like looking into the World War II, not being afraid to look into this shit. Even doing the deductionist file stuff, you know. But it's tough to fucking take, bro. It is really tough to take. But on terms of the flip side, like what Ferrer was mentioning, you know, think about how tough it was for the girls to like come forward and actually talk about this after all this. Like I said, like at every level you want to name, even like the taxi drivers, hospitals, carers, social workers, foster homes, politicians, police. And to still come forward is a testament. But like it goes to show you, man, like there is true evil out there, but like I said, like the silver lining is that if there's shit that's as evil as that, then there is stuff that is truly good. And to think like Tommy Robinson, like Piers Morgan, I just think of like Piers Morgan's reaction, Tommy Robinson. Do you think that Piers Morgan would be willing just to give up his career? Just to give up his career, let alone be put into prison under bullshit charges. There you go, Tommy. Go into a prison cell with all these motherfuckers that you've just exposed. Who want to kill you in probably the most brutal way possible. And what does Pierce got? He's a far right agitator. He's a white supremacist. But this is why I keep saying, this is why I have the whole Lightbringer logo and all this. You know what I mean? And it's the same story of Jesus. I would say that Jesus was a Lightbringer. That's why I don't have an issue with Christianity or reading the Bible. Because the Jesus story reflects it. Where it's like, when you tell the truth, they will come for you. They will want to fucking crucify you. Even though you were telling the truth. Even though you were telling the truth. They will fucking crucify you. Even though you're doing what is right. They will say you're the villain. You're the evil one. Not us. Not the people who turned the blind eye. Not the people who took money. Not the people who, the police officers that perpetrated, that actually raped some of these women. And again, I do have to give a shout out to everyone in chat. Appreciate you, Jack. Appreciate you, Farir. And commenting the whole way through. The donation as well, of course. But even just sit through it with me, because I understand this is not, typical kind of like, chat and chill or funny content. And Sniper as well. Appreciate you, sir. Salutes to you. Like I was telling people to start the stream. It's like, yeah, guys, I understand if you guys are like, yeah, this is not. I don't want to listen to this shit. But it had to be done. And if anything, it's now affirmed my belief in the death penalty. But also what I keep trying to point back to, where it's like, there is nothing stopping this train. Because what you guys feel, what I feel right now, pales in comparison to what like English people are feeling. And I brought up Haku, like I hope Haku like reads that and believes in it, because it is truth. Because it would eventually make him a better person. But it will be that whole unpleasant thing where he has to kind of deal with that whole kind of like self-defense mechanism. Like when he's confronted with it, and then like the whole reality shatters and he realizes he's just been lied to and he's just been a mouthpiece to just spread propaganda and to go against his own nation, to essentially sell out his own nation. But if Haku is listening to this, I'd want him to know that it will make you a better person in the long run. Being able to take accountability and say, fuck, I was being a dum-dum. Because I've been there. I've regurgitated things or beliefs that I thought were true and realizes, fuck, I actually don't have any reason to believe this. And the evidence actually suggests the contrary. I'm a fucking retard. My mom took Tylenol, That's how we develop as people. Sorry, that's how we develop into better people. We're all infallible. Born sinners, as the Christians would say. But the question still remains: what do you do when the institution that's supposed to protect you, that's supposed to fight for you, is weaponized against you? At like every single fucking level, and like that's the I don't man. Like there's so many craziness in what we just read. At every fucking level. I understand Freer. I understand 1776. Belfast, Scotland. But like when the pendulum swings, it's like a momentum thing. And like I said, I keep trying to give the imagery or the picture of where we're going. Oh, 7075, 7076 is when, yeah, I suppose, yeah, it started in 7075. But I get your point. I get your point. Like, there is going to be statues of Adolf in Germany. Fuck it. Might even be in France. Like, this whole, like, democracy thing, at least in Europe, that's... Now, I've already been on the soapbox, like, clearly indicating that, like, this democracy thing is retarded supremacy anyways. But, that's why, like, I've also been looking into the whole, like, World War II thing. And, like, wait a second. Like, England was the one that declared war on Germany, and then England bombed Germany first. You know? And if the final solution was all about just killing Jews, why would they wait a couple of years, put them in camps and all that kind of shit? Why not just shoot them as soon as they found them? And the killings only occurred when the Russians started to take land from the Germans, or the Russians started invading Germany. I'd heavily recommend people look at the movie Nuremberg. But even with that, that's not going to give you kind of like like it's just like so many inconsistency with the myth that we've been sold about World War II. And it's kind of one of those things that like we point to Russia and we laugh and we say, "Oh my God, they're so heavily propagandized." You know what I mean? And then you have that kind of realization where you see enough contradictions, you're like, "Oh fuck." While I was pointing and laughing at the Russian, there was 4 fingers pointing back at me. Or 3 fingers and a thumb pointing back at me. A lot of food for thought this stream. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of food for thought. But like I've been trying to explain to you, you look at what happened at the end of World War II, I would wager that the Germans, they've played the long game. They've basically lured the subverters and the communists and the globalists, they've lured them out. They now have their own flag. They're doing their parades and all this kind of shit. So they're easily identifiable. Everything's recorded online now. So there's no, oh no, I was just joking, or I never said that. And we kind of noticed, we noted this in the last Abductionist Files episode. I think we've done something crazy, like 6 cases or some shit like that in the last Abductionist Files. We went ham last Tuesday. Went a bit too ham, because then we ended up with, we literally ended on Shabusiness, and that was, oh fuck. But maybe that was like, preparing us for what we were going to go through in this report. You know? But this whole thing with like the GPS, being able to get the GPS data, like the first case we started with in the Abductionist Files, where they literally, like, the detectives were saying to do, like, we have your GPS location on your phone, we have the CCTV footage of you, like, visiting these sites, this is where your wife's body parts were found, and all this kind of shit, you know? And you are seeing, like, nationalism rise in Europe. You're seeing it with the One Nation party in Australia. Not sure how Canada's going though, but Canada, that could just be, listen, you boys come 51st state, don't worry, we'll take care of you. You know what I mean? We'll treat you nice. You know, you give us your good hockey players, we'll give you some good NFL players. You know? But it is going through Ragnarok, to say the least. Oh no, no, for real, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that, like, the Germans were some sort of, like, angelic being. Like, war is brutal. You know? Even just look into, like, trench warfare in World War One. You know? Like, war is fucking brutal. And that's what I'm saying, like this Ragnarok thing, like, that's what's coming. You know? Belfast and Scotland is only the beginning. It's like the small little tremors before the massive earthquake. And it is going to be an earthquake. And like I said, no matter, like, I could touch wood, I don't, but I could, like, you know, mysteriously die tomorrow or some shit like that. And it would not stop where this is going. Like that, what we just read. You know? Imagine what an English person's feeling. I've tried to talk to Bricky about this, and he's literally just had to, like, drop off. That, like, I can't, because, like, especially with their, like, you know, the way that their internet's policed. He's like, I'll fucking go to prison. You know? And it's it's not going to be peaceful. Like, that's what I'm trying to, like, get across to everyone. Like, I'm not cheering this on. I'm not, like, you know, giddy about this and all this kind of shit, but this is why I say, too late to be scared. Too late to be scared, folks.
Look at this lion. He's the king of the jungle. Huge mane out there. He's laying down under a tree in the middle of Africa. He's so big. He's so hot. He doesn't want to move. Now, the little lion cubs, they start messing with him. Biting his tail, biting his ears. He doesn't do anything. The lioness, she starts messing with him. Coming on, making trouble. Still, nothing. Now, the other animals, they notice this. And they start to move in. The jackals, hyenas, they're barking at him, laughing at him. They nip his toes and eat the food that's in his domain. They do this, and they get Closer and closer and bolder, till one day, that lion gets up and tears the shit out of everybody, runs like the wind, eats everything in his path. Because every once in a while, the lion has to show the jackals who he is. It's too late to be scared. It's time to kill.
You know, and just to clarify for everybody, basically what I'm trying to put there is this whole aspect. Because if you look into the movie, it's called Billiards Junkies, right? The dude doesn't actually kill the other pool player. It's this whole thing of like fucking enough playing nice guy, enough trying to be good faith or trying to well, not necessarily be good faith, but enough trying to like appease like these lefties and all this kind of shit. There is no appeasing. Like, we've seen it with like Destiny and Wick and Hassan and all. Hassan was fucking clearly gone years ago and all this kind of shit. But and again, highly recommend just go check out Ryan C. Malati, with Irish name to him, lawyer. He's been doing stuff with Rob, but I think he's doing a bit more with Andrew now as well. But he's doing like a masterclass performance that's exposing all these lefty, like even the ones like Wick who claim to be liberal, and just expose them. That's like, you're no different than Hassan. You're just as much as a tyrant as Hassan is. You have no limiting principles. It's all platitudes and slogans and all this kind of shit. When you're confronted with the data, it's yeah, but there's no yeah, but when it comes to what we just read. Multiculturalism is a failure. Diversity is not our strength. Simple as. You know? And as King Leonidas says, give them nothing, but take from them everything. But let me catch up in chat and we'll finish out. Germany was not the bad guy at that time. I'd hardly call England the good guy. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, man, there's and especially when you look into what the Bolsheviks were doing. Holy fuck. And then, like I said, the timing and then the whole kind of like picture of it. I don't know, man. Like this whole thing where like the final solution was just to kill a bunch of Jews. You look at that document, it says emigration. You know? Pauline Hanson, what can I say? What can I say? One nation, baby. Need to see nationalism all the way across the West. That's the only thing that's going to save us. Now, what flavor of nationalism we go, I guess there can be discussions in terms of that, but this whole thing of like, I just want to be a libertarian, that ain't going to work, bro. It ain't going to work. Because the anarcho-capitalists are basically just right-wing communists at the end of the day. And that's how they subvert it. They get the conservatives and the libertarians say, oh, small government, small government. And what they mean by small government, no government. You know, and then, like I said, it's a whole shebang. But it is what it is. I have and then some. 100%. 100%, man. But, like I said, like I keep asking the question, like it's a key question that needs to be asked, but there ain't fucking a lot of answers on the table here, folks. What do you do when your government is literally weaponized against you? When the government is going against the nation, what do you do then? You know? I prefer the movie quote, rise and rise again until lambs become lions. Good quote. Good quote. This is what I keep trying to tell everybody. The Loki, the quote from me is Loki when he's standing up to Thanos. Now, probably is not a good omen or a good fucking sign for me, because Loki ends up getting his neck snapped in that scene. But he turns to Thor and he says, I assure you, brother, the sun will shine on us again. You know? I'm a constitutionalist. Never been a secret. Yeah, but in terms of economics, when I'm talking about the whole libertarian or like conservative style, it's like economics, you know? Like, you know? Loki, Hulk smash. Yeah, like that's what like the Rob Nor debate, the Nor prep debate I done. Like again, like remember that scene in event like the first Avengers where like Hulk just grabs Loki and just starts smashing him on the ground, like side to side. That's literally how it feels like to go against Rob Nor. He's literally like the Hulk, you know? But I'd love to do a 2v2 debate with against like Destiny and like Wick or some shit like that with like me and Rob. And like me to just be like, but we have the Hulk. And then like Rob just comes in and just absolutely smashes both with him. And I'm just like sitting there making memes the whole time. You know what I mean? But again, like what would the point of being a 2v1 at that stage if I'm just there like looking pretty and shit, you know? You know, food for thought at least. Food for thought. But considering we have the Americans in chat as well, we end the show the exact same. One sec, actually. Let me make sure I have. Is there a place I can rages to? Or redirect? We got Misunderstood. We got Kieran on the panel as well. I forgot to open up the panel as well. So we're gonna redirect to Misunderstood. Make sure you give her a hearty hello. You know, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, 100%, 100%. And thank you very much, Jess. Thanks for sticking around as well. Like I said, yeah, it's pretty tough listening to and all this kind of shit, but it needs to be done, you know? Appreciate you, Martin, as well. But this is what I say to all the Americans. We end the show the same way. We're going to be going over to Misunderstood in American. I think Kieran's already on the panel and all that kind of good stuff. One thing I keep telling you is this, right? I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm simply asking you to trust your president, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America, the greatest motherfucking nation this planet has ever seen. God bless Donald Trump. See you motherfuckers tomorrow for a bit of the deductionist file, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.